of Black Americans who have died at the hands of police. Names like George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Jacob Blake Jr. Pence called for law and order as protests against police brutality and racism now threaten to end professional sports seasons. All 3 NBA playoff games were postponed yesterday, led by the Milwaukee Bucks. Point guard George Hill spoke on the team's behalf to present their demand for justice.
We are calling for justice for Jacob Blake and demand the officers be held accountable. For this to occur, it is imperative for the Wisconsin State Legislature to reconvene after months of inaction and take up meaningful measures to address issues of police accountability, brutality, and criminal justice reform.
The WNBA and several Major League Baseball teams also joined the protest. Tonight, the president will once again use the White House for his political staging, something which raises ethical concerns. His speech coincides with Hurricane Laura bearing down on the Gulf Coast. The Category 4 storm struck Louisiana and Texas late last night. 150-mile-per-hour winds tore roofs, shattered windows, and left trees on top of homes. Officials report at least 3 people have died from the storm. Rescue crews across the region are searching for survivors among the debris. The coronavirus pandemic also looms over the president's speech tonight. More than 180,000 people in the U.S. have died from the virus, with a daily rate of about 1,000 in the past week. Americans report more than 5.8 million cases. The vice president did express sympathy for those impacted by COVID-19. He did so while touting the administration's response and again attacking Joe Biden.
Now, last week, Joe Biden said that no miracle is coming. Well, what Joe doesn't seem to understand is that America is a nation of miracles.
Let's bring in our panel, Nicole Killion, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Meredith McGraw. Nicole is a CBS News correspondent, Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter, and Meredith is a White House reporter for Politico. Welcome to all of you. Nicole, let me start with you. The convention has focused a lot on what the Trump administration says it has accomplished. Have we heard plans for what they will do if given another 4 years?
Well, you know, it's interesting because Republicans have been very critical of the Democrats during their convention, that they were short on policy specifics. And yet with the Republicans, you know, we haven't necessarily heard a lot of specifics on their end either, a lot of vague platitudes. We did hear a sense of what a second term for Donald Trump might look like. For instance, the vice president yesterday talked about an agenda of freedom, backing law enforcement, touting school choice, which has been a common thread and theme that we've heard throughout this convention. We also heard from the president's economic advisor earlier this week touting more tax cuts, more regulatory rollbacks. The president's press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, talking about the president will continue to stand by Americans with pre-existing conditions. And even when the president has at times been pressed about a second agenda, he hasn't always been clear. And quite frankly, I think there's a lot of interest tonight, too, in what the president is going to say about the here and now. You mentioned the hurricane. We do know the president will mention the hurricane tonight. In fact, he considered postponing his speech, he told reporters a short time ago, but decided to move forward with it. Also, as you mentioned, the situation that's been unfolding all this week in Kenosha, Wisconsin. We did hear the vice president touch on it last night. We do know the president will make a reference to what's happening there. What we don't know is, will he specifically say the name of Jacob Blake, the unarmed African-American man who was shot 7 times in the back? So those are all questions certainly that we have as we look ahead to the speech. We do know, as far as specifically when it comes to a second term, you know, aides and advisors to the president have said that he will describe an uplifting, optimistic view of the United States. We also know that his message will be one where he directly contrasts and provides 2 distinct visions between what his administration will look like for the next 4 years compared to that of Joe Biden's.
Well, Caitlin, Democratic vice presidential candidate and California Senator Kamala Harris spoke at length this afternoon about the Kenosha protests. Let's play her remarks.
As Vice President Biden put it, the shots fired at Mr. Blake pierced the soul of our nation. It's sickening to watch. It's all too familiar, and it must end.
Caitlin, give us a sense. How have the Trump and Biden camps talked about these protests?
Well, in very different ways. The Trump campaign and Republicans have been focusing on violence that has erupted in several cities. You heard the messaging coming out of the Republican National Convention all week, and that's really, I think, in an attempt to reach Republican voters and even some of those disaffected Republican voters or former Republicans who are trying to figure out who to support this time around, kind of focus on the security aspect, this law and order aspect. We'll see if that works, but I thought it was really interesting to see Kamala Harris today. She's a former prosecutor. This is going to be a role we're going to consistently see her in this campaign, going on the attack against Trump and the Republicans and Mike Pence. And she really wove all of these things together. We saw Joe Biden give a video yesterday where he said that, of course, he supports the protests, but he does not condone the violence, and he condemned it. You heard that also from Kamala Harris today, mentioning how the ticket spoke with the family and kind of noted that the family, too, argued for no violence. She said also, I thought, she said she condemned the looting and the violence, including that from the shooter who was arrested for murder. So tying all of that together, and I think that's something that we'll continue to see from that side as well.
Well, Caitlin, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi suggested Joe Biden should skip the debates with President Trump. Why did she make those remarks, and is the Biden campaign actually considering that?
Well, Joe Biden said today that in an interview afterwards that he is planning to do all three debates, that he wants to, quote, fact check Trump on the floor. But it is very bizarre and peculiar that Nancy Pelosi suggested skipping all of the debates altogether. And you could tell with the Biden camp's response, quick response, that they didn't want to go that route. The Biden campaign has not been doing a lot of press conferences. Yes, they've been doing some interviews. They've been doing press conferences really every few weeks. The ticket has not appeared in front of a press conference since they have been nominated for the position, even though they did an interview together with ABC over the weekend. So the idea of skipping debates would be very problematic and would do a disservice to voters. The Biden campaign says that they don't want to go that route.
Yeah, we look forward to whenever the ticket does decide to have their first news conference together. That's something obviously you and many others would be very interested in. Meredith, let me turn to you. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, who spoke Monday, was on CBS This Morning today, and I want to play what he said he'd like to hear from President Trump.
Well, I hope he starts with Kenosha and the hurricane. These are two major incidents or issues that are overwhelming good people throughout this country, and our focus and our attention is there. And then I think he has to touch on the pandemic as well. But I hope that he also looks to our future and talks about bringing this nation together and making sure that we return to the pre-COVID-19.
Meredith, what do you think the chances are that the president speaks to those things?
Well, it is expected that the president will address Kenosha in some form. The president is expected to talk about, of course, his theme of law and order and address things like crime. But again, the question is whether or not he will specifically address some of the victims of police brutality that have really set off this wave of protests across the country. And the president, as his advisors have said, is expected to paint a more optimistic picture of the country, but he is going to be going after Joe Biden hard on things like trade, China, taxes. But tonight, I'm also going to be looking to hear from some of the other speakers that will be there, people like Ann Dorn, the widow of David Dorn, an off-duty cop who was killed in St. Louis, or Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. I think some of the speakers that they've chosen also speak to some of the second-term agenda priorities that the president hasn't been very good about articulating, but you can tease out from the speakers that they've chosen to put up there on stage.
Nicole, on the pandemic, we're now hearing reports that the Centers for Disease Control is backtracking on new guidance and admitting being pressured by the administration. What can you tell us about that?
Well, we do know that there has since been a new statement put out by the director of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Robert Redfield, where he now advises that testing may be considered for all close contacts of confirmed or probable COVID-19 patients. And that differs from what we heard earlier this week, where it was suggested that if someone had been in contact with someone who had been infected with COVID-19 for a period of about 15 minutes and did not show any signs of symptoms, well, then that person didn't necessarily need to be tested, which a lot of public health experts questioned and balked at. Now, the White House has tried to explain that this was a whole of task force approach by the coronavirus task force, and really suggesting today that some of this has to, in terms of some of the change in guidance, that some of this had to do with a backlog in testing.
Well, Meredith, White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi spoke today by phone about resuming talks for another coronavirus stimulus package. Is there any movement on those negotiations?
No, that's the simple answer, no. We haven't seen any real progress here. And although they did speak on the phone today, there wasn't any movement. And right now it seems that we really won't see any action until potentially mid-September, when both chambers come back from recess. And there's still $1 trillion gulf between the White House and the Democrats. That's a big bridge that they're going to have to cross, and there's going to be even more pressure on them if they keep putting it off until September, because they're also going to have to negotiate a deal to keep the government open as well. And that's all going to happen, of course, just months before the election, and it's going to be a real test of negotiating skills between the White House and Democrats to pull it off with so much on the line at that moment.
Right, so many Americans really looking for some kind of help from Washington right now. Caitlin, let me ask you, the speakers that we heard from last night in particular really tried to kind of portray a different side of the president than what we're used to seeing with his public persona. Here's the vice president speaking to that. Let's listen.
Over the past 4 years, I've had the privilege to work closely with our president. I've seen him when the cameras are off. Americans see President Trump in lots of different ways. But there's no doubt how President Trump sees America. He sees America for what it is. A nation that has done more good in this world than any other. A nation that deserves far more gratitude than grievance. And if you want a president who falls silent when our heritage is demeaned or insulted, he's not your man.
Caitlin, are there some echoes there of 2016 when some people said the president would grow into the office?
Certainly, and the difference is that the president has been in office for the past 4 years. So Americans have been able to see this firsthand because the president is a wide open book. He tweets everything he says everything that he means, and says what's on his mind. You heard Pence acknowledged that last night, and you also heard Melania Trump earlier this week kind of acknowledge that. So the idea that the president is someone else behind the scenes, he has kind of shown himself to be a very public in his feelings, tweeting and expressing his thoughts very, very regularly. Pence's role in this administration and during the campaign in 2016, and you're seeing this again in 2020, is to be this kind of translator to conservatives, this translator of Trump. And we saw that on display during the times where he was tasked with speaking to governors across the country about coronavirus and the response. He was seen as kind of the conduit to those leaders. And we saw him last night in that same kind of role, trying to speak to conservative Republicans Republicans or Republicans who may have been turned off by Trump's rhetoric and maybe looking at sitting out this election or maybe even considering Biden. He was trying to urge them to come home to the Republican Party last night, speaking the way that he did and about the successes that he believes the administration has had when it comes to conservative judges and the like.
Right. It is a very different climate, though, in 2020, where, as you say, the president has been very direct, wide open about how he feels, how he thinks, how he views various issues. All right, Nicole Killion, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Meredith McGraw, thank you all very much. Coming up after the break, we'll talk with Republican Senator Mike Braun of Indiana why he says Congress is too far apart to reach another deal for coronavirus relief. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Friends, delegates, and fellow Americans, I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative. And truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The U.S. faces a number of crises. On the same night, President Trump is set to officially accept nomination for a second term. In the midst of a pandemic and economic downturn, a deadly hurricane is bearing down on the Gulf Coast, and social unrest continues following the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Last night, Vice President Mike Pence called for, quote, law and order. He used his acceptance speech at the RNC to defend law enforcement.
You won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. And under President Trump, we will always stand with those who stand on the thin blue line, and we're not going to defund the police, not now, not ever.
Let's bring in Senator Mike Braun. He is a Republican from Indiana. Hello, Senator Braun. Welcome back to Red and Blue.
Hey, good to be back on.
So I know you are someone who ran on Law and Order, but last time you were on the program, we actually talked about your bill to reform qualified immunity, which had been part of the broader discussions on police reform. But of course, as we sit here now, as you know, there has been no real movement on the issue. As someone who has carefully examined this issue, is there something that you would like to hear from President Trump specifically with respect to these racial tensions?
Well, I think, Elaine, it's obvious that we have issues like occurred in Kenosha and seems to be on somewhat of a regular pattern. And on the other hand, we've been witnessing law and disorder in many of the big cities. So I think that we're going to have to acknowledge that both perspectives have to be taken into consideration. Sadly, what was moving there for a while is on the back burner. I think there was a clear calculation that the Democrats were going to litigate that into the election. And I think it's a fair question to ask Biden and others, what responsibility do you have? What comments do you want to make on the unruliness that's been occurring in cities they've managed for decades? On our side, I think that we've got to look as well into what we do to try to promote reforms. And to me, it stigmatizes the hard work, the risky work that law enforcement does every day. And I think that for their own benefit, we need to see how that might change. When I got involved in it, that was going nowhere because there was no real interest in trying to craft a broader solution. But as we can see from what's been going on, we're no closer to resolving it. So I think it takes movement on both sides.
Do you think that President Trump can play a role with his remarks tonight in helping to perhaps ease the tensions with all of the demonstrations that we have been seeing? Or do you think it's too late to try to bring the country together?
Well, the closer we get to the election, it's going to be difficult to solve any of these issues. I think when Tim Scott introduced the bill back months ago, and we couldn't get any Democratic support for it, that's when it got politicized. Now, whether President Trump politically can kind of lower the decibel level, can ease tensions, it'll be interesting to see if he discusses it. I do think, though, that the dynamic has pivoted strongly towards law and order. And I think that that could be a winning issue for the president. I think the other thing he's got to focus on is what is his agenda going to be when he does get reelected. And I'd love to see some comment about reforming health care. He's been a vocal voice on that. So I think you need to talk about the issues pressing us currently. Most importantly, when COVID-19 is in the rearview mirror with a vaccine and/or therapeutics, we had a lot of issues burning among most senators, mostly related to the high cost of health care. I'd like to hear him weigh in on that as well.
Senator, our time is running short here, but I do want to ask you here, with Hurricane Laura bearing down, do you think that the federal government is prepared to handle the aftermath of a major hurricane in the middle of a pandemic? As you know, there have been questions raised about FEMA's preparedness.
I think from what I've seen out of President Trump, as much as he is railed against in terms of not being prepared by the opposition, I think it's a faux argument, number one. I think we will be ready to go. And when it comes to management of COVID, as a Main Street entrepreneur, watching to see how we navigated through it, I'm almost certain we wouldn't be as close to therapeutics, addressing the disease, and especially vaccines. So yes, I feel very confident that he'll address it. I think we dodged a major bullet that it didn't come into a heavily populated area as well.
Senator, in our final minutes here, what are you saying to particularly farmers in your state who are particularly hard hit in the midst of trade tensions, in the midst of the pandemic? And what would you say more broadly to the millions of Americans who are so disappointed that Congress was unable to come together with the White House on some kind of COVID relief package?
Well, let's take the latter first. On the relief package, I think that's why we saw the executive orders coming from the administration here a week to 10 days ago. It addressed the main areas that we would have tried to address legislatively. I think the main reason that didn't happen, Elaine, is because they were starting at a price tag way out of reach. I don't think that would have gotten any Republican support. Plus, they had a lot of stuff in there unrelated to COVID. In my home state of Indiana, the key thing that's been holding, we're down to a relatively low unemployment rate already because we had a healthy economy, was that enhanced unemployment benefit. So that being at $300 through the administration, maybe hit the right spot for a while. Most of my Hoosier business owners and entrepreneurs think that might be too much competition with getting people back to work. When it comes to farmers, that's the next hardest job to law enforcement. They've got all kinds of things working against them. The only unhealthy part of our economy going into the COVID saga. So I see things relaxing a little bit with China. I think China will ebb and flow as it suits them. Prices have gone up a little bit in the markets. Sadly, a lot of the corn crop was lost out in Iowa, and that's not the way we want to generate higher prices. Farming has got long-term issues of having so few suppliers that sell inputs at a very costly level. They've got markets that have been in the doldrums for now years upon years. Last good markets were 09 to 13. You're going to have to find other ways to use corn and soybeans other than food and feed. It's a whole other discussion, but I think farmers recognize that Trump is trying to do the best for them. China's been a tricky thing to navigate through, and I think it's looking up in the short run for farmers. I'm worried more about the long run.
All right, Senator Mike Braun from Indiana. Senator, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Coming up after the break, tomorrow, what's known as the Black National Convention kicks off. We'll speak with one of the co-directors about its importance amid nationwide protests for racial justice. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The Wisconsin National Guard says military police reinforcements from 3 other states are heading to Kenosha. That's in response to ongoing protests over another police shooting of a black man, Jacob Blake. The Department of Justice has opened a civil rights investigation into the incident. Demonstrations were mostly peaceful last night in Kenosha, Oakland, California, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. There are reports some individuals did loot and damage property. The protests have been a focal point of the Republican National Convention. Last night, Vice President Mike Pence reinforced the president's message of, quote, law and order. What's largely been missing from these speeches is a mention of the root cause of the demonstrations, calls for racial justice. Joining me now to talk about the intersection of race and politics is Rukia Lumumba. She is the co-director of the Electoral Justice Project of the Movement for Black Lives, as well as the co-producer of the Black National Convention, which kicks off tomorrow. Rukia, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
So before we talk about your convention, I would like to ask you about the Republican National Convention. Have you been watching it? And if so, what's your take on how the GOP is approaching the issue of race?
Yeah. So I've absolutely seen the Republican National Convention and very disappointed in how they're talking about race. What we see is that they consistently criminalize Black life, Black people, and our attempts to actually obtain justice in this country. I mean, only a few days ago, we saw the horrible, merciless shootings of Jacob Blake and Trayford, Pellenier. And what we saw is an attempt to literally criminalize the protesters that have been out in the streets, literally forcing their way to demand that we have justice for these shootings. You know, Jacob and Trayford are not the first Black people to have been shot or injured or killed at the hands of individuals in law enforcement. And justice for them means ending state-sanctioned violence against our community. It means removing weapons of war from American streets. It means that protesters who have been tear gassed and police who, instead of de-escalating tensions, arrived in SWAT gear in armed vehicles. You know, all of this horribleness towards people who literally, similar to what we saw in 1964 and the 1960s, fighting for civil rights, we see a fight for human rights today. We see a fight for life. We see a fight for Black lives, and we want to see some justice, and the RNC is not acknowledging that Black lives are in danger, and that it's in danger due to a system of policing that has consistently harmed our people over and over and over again. And it's time for it to be eliminated. It's time to defund and to create a better system of justice, a better system of safety, of community safety.
As you know, the RNC has featured some speakers who are Black making the case for President Trump's reelection, and one of them is civil rights activist Clarence Henderson, who spoke last night. He touted President Trump's record on Black issues, citing the president's introduction of Opportunity Zone investment in 2017 and his signing of bipartisan bills for HBCU funding and the First Step Act, legislation aimed at reforming the criminal justice system. I want to play some of what Henderson had to say. Let's listen.
These achievements demonstrate that Donald Trump truly cares about Black lives. His policies show his heart. He has done more for Black Americans in 4 years than Joe Biden has done in 50.
What's your reaction to Henderson's comments?
I mean, I think the comments are out of touch with reality. You know, we have seen renewed and even more aggressive voter suppression efforts all over the country, which target voters of color and particularly Black voters and people who were formerly incarcerated. That's what we've seen during the Trump administration. We've also seen a significantly less voter participation by low-income people, people of color, and young people, compared to a higher rate of participation by older and more affluent white voters. As a result, the demographics of our elected officials during the Trump administration have become disproportionately older, whiter, and wealthier than the actual electorate. You know, we've seen RNC elected officials use COVID, for example, COVID-19, this pandemic, as yet another tool of suppressing the Black vote. We saw it in Wisconsin. We're seeing a lot of horrific things in Wisconsin, where voters in Black majority precincts in Milwaukee were forced to wait hours because of limited open policing stations. Many subsequently tested positive for COVID. You know, so I think what we're seeing is that the actual reverse of what, you know, Mr. Henderson shared with us today. We're not seeing any new movements towards additional civil rights. We're actually seeing our civil rights being further hindered and taken away from us.
Let's talk about the Black National Convention, which is about 24 hours away. What will that look like? Who's speaking? And what do you want viewers to take away from it?
Oh, you know, the Black National Convention is really an opportunity for us to take all that our frontline communities are protesting on the streets and putting it into practice, into policy, and moving us beyond just voting, but actually creating a strategy to see systemic change in our communities locally and at the federal level. So the Black National Convention is tomorrow, August 28th at 7 p.m. Eastern. It is held by the Electoral Justice Project of the Movement for Black Lives. We are super excited about this. This is the first time in over 40 years that we've seen a convention of this kind come to fruition again, to reach the mass number of people, of Black people and our allies that we're hoping to get. Together, you know, what we hope to do during the Black National Convention, what we're charged to do, is to launch a Black political agenda. You know, days after what we've seen happen at the Democratic National Convention and the Republican National Convention, and ahead of November. You know, we want Black voters. We know that Black voters will play a pivotal role in determining what the next 4 years will look like. And so we want to make sure that the Black National Convention puts forth an agenda that the people have requested over and over and over again. So we have taken years of protests on the street. We have taken the energy that we've seen from protests on the street. We have literally taken 500 delegates from 22 states of Black people across the nation, and we've come together to ratify an agenda that speaks to the needs and wants of Black Americans.
Rukia Lumumba. Rukia, thank you very much for sharing your perspective with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
A quick programming note. Tomorrow, CBSN will premiere The Power of August. The CBS News documentary highlights key moments in the civil rights movement that all happened in the month of August. You can stream it throughout the weekend, beginning right here tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. Coming up after the break, we'll talk with Democratic Senator Gary Peters of Michigan about his concerns about the post office. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative,
Da-da-da-da.
and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Millions of Americans will rely on the Postal Service to deliver their ballot this year. On Monday, House Democrats grilled Postmaster General Louis DeJoy over recent changes to the USPS that have slowed mail delivery. They also expressed anxiety about its ability to handle mail-in ballots. It came just days after lawmakers on the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee raised similar concerns. Senator Gary Peters is the ranking member on that committee. He's running for re-election in Michigan this November and joins us from Bloomfield Township, Michigan. Senator Peters, welcome to Red and Blue.
Well, great to be with you. Thank you so much.
So, Senator, you opened an investigation into delays at the Postal Service earlier this month. Did you get any of the answers you were looking for last week?
Well, we got some answers, but we also have more questions, and there aren't answers to those questions. So we need to continue to follow the facts. The reason that I opened this investigation through my committee was just the unprecedented number of complaints that were coming into my office from folks all across Michigan who are experiencing unusual delays in mail and didn't know what was going on. I talked to postal officials as well as the workers who are doing the work every day, our postal workers, our mail handlers, our letter carriers, and they also told me that new procedures put in place by the new Postmaster General was having the effect of delaying the mail. And so we needed to get answers. He came before the committee, provided some of those answers, but I think the thing that we want to know most of all right now is why were these procedures put in place, which clearly have been delaying the mail? What sort of data went into making those decisions? What sort of analysis? He could not provide any verbal answers to those answers. I have asked for documents. We asked for them by Sunday. He said he can't deliver them by Sunday. Still has been dragging his feet. And we're not asking him to produce new documents. We're asking him just to provide information that you certainly would have hoped that a Postmaster General would have reviewed before putting in sweeping procedural changes that have ultimately led to significant slowdown in the in the delivery of mail.
So what's the situation right now, Senator? Are you still getting complaints about mail delays in your state?
We are still getting complaints, although the Postmaster General has told us that he is going to delay the implementation of some of those policies through the election. Although there's still some ambiguity as to what exactly is being delayed. When asked about sorters, there was real concern, and I heard that concern again directly from a union president in Grand Rapids this week, that those sorters are necessary for dealing with a surge of mail, and they've been removed. The Postmaster General said clearly they aren't going to put any back between now and the election. And in fact, apparently there's a sorter in that postal facility in the west side of Michigan that was turned off, was ready to be removed. It's staying in place because of the order, but they have been told it's not going to get plugged in. It's not going to, they were starting to take it apart and they're going to leave it, but it's not operable as well. So these are real concerns that we have as to how prepared the Postal Service will be with the expected surge of mail related to absentee ballots being sent out and will be returned in Michigan.
So that was going to be my question. With that expected surge coming with vote by mail, realistically, what are you thinking you'll be looking at in your state in particular with the Postal Service's preparedness and readiness to handle the influx of ballots?
Well, I think that the test is now, and although I've mentioned the election, and that's certainly very important, the delivery of mail on time is important every single day for folks all across my state and across the country. And that's what has concerned me now, is the fact that we are hearing repeated complaints about prescription drugs, which are sent through the mail that are not coming in time. I told a story from a mother who had contacted my office and talked about delay in medicine for her daughter who needed epilepsy medicine. It did not come in the normal 3 days. It didn't come after several more days. They were concerned. It ended up taking 9 days to get to her. But in that process, her daughter became fearful that she wouldn't have medicine, so she started to ration her dosage. And certainly that's always a problem, and it was for her. She ended up having a seizure and was hospitalized. And I've heard countless stories like that as a result of slow delivery of prescription drugs. But when you think about the necessity of mail being delivered on time, that means paychecks, it means benefit checks, it means the ability to pay bills on time. Small businesses need to have the opportunity to and the confidence to know that when they drop mail to their customers, it's going to get there on time. So we have to see immediate improvements now. As those improvements occur, I'm confident if these procedures are put on hold and they can do the work, the Postal Service can do the work they were doing prior to this, they'll be able to handle the surge. They've handled surges at the holidays, at Mother's Day, other times where you see a big surge of mail. They can do it, but certainly these harmful policies shouldn't be moving further while we're looking at an election. And quite frankly, we should be putting these on hold till we get through the pandemic. And then we can start looking at these new procedures to see whether or not they do indeed increase efficiency in the long run.
I want to turn to your re-election bid. You're in a competitive contest. You and your opponent, Republican John James, have agreed to do debates, but not the same ones. Both of your campaigns have reportedly committed to ones on different television stations. So, Senator, if you cannot come to a compromise, is there a possibility that you won't debate at all?
Well, I certainly want to debate. I'm excited to debate. In fact, I've agreed to debates well over a month ago. We haven't heard a word from Mr. James. The debates that I've agreed to are similar with public broadcasting, similar to what other Senate races have been over the years. Traditionally, there's one on the west side of the state with the public broadcasting system there, which goes statewide. So there's a statewide audience. Same for Detroit. I've agreed for well over a month to do these debates. Let's do them. I don't want to debate on the debates. Unfortunately, my opponent would rather have a debate on debates rather than on the issues because, quite frankly, he knows he's wrong on the issues, and so he's trying to distract from what has to really be done.
And what do you think are the most pressing issues for Michiganders right now?
Well, clearly the most pressing one is to get through this COVID crisis. As we are dealing with a simultaneous public health crisis and an economic crisis, we need to be focused on that. That's what I've been focused day in and day out. I'm the ranking Democrat on Homeland Security and Government Affairs, which means I oversee FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management folks, overseeing the COVID response, making sure that there's personal protection equipment, testing supplies, make sure we have supply chains intact to be able to deal with this crisis, make sure resources are available for testing. That's been my focus. And then we have to take a look at making sure the economy recovers. And that's why I focused on supporting small businesses that have to get through this crisis. We aren't going to be able to restart an economy as quickly as any of us would like if our small businesses don't survive. They need to be there to be able to hire folks and to move the economy forward. That's why we're focused on that, as well as making sure families that we continue to see incredibly high levels of unemployment here in Michigan and other places around the country. We need to make sure that there are opportunities for them to get back to work as soon as possible. And that's my total focus. It has been since the beginning of this crisis, even before when I put out a report concerned about supply chains and how unprepared this country was for a pandemic. We have to make sure that we're focused on getting this country back on its feet as quickly as possible.
As you know, it is an incredibly divisive time in our country. What do you think the role is that you and your party can play in helping to bring the country together?
Well, we have to bring it together. It's something that I have always focused on. In fact, I'm ranked recently by Georgetown University that ranks all members of Congress based on our bipartisanship. I'm ranked the third most bipartisan Democrat in the U.S. Senate. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce just recently awarded me their Jefferson Hamilton Award for bipartisanship. I believe the best solutions are those that we come
How do you do that now, though, with the climate that we're in, Senator? Sorry to interrupt, but how do you do that with the climate that we're in right now?
Well, we have to work to do it. That award I just received just a few weeks ago, and I continue to be bipartisan now. In this session of Congress, I have passed more bills than any other senator, whether Democratic or Republican, through the Senate. And it's about working together and finding that common ground. It's something I have always done, will continue to do. And we've been successful as recently as our last time in session. So we have to show that kind of leadership as members of the Senate. It's not about talking about it, it's about actually doing it. That's my focus, and I would certainly will continue to work with my colleagues to make that a reality.
Senator Gary Peters of Michigan. Senator, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
We are taking a closer look at voter support for President Trump as he prepares to deliver his acceptance speech tonight at the RNC. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, breaks down the results.
3, 2. Heading into this president's speech tonight, Elaine, let's take a look at where Republicans stand, because motivating that base is going to be so important. Well, he has Republicans solidly behind him. Most of them, if not all of them, feel that he has kept most or all of his promises so far. They rate his presidency as excellent or good, and among Republicans, 86% feel that the president deserves their loyalty. This is very much his Republican Party now. I would add that they would rather have a Republican down ballot in Congress, in the Senate, who would enact his agenda and do what he wants than one who is independent from him. And in terms of their own identity, being a Trump supporter even outranks being a Republican in the first place in importance to them. So he's got those Republicans solidly behind him. The question becomes, Can he move beyond that base? And that's where things get interesting. Look at, Elaine, the question of whether America is better off than 4 years ago. 75% of Republicans think it is, but only a third of voters overall think it is. He might have some persuading to do. Maybe that starts with his speech tonight. The condition of the national economy, again, we see those splits. Most Republicans think it is still at least somewhat good. Only a third of voters agree. And also, look at the differences in the types of groups who are supporting him. He retains his strong support among white voters with no college degree, though in some states Joe Biden has cut into those margins, which is important. And he also has a deficit with Joe Biden among, in particular, white women with college degrees. That's a group that's been trending towards the Democrats. Question would be, can he start to reverse it? Finally, Elaine, I would add, look at the numbers who say that U.S. is dealing with coronavirus is going badly. There's a big split here, too, where Republicans tend to think it's going well, but most voters tend to think it's going badly. And that, in turn, has been reshaping his political map. When we look at state-by-state polling, he is at even or maybe even down slightly. In some of the Sun Belt states, he performed well last time. Georgia, Arizona, even in a close race in Texas. All of that, our polls tell us, because voters disapprove of how he's handled coronavirus. That will be something important to watch if he can start to turn that around. And then trailing in the upper Midwest, where he famously swung last time, that too has something to do with coronavirus and will take strong motivation from his base. That's what we start to watch tonight, post-speech, to see if he can start to make inroads there, Elaine.
The final night of the Republican National Convention will put a spotlight on criminal justice reform. One speaker knows the system from the inside. Alice Marie Johnson spent more than 20 years in prison. She received a life sentence for a nonviolent drug and money laundering conviction. President Trump granted her clemency 2 years ago, allowing her to walk free. Vladimir Duthiers spoke with Johnson about her journey.
What do you want people to know about your story, how far you've come?
I want them to know that I am an ordinary woman who has been put in an extraordinary situation. I'm a blessed woman who spent almost 22 years incarcerated with people who I came to love, who I promised I would never stop fighting for.
Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness that can exist in criminal sentencing.
You feel that President Trump saved your life?
Yes, he had the ability to save my life from life in prison, yes. He is the one who released me from that terrible sentence to rejoin my family.
I'm free to hug my family. Yes. I'm free to live life. I'm free to start over.
You talked about the family that you have and that you left behind in prison.
We developed bonds that were just as close, really, as blood bonds. These are the women who I cried with. We laughed together. We celebrated. We comforted each other. We dreamed about being at home together. My story is the story of thousands of others who were caught up in a system and sentenced way too harshly.
Do you think that both sides, both Republicans and Democrats, should find a common ground in bringing criminal justice reform to this country?
As I say, it is not a partisan issue. This is something that should grieve everyone. No party can do this by themselves. They will have to find common ground. And that common ground is the people who they represent.
And what does that mean to people who are hopeful, who see your story and are inspired by it?
I done let that concrete and steel and razor wire become what I was going to see as my future, a life forever. So even in the darkest times, as long as you have hope and you can still dream, there is nothing that can hold you back.
Officials are assessing the damage from now Tropical Storm Laura in Texas and Louisiana. It made landfall earlier today as a Category 4 hurricane. Courtney Zabowski has the latest.
Hurricane Laura ripped apart homes, uprooted trees, and flooded neighborhoods as it cut its path of destruction through southwest Louisiana.
This was the most powerful storm to ever make landfall in Louisiana. We have sustained a tremendous amount of damage. We have thousands and thousands of our fellow citizens whose lives are upside down.
Time to take cover, time to take cover. Laura packed 150-mile-an-hour winds as it roared ashore in Cameron, Louisiana, near the Texas border. Jeannie Adair rode out the storm in Lake Charles.
They say this is going to be the storm of a lifetime, and I can see that it's probably, that's an accurate statement for sure.
A chemical plant fire near Lake Charles is forcing people to shelter in place as a thick cloud of black smoke blankets the area. While Louisiana took the brunt of the storm, there's also damage across eastern Texas.
We dodged a bullet. It could have been far worse.
Early reports indicate the storm surge forecasters predicted was not as bad as feared.
We would not be gathering here right now had we seen a 10-foot or higher foot storm surge.
Thousands are without electricity, and it could take days before it's restored. Teams are out here in Texas and across Louisiana assessing the extent of the damage.
This is probably not the last warning shot of this season. Hopefully it is, but it goes up through November.
Officials warn residents they shouldn't let their guard down. The hurricane season is far from over. Courtney Zabowski, CBS News, Galveston, Texas.
The U.S. Justice Department has opened an investigation into the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin. As Mola Lenghi reports, one of the officers involved has been identified.
The Reverend Jesse Jackson joined the NAACP and other local officials to call for justice for Jacob Blake.
Shot in the back 7 times.
7 times.
No, just in front of the children. No justification.
Wednesday was Kenosha's quietest night since Blake was shot by police on Sunday. Although protesters stayed out well past the earlier daylight curfew, there were no major conflicts in the streets.
During the incident, officers attempted to arrest Jacob S. Blake.
Last night, Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul announced new details about Sunday's shooting. He identified the officer who shot Blake as Rustin Shesky, an officer with the Kenosha Force for 7 years. In the first press conference by the AG since Sunday's shooting, Kaul said investigators recovered a knife from the driver's side floor of Blake's SUV.
During the investigation following the initial incident, Mr. Blake admitted that he had a knife in his possession.
Blake has undergone surgery and is still recovering in the hospital.
Good afternoon.
And Kenosha Police Chief Daniel Miskinis said violent riots are overshadowing the incident that prompted protests in the first place.
The underlying message is about racial tension and police violence. When things become violent, that message is lost.
On Tuesday night, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, allegedly seen here on video wielding a gun, started firing off rounds as bystanders approached him. 2 of the people shot died of their wounds. Rittenhouse walked right past police and from the scene, and it wasn't until Wednesday that authorities arrested him in his hometown of Antioch, Illinois, 20 miles away. Local officials are promising that change is coming and that protesters will be kept safe.
The law enforcement, the National Guard, the Sheriff's Department, all of them that are here to be protected and to help protect the community.
Sources tell CBS News the FBI has sent special agents here to Kenosha to help in the investigation. The officers involved in Blake's shooting have been placed on leave. They have not been charged. Wisconsin officials say they are fully cooperating with the investigation. Mola Lenghi, CBS News, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
That does it for Red and Blue today. At 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a look at the rest of the day's headlines. And at 8 p.m., we'll look ahead to tonight's RNC speakers and bring them to you live with analysis when they begin. And when tonight's speeches come to an end, we'll be here to break it all down. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN.
The
the biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. Tonight, President Trump makes his case to the nation. His party has sought to reassure voters of his character while the country faces a number of crises. That dynamic was on full display last night at the Republican National Convention. Vice President Mike Pence officially accepted renomination for the GOP ticket this November. He criticized Democrats for racial unrest in cities like Kenosha, Minneapolis, and Portland without mentioning the police shootings which triggered them.
The hard truth is, you won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. And under President Trump, we will always stand with those who stand on the thin blue line, and we're not going to defund the police, not now, not ever.
In fact, Joe Biden has said on a number of occasions he does not support defunding the police. The Republican convention speakers have largely avoided the topic of racial injustice and the names of Black Americans who have died at the hands of police. Names like George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Jacob Blake Jr. Pence called for law and order as protests against police brutality and racism now threaten to end professional sports seasons. All 3 NBA playoff games were postponed yesterday, led by the Milwaukee Bucks. Point guard George Hill spoke on the team's behalf to present their demand for justice.
We are calling for justice for Jacob Blake and demand the officers be held accountable. For this to occur, it is imperative for the Wisconsin State Legislature to reconvene after months of inaction and take up meaningful measures to address issues of police accountability, brutality, and criminal justice reform.
The WNBA and several Major League Baseball teams also joined the protest. Tonight, the president will once again use the White House for his political staging, something which raises ethical concerns. His speech coincides with Hurricane Laura bearing down on the Gulf Coast. The Category 4 storm struck Louisiana and Texas late last night. 150-mile-per-hour winds tore roofs, shattered windows, and left trees on top of homes. Officials report at least 3 people have died from the storm. Rescue crews across the region are searching for survivors among the debris. The coronavirus pandemic also looms over the president's speech tonight. More than 180,000 people in the U.S. have died from the virus, with a daily rate of about 1,000 in the past week. Americans report more than 5.8 million cases. The vice president did express sympathy for those impacted by COVID-19. He did so while touting the administration's response and again attacking Joe Biden.
Now, last week, Joe Biden said that no miracle is coming. Well, what Joe doesn't seem to understand is that America is a nation of miracles.
Let's bring in our panel, Nicole Killion, Caitlin Huey-Burns, and Meredith McGraw. Nicole is a CBS News correspondent, Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter, and Meredith is a White House reporter for Politico. Welcome to all of you. Nicole, let me start with you. The convention has focused a lot on what the Trump administration says it has accomplished. Have we heard plans for what they will do if given another 4 years?
Well, you know, it's interesting because Republicans have been very critical of the Democrats during their convention, that they were short on policy specifics. And yet with the Republicans, you know, we haven't necessarily heard a lot of specifics on their end either, a lot of vague platitudes. We did hear a sense of what a second term for Donald Trump might look like. For instance, the vice president yesterday talked about an agenda of freedom, backing law enforcement, touting school choice, which has been a common thread and theme that we've heard throughout this convention. We also heard from the president's economic advisor earlier this week touting more tax cuts, more regulatory rollbacks. The president's press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, talking about the president will continue to stand by Americans with pre-existing conditions. And even when the president has at times been pressed about a second agenda, he hasn't always been clear. And quite frankly, I think there's a lot of interest tonight, too, in what the president is going to say about the here and now. You mentioned the hurricane. We do know the president will mention the hurricane tonight. In fact, he considered postponing his speech, he told reporters a short time ago, but decided to move forward with it. Also, as you mentioned, the situation that's been unfolding all this week in Kenosha, Wisconsin. We did hear the vice president touch on it last night. We do know the president will make a reference to what's happening there. What we don't know is, will he specifically say the name of Jacob Blake, the unarmed African-American man who was shot 7 times in the back? So those are all questions certainly that we have as we look ahead to the speech. We do know, as far as specifically when it comes to a second term, you know, aides and advisors to the president have said that he will describe an uplifting, optimistic view of the United States. We also know that his message will be one where he directly contrasts and provides 2 distinct visions between what his administration will look like for the next 4 years compared to that of Joe Biden's.
Well, Caitlin, Democratic vice presidential candidate and California Senator Kamala Harris spoke at length this afternoon about the Kenosha protests. Let's play her remarks.
As Vice President Biden put it, the shots fired at Mr. Blake pierced the soul of our nation. It's sickening to watch. It's all too familiar, and it must end.
Caitlin, give us a sense. How have the Trump and Biden camps talked about these protests?
Well, in very different ways. The Trump campaign and Republicans have been focusing on violence that has erupted in several cities. You heard the messaging coming out of the Republican National Convention all week, and that's really, I think, in an attempt to reach Republican voters and even some of those disaffected Republican voters or former Republicans who are trying to figure out who to support this time around, kind of focus on the security aspect, this law and order aspect. We'll see if that works, but I thought it was really interesting to see Kamala Harris today. She's a former prosecutor. This is going to be a role we're going to consistently see her in this campaign, going on the attack against Trump and the Republicans and Mike Pence. And she really wove all of these things together. We saw Joe Biden give a video yesterday where he said that, of course, he supports the protests, but he does not condone the violence, and he condemned it. You heard that also from Kamala Harris today, mentioning how the tickets spoke with the family and kind of noted that the family, too, argued for no violence. She said also, I thought, she said she condemned the looting and the violence, including that from the shooter who was arrested for murder. So tying all of that together, and I think that's something that we'll continue to see from that side as well.
Well, Caitlin, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi suggested Joe Biden should skip the debates with President Trump. Why did she make those remarks, and is the Biden campaign actually considering that?
Well, Joe Biden said today that in an interview afterwards that he is planning to do all 3 debates, that he wants to, quote, fact check Trump on the floor. But it is very bizarre and peculiar that Nancy Pelosi suggested skipping all of the debates altogether. And you could tell with the Biden camp's quick response, that they didn't want to go that route. The Biden campaign has not been doing a lot of press conferences. Yes, they've been doing some interviews. They've been doing press conferences really every few weeks. The ticket has not appeared in front of a press conference since they have been nominated for the position, even though they did an interview together with ABC over the weekend. So the idea of skipping debates would be very problematic and would do a disservice to voters. The Biden campaign says that they don't want to go that route.
Yeah, we look forward to whenever the ticket does decide to have their first news conference together. That's something obviously you and many others would be very interested in. Meredith, let me turn to you. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, who spoke Monday, was on CBS This Morning today, and I want to play what he said he'd like to hear from President Trump.
Well, I hope he starts with Kenosha and the hurricane. These are two major incidents or issues that are overwhelming good people throughout this country, and our focus and our attention is there. And then I think he has to touch on the pandemic as well. But I hope.
We want to take you now to Wisconsin, where Governor Tony Evers is holding a press briefing. It comes after 4 days of protests in the city of Kenosha following the police shooting of a black man. Let's listen in.
And I had a moment to speak with Jacob Blake's family. We met with some leaders here in Kenosha. I had a couple phone calls yesterday with an organizer friend of mine here. We met with some local elected officials, and we also visited a couple businesses. And it was important to do that because in the wake of it all, you see community actually being built. And it is out of some of the most devastating set of circumstances that we often see community being built more holistically, in a more inclusive way, in ways that have traditionally have not happened before. And we see when we have community building that isn't inclusive, you end up with the fissures that you have that create these sort of situations that we're dealing with now. But as the governor said, DCI's investigation is ongoing, but we don't need an investigation to know that Blake's shooting falls in a long and painful pattern of violence. And this is a pattern of violence that happens against black lives too often across this country. And as you all know, we saw even more gun violence unfold on Tuesday night when 2 protesters were tragically killed and 1 other injured by gunshots. Someone that wasn't looking to keep peace, an outside agitator, someone who came in from Illinois with a long rifle, was able to just walk the streets freely like that's something normal that we should just come to expect. Let me tell you, that's not anything normal. We shouldn't come to expect it. We shouldn't accept it. Because what do you think is going to happen if you have an agitated man with a long gun walking down the streets thinking that he's some sort of peacekeeper? And that kind of behavior shouldn't be enabled either.
You've been watching Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers give an update on the situation in Kenosha, Wisconsin. The city has seen 4 days of protests following the police shooting of a black man. We'll have more news after a break. You're streaming CBSN.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative,
Da-da-da-da.
and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The U.S. faces a number of crises. On the same night, President Trump is set to officially accept nomination for a second term. In the midst of a pandemic and economic downturn, a deadly hurricane is bearing down on the Gulf Coast, and social unrest continues following the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Last night, Vice President Mike Pence called for, quote, law and order. He used his acceptance speech at the RNC to defend law enforcement.
You won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. And under President Trump, we will always stand with those who stand on the thin blue line, and we're not going to defund the police, not now, not ever.
Let's bring in Senator Mike Braun. He is a Republican from Indiana. Hello, Senator Braun. Welcome back to Red and Blue.
Hey, good to be back on.
So I know you are someone who ran on Law and Order, but last time you were on the program, we actually talked about your bill to reform qualified immunity, which had been part of the broader discussions on police reform. But of course, as we sit here now, as you know, there has been no real movement on the issue. As someone who has carefully examined this issue, is there something that you would like to hear from President Trump specifically with respect to these racial tensions?
Well, I think, Elaine, it's obvious that we have issues like occurred in Kenosha, and seems to be on somewhat of a regular pattern. And on the other hand, we've been witnessing law and disorder in many of the big cities. So I think that we're going to have to acknowledge that both perspectives have to be taken into consideration. Sadly, what was moving there for a while is on the back burner. I think there was a clear calculation that the Democrats were going to litigate that into the election. And I think it's a fair question to ask Biden and others, what responsibility do you have? What comments do you want to make on the unruliness that's been occurring in cities they've managed for decades? On our side, I think that we've got to look as well into what we do to try to promote reforms. And to me, it stigmatizes the hard work, the risky work that law enforcement does every day. And I think that for their own benefit, we need to see how that might change. When I got involved in it, that was going nowhere because there was no real interest in trying to craft a broader solution. But as we can see from what's been going on, we're no closer to resolving it. So I think it takes movement on both sides.
Do you think that President Trump can play a role with his remarks tonight in helping to perhaps ease the tensions with all of the demonstrations that we have been seeing? Or do you think it's too late to try to bring the country together?
Well, the closer we get to the election, it's going to be difficult to solve any of these issues. I think when Tim Scott introduced the bill back months ago, and we couldn't get any Democratic support for it, that's when it got politicized. Now, whether President Trump politically can kind of lower the decibel level, can ease tensions, it'll be interesting to see if he discusses it. I do think, though, that the dynamic has pivoted strongly towards law and order. And I think that that could be a winning issue for the president. I think the other thing he's got to focus on is what is his agenda going to be when he does get reelected. And I'd love to see some comment about reforming health care. He's been a vocal voice on that. So I think you need to talk about the issues pressing us currently. Most importantly, when COVID-19 is in the rearview mirror with a vaccine and/or therapeutics, we had a lot of issues burning among most senators, mostly related to the high cost of health care. I'd like to hear him weigh in on that as well.
Senator, our time is running short here, but I do want to ask you here, with Hurricane Laura bearing down, do you think that the federal government is prepared to handle the aftermath of a major hurricane in the middle of a pandemic? As you know, there have been questions raised about FEMA's preparedness.
I think from what I've seen out of President Trump, as much as he is railed against in terms of not being prepared by the opposition, I think it's a faux argument, number one. I think we will be ready to go. And when it comes to management of COVID, as a Main Street entrepreneur, watching to see how we navigated through it, I'm almost certain we wouldn't be as close to therapeutics, addressing the disease, and especially vaccines. So yes, I feel very confident that he'll address it. I think we dodged a major bullet that it didn't come into a heavily populated area as well.
Senator, in their final minutes here, what are you saying to particularly farmers in your state who are particularly hard hit in the midst of trade tensions, in the midst of the pandemic? And what would you say more broadly to the millions of Americans who are so disappointed that Congress was unable to come together with the White House on some kind of COVID relief package?
Well, let's take the latter first. On the relief package, I think that's why we saw the executive orders coming from the administration here a week to 10 days ago. It addressed the main areas that we would have tried to address legislatively. I think the main reason that didn't happen, Elaine, is because they were starting at a price tag way out of reach. I don't think that would have gotten any Republican support. Plus, they had a lot of stuff in there unrelated to COVID. In my home state of Indiana, the key thing that's been holding, we're down to a relatively low unemployment rate already because we had a healthy economy, was that enhanced unemployment benefit. So that being at $300 through the administration, maybe hit the right spot for a while. Most of my Hoosier business owners and entrepreneurs think that might be too much competition with getting people back to work. When it comes to farmers, that's the next hardest job to law enforcement. They've got all kinds of things working against them. The only unhealthy part of our economy going into the COVID saga. So I see things relaxing a little bit with China. I think China will ebb and flow as it suits them. Prices have gone up a little bit in the markets. Sadly, a lot of the corn crop was lost out in Iowa, and that's not the way we want to generate higher prices. Farming has got long-term issues of having so few suppliers that sell inputs at a very costly level. They've got markets that have been in the doldrums for now years upon years. Last good markets were 09 to 13. You're going to have to find other ways to use corn and soybeans other than food and feed. It's a whole other discussion, but I think farmers recognize that Trump has tried to do the best for them. China's been a tricky thing to navigate through, and I think it's looking up in the short run for farmers. I'm worried more about the long run.
All right, Senator Mike Braun from Indiana. Senator, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Officials are assessing the damage from now Tropical Storm Laura in Texas and Louisiana. It made landfall earlier today as a Category 4 hurricane. Courtney Zabowski has the latest.
Hurricane Laura ripped apart homes, uprooted trees, and flooded neighborhoods as it cut its path of destruction through southwest Louisiana.
This was the most powerful storm to ever make landfall in Louisiana. We have sustained a tremendous amount of damage. We have thousands and thousands of our fellow citizens whose lives are upside down.
Time to take cover, time to take cover.
Laura packed 150-mile-an-hour winds as it roared ashore in Cameron, Louisiana, near the Texas border. Jeannie Adair rode out the storm in Lake Charles.
They say this is going to be the storm of a lifetime, and I can see that it's probably, that's an accurate statement for sure.
A chemical plant fire near Lake Charles is forcing people to shelter in place as a thick cloud of black smoke blankets the area. While Louisiana took the brunt of the storm, there's also damage across eastern Texas.
We dodged a bullet. It could have been far worse.
Early reports indicate the storm surge forecasters predicted was not as bad as feared.
We would not be gathering here right now had we seen a 10-foot or higher foot storm surge.
Thousands are without electricity, and it could take days before it's restored. Teams are out here in Texas and across Louisiana assessing the extent of the damage.
This is probably not the last warning shot of this season. Hopefully it is, but, it goes up through November.
Officials warn residents they shouldn't let their guard down. The hurricane season is far from over. Courtney Zabowski, CBS News, Galveston, Texas.
The U.S. Justice Department has opened an investigation into the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin. As Mola Lenghi reports, one of the officers involved has been identified.
The Reverend Jesse Jackson joined the NAACP and other local officials to call for justice for Jacob Blake.
Shot in the back 7 times.
7 times.
No, just in front of the children. No justification.
Wednesday was Kenosha's quietest night since Blake was shot by police on Sunday. Although protesters stayed out well past the earlier daylight curfew, there were no major conflicts in the streets.
During the incident, officers attempted to arrest Jacob S. Blake.
Last night, Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Kaul announced new details about Sunday's shooting. He identified the officer who shot Blake as Rustin Shesky, an officer with the Kenosha Force for 7 years. In the first press conference by the AG since Sunday's shooting, Kaul said investigators recovered a knife from the driver's side floor of Blake's SUV.
During the investigation following the initial incident, Mr. Blake admitted that he had a knife in his possession.
Blake has undergone surgery and is still recovering in the hospital.
Good afternoon.
And Kenosha Police Chief Daniel Miskinis said violent riots are overshadowing the incident that prompted protests in the first place.
The underlying message is about racial tension and police violence. When things become violent, that message is lost.
On Tuesday night, 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse, allegedly seen here on video wielding a gun, started firing off rounds as bystanders approached him. 2 of the people shot died of their wounds. Rittenhouse walked right past police and from the scene, and it wasn't until Wednesday that authorities arrested him in his hometown of Antioch, Illinois, 20 miles away. Local officials are promising that change is coming and that protesters will be kept safe.
The law enforcement, the National Guard, the Sheriff's Department, all of them, they're here to be protected and to help protect the community.
Sources tell CBS News the FBI has sent special agents here to Kenosha to help in the investigation. The officers involved in Blake's shooting have been placed on leave. They have not been charged. Wisconsin officials say they are fully cooperating with the investigation. Mola Lenghi, CBS News, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Coming up after the break, tomorrow, what's known as the Black National Convention kicks off. We'll speak with one of the co-directors about its importance amid nationwide protests for racial justice. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time. Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking.
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
The Wisconsin National Guard says military police reinforcements from 3 other states are heading to Kenosha. That's in response to ongoing protests over another police shooting of a black man, Jacob Blake. The Department of Justice has opened a civil rights investigation into the incident. Demonstrations were mostly peaceful last night in Kenosha, Oakland, California, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. There are reports some individuals did loot and damage property. The protests have been a focal point of the Republican National Convention. Last night, Vice President Mike Pence reinforced the president's message of, quote, law and order. What's largely been missing from these speeches is a mention of the root cause of the demonstrations, calls for racial justice. Joining me now to talk about the intersection of race and politics is Rukia Lumumba. She's the co-director of the Electoral Justice Project of the Movement for Black Lives, as well as the co-producer of the Black National Convention, which kicks off tomorrow. Rukia, welcome and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
So before we talk about your convention, I would like to ask you about the Republican National Convention. Have you been watching it? And if so, what's your take on how the GOP is approaching the issue of race?
Yeah. So I've absolutely seen the Republican National Convention and very disappointed in how they're talking about race. What we see is that they consistently criminalize Black life, Black people, and our attempts to actually obtain justice in this country. I mean, only a few days ago, we saw the horrible, merciless shootings of Jacob Blake and Trayford, Pellenier. And what we saw is an attempt to literally criminalize the protesters that have been out in the streets, literally forcing their way to demand that we have justice for these shootings. You know, Jacob and Trayford are not the first Black people to have been shot or injured or killed at the hands of individuals in law enforcement. And justice for them means ending state-sanctioned violence against our community. It means removing weapons of war from American streets. It means that protesters who have been tear gassed and police who, instead of de-escalating tensions, arrived in SWAT gear in armed vehicles. You know, all of this horribleness towards people who literally, similar to what we saw in 1964 and the 1960s, fighting for civil rights, we see a fight for human rights today. We see a fight for life. We see a fight for Black lives, and we want to see some justice, and the RNC is not acknowledging that Black lives are in danger, and that it's in danger due to a system of policing that has consistently harmed our people over and over and over again. And it's time for it to be eliminated. It's time to defund and to create a better system of justice, a better system of safety, of community safety.
As you know, the RNC has featured some speakers who are Black making the case for President Trump's reelection, and one of them is civil rights activist Clarence Henderson, who spoke last night. He touted President Trump's record on Black issues, citing the president's introduction of Opportunity Zone investment in 2017 and his signing of bipartisan bills for HBCU funding and the First Step Act, legislation aimed at reforming the criminal justice system. I want to play some of what Henderson had to say. Let's listen.
These achievements demonstrate that Donald Trump truly cares about Black lives. His policies show his heart. He has done more for Black Americans in 4 years than Joe Biden has done in 50.
What's your reaction to Henderson's comments?
I mean, I think the comments are out of touch with reality. You know, we have seen renewed and even more aggressive voter suppression efforts all over the country, which target voters of color and particularly Black voters and people who were formerly incarcerated. That's what we've seen during the Trump administration. We've also seen a significantly less voter participation by low-income people, people of color, and young people, compared to a higher rate of participation by older and more affluent white voters. As a result, the demographics of our elected officials during the Trump administration have become disproportionately older, whiter, and wealthier than the actual electorate. You know, we've seen RNC elected officials use COVID, for example, COVID-19, this pandemic, as yet another tool of suppressing the Black vote. We saw it in Wisconsin. We're seeing a lot of horrific things in Wisconsin, where voters in Black majority precincts in Milwaukee were forced to wait hours because of limited open policing stations. Many subsequently tested positive for COVID. You know, so I think what we're seeing is that the actual reverse of what, you know, Mr. Henderson shared with us today. We're not seeing any new movements towards additional civil rights. We're actually seeing our civil rights being further hindered and taken away from us.
Let's talk about the Black National Convention, which is about 24 hours away. What will that look like? Who's speaking? And what do you want viewers to take away from it?
Oh, you know, the Black National Convention is really an opportunity for us to take all that our frontline communities are protesting on the streets and putting it into practice, into policy, and moving us beyond just voting, but actually creating a strategy to see systemic change in our communities locally and at the federal level. So the Black National Convention is tomorrow, August 28th at 7 p.m. Eastern. It is held by the Electoral Justice Project of the Movement for Black Lives. We are super excited about this. This is the first time in over 40 years that we've seen a convention of this kind come to fruition again, to reach the mass number of people, of Black people and our allies that we're hoping to get. Together, you know, what we hope to do during the Black National Convention, what we're charged to do, is to launch a Black political agenda, you know, days after what we've seen happen at the Democratic National Convention and the Republican National Convention, and ahead of November. You know, we want Black voters. We know that Black voters will play a pivotal role in determining what the next 4 years will look like. And so we want to make sure that the Black National Convention puts forth an agenda that the people have requested over and over and over again. So we have taken years of protests on the street. We have taken the energy that we've seen from protests on the street. We have literally taken 500 delegates from 22 states of Black people across the nation, and we've come together to ratify an agenda that speaks to the needs and wants of Black Americans.
Rukia Lumumba. Rukia, thank you very much for sharing your perspective with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
A quick programming note. Tomorrow, CBSN will premiere The Power of August. The CBS News documentary highlights key moments in the civil rights movement that all happened in the month of August. You can stream it throughout the weekend, beginning right here tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. Coming up after the break, we'll talk with Democratic Senator Gary Peters of Michigan about his concerns about the post office. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Millions of Americans will rely on the Postal Service to deliver their ballot this year. On Monday, House Democrats grilled Postmaster General Louis DeJoy over recent changes to the USPS that have slowed mail delivery. They also expressed anxiety about its ability to handle mail-in ballots. It came just days after lawmakers on the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee raised similar concerns. Senator Gary Peters is the ranking member on that committee. He's running for re-election in Michigan this November and joins us from Bloomfield Township, Michigan. Senator Peters, welcome to Red and Blue.
Well, great to be with you. Thank you so much.
So, Senator, you opened an investigation into delays at the Postal Service earlier this month. Did you get any of the answers you were looking for last week?
Well, we got some answers, but we also have more questions, and there aren't answers to those questions. So we need to continue to follow the facts. The reason that I opened this investigation through my committee was just the unprecedented number of complaints that were coming into my office from folks all across Michigan who are experiencing unusual delays in mail and didn't know what was going on. I talked to postal officials as well as the workers who are doing the work every day, our postal workers, our mail handlers, our letter carriers, and they also told me that new procedures put in place by the new Postmaster General was having the effect of delaying the mail. And so we needed to get answers. He came before the committee, provided some of those answers, but I think the thing that we want to know most of all right now is why were these procedures put in place, which clearly have been delaying the mail. What sort of data went into making those decisions? What sort of analysis? He could not provide any verbal answers to those answers. I have asked for documents. We asked for them by Sunday. He said he can't deliver them by Sunday. Still has been dragging his feet. And we're not asking him to produce new documents. We're asking him just to provide information that you certainly would have hoped that a Postmaster General would have reviewed before putting in sweeping procedural changes that have ultimately led to significant slowdown in the in the delivery of mail.
So what's the situation right now, Senator? Are you still getting complaints about mail delays in your state?
We are still getting complaints, although the Postmaster General has told us that he is going to delay the implementation of some of those policies through the election. Although there's still some ambiguity as to what exactly is being delayed. When asked about sorters, there was real concern, and I heard that concern again directly from a union president in Grand Rapids this week, that those sorters are necessary for dealing with a surge of mail and they've been removed. The Postmaster General said clearly they aren't going to put any back between now and the election. And in fact, apparently there's a sorter in that postal facility in the west side of Michigan that was turned off, was ready to be removed. It's staying in place because of the order, but they have been told it's not going to get plugged in. It's not going to. They were starting to take it apart, and they're going to leave it, but it's not operable as well. So these are real concerns that we have as to how prepared the Postal Service will be with the expected surge of mail related to absentee ballots being sent out and will be returned in Michigan.
So that was going to be my question. With that expected surge coming with vote by mail, realistically, what are you thinking you'll be looking at in your state in particular with the Postal Service's preparedness and readiness to handle the influx of ballots?
Well, I think that the test is now. And although I've mentioned the election, and that's certainly very important, the delivery of mail on time is important every single day for folks all across my state and across the country. And that's what has concerned me now, is the fact that we are hearing repeated complaints about prescription drugs, which are sent through the mail that are not coming in time. I told a story from a mother who had contacted my office and talked about delay in medicine for her daughter who needed epilepsy medicine. It did not come in the normal 3 days. It didn't come after several more days. They were concerned. It ended up taking 9 days to get to her. But in that process, her daughter became fearful that she wouldn't have medicine, so she started to ration her dosage. And certainly that's always a problem, and it was for her. She ended up having a seizure and was hospitalized. And I've heard countless stories like that as a result of slow delivery of prescription drugs. But when you think about the necessity of mail being delivered on time, that means paychecks, it means benefit checks, it means the ability to pay bills on time. Small businesses need to have the opportunity to and the confidence to know that when they drop mail to their customers, it's going to get there on time. So we have to see immediate improvements now. As those improvements occur, I'm confident if these procedures are put on hold and they can do the work, the Postal Service can do the work they were doing prior to this, they'll be able to handle the surge. They've handled surges at the holidays, at Mother's Day, other times where you see a big surge of mail. They can do it, but certainly these harmful policies shouldn't be moving further while we're looking at an election. And quite frankly, we should be putting these on hold till we get through the pandemic. And then we can start looking at these new procedures to see whether or not they do indeed increase efficiency in the long run.
I want to turn to your re-election bid. You're in a competitive contest. You and your opponent, Republican John James, have agreed to do debates, but not the same ones. Both of your campaigns have reportedly committed to ones on different television stations. So, Senator, if you cannot come to a compromise, is there a possibility that you won't debate at all?
Well, I certainly want to debate. I'm excited to debate. In fact, I've agreed to debates well over a month ago. We haven't heard a word from Mr. James. The debates that I've agreed to are similar with public broadcasting, similar to what other Senate races have been over the years. Traditionally, there's one on the west side of the state with the public broadcasting system there, which goes statewide. So there's a statewide audience. Same for Detroit. I've agreed for well over a month to do these debates. Let's do them. I don't want to debate on the debates. Unfortunately, my opponent would rather have a debate on debates rather than on the issues because, quite frankly, he knows he's wrong on the issues. And so he's trying to distract from what has to really be done.
And what do you think are the most pressing issues for Michiganders right now?
Well, clearly the most pressing one is to get through this COVID crisis. As we are dealing with a simultaneous public health crisis and an economic crisis, we need to be focused on that. That's what I've been focused day in and day out. I'm the ranking Democrat on Homeland Security and Government Affairs, which means I oversee FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management folks, overseeing the COVID response, making sure that there's personal protection equipment, testing supplies, make sure we have supply chains intact to be able to deal with this crisis, make sure resources are available for testing. That's been my focus. And then we have to take a look at making sure the economy recovers. And that's why I've focused on supporting small businesses that have to get through this crisis. We aren't going to be able to restart an economy as quickly as any of us would like if our small businesses don't survive. They need to be there to be able to hire folks and to move the economy forward. That's why we're focused on that, as well as making sure families that we continue to see incredibly high levels of unemployment here in Michigan and other places around the country. We need to make sure that there are opportunities for them to get back to work as soon as possible. And that's my total focus. It has been since the beginning of this crisis, even before when I put out a report concerned about supply chains and how unprepared this country was for a pandemic. We have to make sure that we're focused on getting this country back on its feet as quickly as possible.
As you know, it is an incredibly divisive time in our country. What do you think the role is that you and your party can play in helping to bring the country together?
Well, we have to bring it together. It's something that I have always focused on. In fact, I'm ranked recently by Georgetown University that ranks all members of Congress based on our bipartisanship. I'm ranked the third most bipartisan Democrat in the U.S. Senate. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce just recently awarded me their Jefferson Hamilton Award for bipartisanship. I believe the best solutions are those that we come
How do you do that now, though, with the climate that we're in, Senator? Sorry to interrupt, but how do you do that with the climate that we're in right now?
Well, we have to work to do it. That award I just received just a few weeks ago, and I continue to be bipartisan now. In this session of Congress, I have passed more bills than any other senator, whether Democratic or Republican, through the Senate. And it's about working together and finding that common ground. It's something I have always done, will continue to do. And we've been successful as recently as our last time in session. So we have to show that kind of leadership as members of the Senate. It's not about talking about it, it's about actually doing it. That's my focus, and I would certainly will continue to work with my colleagues to make that a reality.
Senator Gary Peters of Michigan. Senator, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
We are taking a closer look at voter support for President Trump as he prepares to deliver his acceptance speech tonight at the RNC. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys Anthony Salvanto breaks down the results.
Heading into this president's speech tonight, Elaine, let's take a look at where Republicans stand, because motivating that base is going to be so important. Well, he has Republicans solidly behind him. Most of them, if not all of them, feel that he has kept most or all of his promises so far. They rate his presidency as excellent or good. And among Republicans, 86% feel that the president deserves their loyalty. This is very much his Republican Party now. I would add that they would rather have a Republican down ballot in Congress, in the Senate, who would enact his agenda and do what he wants than one who is independent from him. And in terms of their own identity, being a Trump supporter even outranks being a Republican in the first place in importance to them. So he's got those Republicans solidly behind him. The question becomes, can he move beyond that base? And that's where things get interesting. Look at, Elaine, the question of whether America is better off than 4 years ago. 75% of Republicans think it is, but only a third of voters overall think it is. He might have some persuading to do. Maybe that starts with his speech tonight. The condition of the national economy. Again, we see those splits. Most Republicans think it is still at least somewhat good. Only a third of voters agree. And also, look at the differences in the types of groups who are supporting him. He retains his strong support among white voters with no college degree, though in some states Joe Biden has cut into those margins, which is important. And he also has a deficit with Joe Biden among, in particular, white women with college degrees. That's a group that's been trending towards the Democrats. Question would be, can he start to reverse it? Finally, Elaine, I would add, look at the numbers who say that U.S. is dealing with coronavirus is going badly. There's a big split here, too, where Republicans tend to think it's going well, but most voters tend to think it's going badly. And that, in turn, has been reshaping his political map. When we look at state-by-state polling, he is at even or maybe even down slightly in some of the Sun Belt states. Performed well last time: Georgia, Arizona, even in a close race in Texas. All of that, our polls tell us, because voters disapprove of how he's handled coronavirus. That will be something important to watch if he can start to turn that around. And then trailing in the upper Midwest, where he famously swung last time, that too has something to do with coronavirus and will take strong motivation from his base. That's what we start to watch tonight, post-speech, to see if he can start to make inroads there, Elaine.
The final night of the Republican National Convention will put a spotlight on criminal justice reform. One speaker knows the system from the inside. Alice Marie Johnson spent more than 20 years in prison. She received a life sentence for a non-violent drug and money laundering conviction. President Trump granted her clemency 2 years ago, allowing her to walk free. Vladimir Duthiers spoke with Johnson about her journey.
What do you want people to know about your story, how far you've come?
I want them to know that I am an ordinary woman who has been put in an extraordinary situation. I'm a blessed woman who spent almost 22 years incarcerated with people who I came to love, who I promised I would never stop fighting for.
Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness that can exist in criminal sentencing.
You feel that President Trump saved your life.
Yes, he had the ability to save my life from life in prison, yes. He is the one who released me from that terrible sentence to rejoin my family.
I'm free to hug my family. Yes. I'm free to live life. I'm free to start over.
You talked about the family that you have and that you left behind in prison.
We developed bonds that were just as close, really, as blood bonds. These are the women who I cried with. We laughed together. We celebrated. We comforted each other. We dreamed about being at home together. My story is the story of thousands of others who were caught up in a system and sentenced way too harshly.
Do you think that both sides, both Republicans and Democrats, should find a common ground in bringing criminal justice reform to this country?
As I say, it is not a partisan issue. This is something that should grieve everyone. No party can do this by themselves. They will have to find common ground. And that common ground is the people who they represent.
And what does that mean to people who are hopeful, who see your story and are inspired by it?
I done let that concrete and steel and razor wire become what I was going to see as my future, a life forever. So even in the darkest times, as long as you have hope and you can still dream, there is nothing that can hold you back.
That does it for Red and Blue today. At 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll have a look at the rest of the day's headlines. And at 8 p.m., we'll look ahead to tonight's RNC speakers and bring them to you live with analysis when they begin. And when tonight's speeches come to an end, we'll be here to break it all down. We'll be right back. You're streaming CBSN.
A day of raw emotion as this city and the country mourned a man whose death has inspired a movement.
State police are here. Behind them, firefighters dousing the flames.
What do you hope comes from this?
This is what's coming from it. The change is here.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Boom.
and reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us. Hurricane Laura slammed into the Gulf Coast early Thursday morning. It made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane in southwestern Louisiana and unleashed a 10-foot storm surge, winds of up to 150 miles per hour, and flash floods. The powerful storm tore through the city of Lake Charles. It ripped through a skyscraper, flipped over vehicles, knocked over utility poles, and destroyed homes. Laura has since been downgraded to a tropical storm as it continues to make its way north. The hurricane struck as the country grapples with the coronavirus pandemic. The U.S. has confirmed more than 5.8 million cases and at least 180,000 deaths. The damage from Laura and other recent natural disasters is fueling concern over the future of enhanced unemployment benefits. Meanwhile, protests carried on for a fourth consecutive night in Kenosha, Wisconsin, Wednesday. Hundreds of people took to the streets following the police shooting of Jacob Blake. The protests were mostly peaceful after several nights of violent clashes with police. All of this comes as President Trump prepares to accept his party's nomination from the White House. He's set to close the Republican National Convention Thursday night. The theme of Night 4 is Land of Greatness. Back in Louisiana, the destruction Hurricane Laura left behind can be seen for miles in all directions. Omar Villafranca is in Lake Charles, where one survivor says the damage, quote, looks like 1,000 tornadoes went through here.
This is where the hurricane slammed into the coast with winds up to 150 miles per hour. And from the air, it looks like roofs were ripped off of homes and walls were collapsed. The buildings that are still standing are submerged. Hurricane Laura rammed the Gulf Coast early this morning as a Category 4 hurricane, bringing heavy rains and winds powerful enough to knock over an RV. Winds up to 150 miles per hour shook high-rise buildings and ripped down power lines. Nearly 1 million households in Texas and Louisiana are without power.
I was just on the phone with the White House just before walking out here. Well, we're going to need some help.
The storm cut a huge swath of devastation across southern Louisiana. At least 6 people in Louisiana were killed when trees toppled onto houses. Buildings in Grand Lake were flattened by the storm, and the high winds knocked dozens of rail cars off the track. The roof was completely torn off this building down to the rafters. A floating casino ended up jammed underneath a bridge. The sides of this huge boat were peeled back by the high winds. This football stadium is partially underwater. Shortly after the storm made landfall, a fire broke out at a Lake Charles chemical plant. Smoke could be seen billowing for miles. Local residents were told to shelter in place and close their windows. Orange, Texas suffered significant damage, but Governor Greg Abbott said East Texas was largely spared.
We dodged a bullet.
Back in Lake Charles, Barbara Thomas has a mess to clean up, but she is thankful tonight.
You could hear the shingles coming off and hearing things, but it's not as bad as I had thought it might be.
At least 4 people died in Louisiana as Hurricane Laura passed through the state. Jonathan Vigliotti spoke with the family of a 14-year-old girl who was killed when a tree fell on their home.
As Hurricane Laura barreled down central Louisiana, Cynthia Miller was doing what she loved most, reading.
She was really smart. She wanted to go to Harvard or Ivy League, and she wanted to be a marine microbiologist.
Cynthia, her 2 sisters, and their parents rode out the hurricane in their home. Their town of Leesville was not under evacuation, and Mom and Dad thought it would be safe.
It was scary. It was It was dark. It was terrifying. There was rain, wind everywhere. It sounded huge. We went to ride out the storm in our parents' room, and everyone was sitting in there, and then the tree, it came down.
What's left of that bedroom tells the rest of this story.
So I walked to try and find Cindy because she wasn't talking, and I tried to wake her up, and she wouldn't wake up.
She was pinned under the tree.
She was pinned under the tree.
Cynthia was killed and help was unavailable. The 2-mile stretch of road to their house covered in trees. The sheriff's office spent 5 hours on foot using chainsaws to create a pathway. The Millers don't have much money, but in their corner of this bayou, they had family and a dream, now shattered.
She was going to do something big.
Cynthia was the first confirmed fatality from this hurricane, and the truth is we don't know how many more there are. There are a lot of homes that look just like this one. The Sheriff's Department has their work cut out for them tonight. Elaine?
Jonathan Vigliotti, thank you. Adrian Perkins joins me now. He's the mayor of Shreveport, Louisiana. Mayor Perkins, thank you very much for being with us. How is Shreveport doing with this storm? What are conditions like there?
Yeah, thank you, Elaine, for having us on. And we're fortunate compared to some of our neighbors to the south and southwest. Our thoughts and prayers are very much with Lake Charles and various other cities in Louisiana and Texas. But Shreveport, weather rolled in a little bit past midnight last night. And there was about 3 hours of intense wind and rain. And the largest damage that we can assess at this point is the power outages in our community. We have over 45,000 homes that don't have power at this time. So we're working with the utility company to try to get our grid back up and operational.
And Hurricane Laura arrived in the middle of this coronavirus pandemic. What kind of an impact did that have on your preparation for the storm? How might it continue to affect the response?
Yeah, Hurricane Laura has definitely arrived during COVID-19, and it's added another layer of complexity to an already unprecedented time with having a hurricane reach Shreveport. We're 4 hours from the coast, so it still being at hurricane levels while it was here is definitely unprecedented. But what it's done is instead of people going to shelters and really getting the most out of our shelters and having people come in to seek refuge, we've had to rely on hotels and hotel rooms so that we can separate families and keep them safe from COVID-19. But one thing that we're seeing right now is that a lot of the power outages are affecting hotels. So right now we have over 260 families that don't have power at their hotels, and they're going to have to go to an emergencies refuge that we've set up as a city and a parish that can only bed about 160. So we're going to be working throughout the night to figure out how we can house and provide electricity to some of the people that had to evacuate their homes.
Well, earlier Thursday, you tweeted Shreveport would be ready to go into, quote, recovery mode as soon as Laura passes. What will that look like, Mayor?
Yeah, what that's looking like right now is my public works department working hand in hand with the utility, with the electric utility, to help remove trees and, make sure we can get our grid back up operational. It's our fire department that can respond with their swift water rescue team. And it's really going to be a team effort to do that. And I want to just acknowledge right now the help that we've gotten from our governor at the state level, the federal assistance that we've gotten from FEMA. Without this very collaborative work, we would not be here and we would not be able to recover as quickly as we will.
All right, Shreveport, Louisiana Mayor Adrian Perkins. Mayor, we are thinking of your city and of all the people affected by this storm and wishing you the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine.
For more on the storm, I want to bring in CBS News weather producer David Parkinson. So, David, where is the storm now and where is it headed?
So the storm is out of Louisiana. It's now in Arkansas, you can see, and the heaviest rain is starting to push its way into places like Little Rock. But you've also actually got a little tail of severe weather down here by New Orleans as well, interestingly enough. So all of this is going to continue to push off to the north and east. But one of the things that I think is interesting, if you want to look at where this storm is going, you got to look to where it's been. This is a forecast that was issued 3.5 days before landfall from the National Hurricane Center. Here's the cone, here's the skinny line. Let me zoom into where it actually made landfall. 6:10 tenths of a mile apart. So I know we have a little bit more of a political audience than usual on these nights. When we talked about why we were so frustrated during Sharpiegate last year, it's because the work of the Hurricane Center is incredible. I am in awe of this. This is spectacular accuracy. And so when that gets changed and politicized, people's lives can really be impacted. Fortunately, the Hurricane Center got it right on this storm, and here's where they think it's going to go from here. It's going to become a tropical depression in the next several hours and just become a remnant low over the Mid-South here. So places like Kentucky, parts of the Nashville metro area, and then on into the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast into the weekend. So for Friday, it's going to be St. Louis and Nashville and Memphis seeing it. For Saturday, it's further east, so western North Carolina into the D.C. metro area even.
So then, David, with that as the path, what should people be watching for as the storm moves further inland?
So we're definitely going to be seeing some heavy rain. We've already got a flash flood watch in the
All right, I think we've just lost David's connection. David, are you with us? All right, I'm afraid we've lost him, but David Parkinson for us. David reporting. Thanks, David. The final night of the Republican National Convention is here, and President Trump is set to accept the Republican nomination for president. In his speech from the White House, the president is expected to focus on law and order. A top aide says recent protests in Kenosha, Wisconsin could give Mr. Trump a political boost. Weijia Zhang is at the White House with the latest.
President Trump will present a positive picture of the country in his speech tonight, but a triple threat of crises could contradict his optimistic vision. The coronavirus continues to claim American lives. Calls for social justice are growing louder, and people are just starting to rebuild after Hurricane Laura ravaged the Gulf Coast. At FEMA headquarters today, the president acknowledged the storm almost upended his convention.
In fact, I was actually prepared to postpone the speech tonight.
With his handling of the pandemic a constant drag on his poll numbers, President Trump will tout in his speech tonight a $750 million deal to buy 150 million COVID-19 rapid tests. But it's another mixed signal, as the CDC said this week testing may not be necessary following exposure to the virus if you're asymptomatic. Amid the protests and violence following the Kenosha shooting, President Trump will again preach law and order tonight. Asked about the NBA boycotts, he called the league a political organization.
I think people are a little tired of the NBA.
Donald Trump has failed.
Kamala Harris today took aim at the president's failures during the early days of the pandemic.
Donald Trump froze. He was scared.
Joe Biden rejected the president's claim that a Biden win will lead to lawlessness.
Donald Trump saying you're not going to be safe in Joe Biden's America. While all the video being played is being played in Donald Trump's America.
More than 1,000 guests are expected to pack onto the White House South Lawn, where you can see the chairs are already in place, almost touching with no social distancing. The Trump campaign says they are following strict protocols, like encouraging the use of face masks. Elaine?
Weijia Zhang, thank you. Let's bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns and Zeke Miller. Caitlin is a CBSN political reporter, and Zeke is a CBSN political contributor and White House reporter for the Associated Press. Hello, Caitlin. Hello, Zeke. Zeke, let me start with you. What more can you tell us about what we can expect to hear from the president tonight?
Well, we're expecting to hear a heavy contrast message between the president and former Vice President Joe Biden. This is the president's going to speak for north of 45 minutes, we're told, and it may be a barn burner where the president's sort of going to go out and deliver this broadside against Joe Biden, strongly contrast his policies, his agenda against Joe Biden's, cast Joe Biden, as we've seen every night so far this week, attempts by Republicans to paint this almost apocalyptic picture of what life would be like under a Joe Biden presidency. Campaign officials say the president is only going to ramp up that messaging this evening once he takes the stage at the South Lawn.
So, Zeke, can we expect to hear any new criticisms of Joe Biden from the president?
It's hard to to think what the president could say new about his rival. He has been so negative, so aggressive against him over the last month or so. In particular, I'm sure there will be some new lines we have not heard him deploy yet, but it will certainly be in the same vein as the president has deployed at official campaign events now for more than a month now.
Well, Caitlin, what has been the messaging overall from the Republican National Convention so far, and which groups of voters are the president and his campaign trying to reach?
Well, as we've been talking about, we are in the middle of a global pandemic and a recession, but that has been not the center of the Republicans' messaging. It was interesting to hear Mike Pence last night, who was one of the first to really address the crisis that we're in, but he said that voters should make the decision about who they think is best equipped to handle the economy. So really trying to drive home that economic message. And they've been trying to get voters to realize or remember, in their words, what the economy was like before the pandemic hit. They believe that that's going to be their strong suit, and they're probably looking at the same polling that we've seen, which shows that Trump actually does get good grades on the economy compared to Biden, though Biden gets better grades on handling the coronavirus because Trump is getting negative grades on handling the coronavirus. But also when you look at Republicans, they are largely united around this message on the economy. And so that's kind of what you've been hearing. We also know that from messaging that Republicans are not only trying to speak to their own base. We've seen lots of instances this week where they've been kind of offering that kind of red meat to the base. But we've also seen instances where you can tell they're trying to reach out to those Republican voters who may have fallen out of the party or kind of are disaffected because they don't like Trump's behavior or rhetoric. Those voters who might have switched in 2018 towards the Democrats or who are maybe thinking about sitting it out this cycle. And that's why you saw last night, for example, a display of the women in the Trump administration. You heard from his family members trying to describe a different side of Trump, even though, as we've talked about, Trump is very much an open book. And so I think that's kind of what the target has been over the last couple of nights. Now we'll see what Trump says tonight and whether he, in fact, reverses any of that messaging that Pence was trying to put forth yesterday.
Well, Zeke, on the pandemic, the administration announced today that it is spending $750 million to secure 150 million coronavirus rapid tests. How does that square with recent messaging on the coronavirus from the administration, as well as recent guidance from the CDC on testing?
In short, it doesn't. Both the administration's messaging from Admiral Brageois, which runs the administration's testing effort, he has been saying in interviews for the last several weeks that more testing is not necessary to reopen schools and the economy more broadly. That is contrary to what most experts seem to say, and what surveys seem to indicate that Americans want. They would like to see more testing. And it also comes just a couple of days after the administration very quietly but significantly altered CDC guidance on who should get testing, essentially changing the recommendation that people who are exposed to somebody who has the coronavirus and it's a confirmed exposure. The CDC no longer says that somebody who is asymptomatic should get a test. That has taken many scientific experts aback, and the CDC is essentially pointing fingers higher up the food chain, almost towards the White House, for that decision making. So that is sort of the president sort of coming out saying he's gotten more testing is sort of in line with the White House's efforts now over the last several months to point to sort of big ticket numbers and to try to sort of blind Americans with statistics. The number of ventilators produced, tests procured and then administered, how many vaccine doses they're preparing for should a safe and effective vaccine become available sometime this fall or this winter, as they were hoping. But the numbers you don't hear are the number of Americans infected, the number of Americans who have lost their lives. And that is sort of how the administration is sort of trying to skirt that issue by talking about the things that are favorable to them and not the things that are sort of in the realities in the lives of many American people.
Right. Those are numbers, as you say, that have been really absent from the Republican National Convention. Zeke, I do want to ask you, we saw in Weege's piece, there's going to be this crowd on the South Lawn at the White House tonight for the president's speech. Do we know what COVID-19 safety protocols are in place there?
The Trump campaign, the Republican National Committee, say they have worked with an outside vendor who happens to be a former White House doctor to determine a safe plan. That does not include testing for everyone on that lawn. They're saying that it's outdoors. There's a lower risk of transmission. Those in close proximity to the president will be tested by the White House. Others will be tested by the Republican National Committee and the Republican Convention, depending on their risk, depending on their exposure to the president. And additionally, mask wearing is only being required as these guests go through security checkpoints. And then once they are on the South Lawn, they are free to do whatever they want, according to the guidance distributed to those guests. That is striking, given the fact that this is not just the president's own event. It's on government property. It is within the president's power, within the administration's power, within the campaign's power to mandate mask wearing as a symbol to the American people for what they should do, but also just given the fact that we are seeing these chairs so very close together, and they have chosen not to. And that was a deliberate choice on the part of the president and his campaign for the sort of speech the president wanted to give to the sort of people he wanted to give it to. He's never really wanted to give a speech to people wearing masks, when we've seen him get back on the campaign trail, mask wearing among the attendees at his rallies is always been below 50%. I think we can certainly expect to see that tonight.
Well, in his speech last night, Vice President Mike Pence took a clear stance on issues involving police and law enforcement. Let's play some of what he had to say.
So let me be clear. The violence must stop, whether in Minneapolis, Portland, or Kenosha. We will have law and order on the streets of this country for every American of every race and creed and color. Joe Biden would double down on the very policies that are leading to violence in America's cities. The hard truth is, you won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. And under President Trump, we will always stand with those who stand on the thin blue line, and we're not going to defund the police, not now, not ever.
So our recent CBS News Battleground Tracker found that 76% of registered Republican voters said police and law enforcement issues are a major factor in voting for the president. We should note that poll was taken before the events in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Caitlin, what messages are we hearing from Republicans as they focus on this issue?
Well, the Republican messaging has not been focused on the protests of racial injustice, especially in light of this yet another shooting. It has been to focus on violence in cities, and cities they say are violent because they're run by Democratic mayors. So you've heard a lot from Democrats today saying, well, the picture that you're painting of what you think Joe Biden's America would be is actually happening in Trump's America. And that's something that I think the campaign is going to have to answer for in some way as they kind of, double down on this law and order campaign. Because if you rewind to 4 years ago and Trump's acceptance speech of the nomination in 2016, he said, when I take the oath of office next year, I will restore law and order to our country. So they are trying to place the blame on Democrats for this, but this is a campaign message, really, that the president made in 2016 and 4 years later is making it again. They are kind of aiming to speak to Republican voters and maybe voters in the suburbs on this law and order and security kind of message. Today, though, we heard from Democrats who are saying, in the form of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, saying that you can condemn the violence but also be supportive of the protests, and that's what they were trying to do today.
Zeke, just to dig in a little bit more on these numbers Caitlin was talking about, our survey also found 74% of Republican voters feel recent protests are mainly people trying to destroy property and cause harm. That's compared to just 8% who feel protesters are trying to raise awareness of racial discrimination. How does that align with some of the rhetoric that we've heard from the president?
It is entirely why we're seeing the president embrace this sort of language. His descriptions of protests as violent looters, riots, things like that. His focus on trying to send federal officials and calling on governors to deploy their own National Guards and offering up federal support on that front. This is the president trying to claim the mantle of leadership over these conditions, and at the same time stepping back by saying he essentially has no role in preventing them, the situations that have sparked them. And we have not seen the president take on a national leadership role in terms of trying to address the root causes of these protests, which are in the narrow sense the police killings and shootings of largely black men, but also broader societal injustices. The president has not taken a role in trying to lead that. In fact, we heard from the vice president last night that they do not believe that the president does not believe that there is systemic racism in America, and that was something that, as late as earlier this summer, was something that sort of bipartisan support in some surveys. So this is the president largely talking to his Republican base, but also now as this violence has spread from inner cities to, in the case of Kenosha, a suburb, some of the president's orbit, sort of a little bit saying the quiet part out loud here, that they are viewing that as as a sign and a vindication of the president's rhetoric that these protests aren't just going to be isolated to Democratic cities, but will also spread to suburbs. And that is where the president believes his election will be won and lost. He's trying to essentially scare voters with his apocalyptic vision so that they vote for him on November 3rd.
So then, Caitlin, I want to ask, how is the Biden campaign responding to all of this? The Trump campaign has accused him of not responding to the violence stemming from recent protests. During an interview on CNN this afternoon, Joe Biden had this to say. Let's listen.
Well, first of all, I denounced it a long time ago. I denounced it weeks ago. And I've made it clear from the beginning that there is no justification whatsoever for violence, looting. Matter of fact, it just flies in the face of the legitimate protests that are going on, and it takes away from the whole rationale for what's happening here. So I've condemned the violence from the very beginning. They were just flat wrong, as usual. Donald Trump saying, you're not going to be safe in Joe Biden's America. While all the video being played is being played in Donald Trump's America. These guys are rooting for violence. That's what it's all about. To prove that you should be scared of Joe Biden, they're pointing to what's happening in Donald Trump's America.
So, Caitlin, we heard a bit of it there. How else is Joe Biden and the Biden campaign, how else are they responding to some of this rhetoric on law and order?
Well, they sent out Kamala Harris today, the vice presidential nominee, who, of course, is a former prosecutor, and kind of embraced this role that we'll probably see more of prosecuting the case against Donald Trump. That's something that she has talked about, and also kind of leaning into that experience to make this case. So she held an appearance today, and she talked about kind of the same things that Biden was talking about, how they spoke to the family, and how the family has said that they don't want violence, and this is not what anybody wants from this. And interestingly, she also made a point to not only condemn the violence and support the peaceful protesting, but also condemned the violence from the shooter, the 17-year-old who shot and killed 2 people, and that person, of course, was a white shooter. So she was kind of trying to push back on those attacks that you've seen from Pence and Republicans that they've been trying to make, and kind of push back on that. It also speaks to ways in which Republicans are still trying to figure out how to characterize the Biden and Harris ticket, given that Biden was more moderate than the people that he ran against in the Democratic primary, and Kamala Harris is a former prosecutor. And so that's something to watch for, too, how they try to define that ticket.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns and Zeke Miller, thank you very much. Always good to have you both. Coming up after the break, professional athletes across the country protest in solidarity against the police shooting of a black man in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Why many are choosing to take a stand. Plus, a potential game changer. The FDA grants emergency approval for a cheap and quick test to detect COVID-19. We'll tell you how long it will take for the public to see it. This is CBSN, CBS News, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question. Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. Oh! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative,
Da-da-da-da.
and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The Justice Department has opened a civil rights investigation into the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin. After several days of violent protests, the state's governor has sent at least 500 members of the National Guard to Kenosha County to quell protests that turned deadly Tuesday night. Mola Lenghi is there with the latest.
Tonight, continued calls for justice for Jacob Blake, the officer who fired those 7 shots, now identified as Rustin Shesky, a 7-year veteran of the Kenosha Police Department. Authorities also say police found a knife on the floor of Blake's SUV. The incident fueling frustrations over systemic racism. As the aftermath of Tuesday's shooting gets a closer look.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them!
Alleged gunman Kyle Rittenhouse walking away, gun in tow, as people scream that he just shot protesters. One law enforcement officer seeming to ask Rittenhouse if anyone was hurt.
Someone injured straight ahead?
2 incidents, 2 videos, with some asking why, 2 different responses.
If there were the same amount of black men walking around with those AKs or ARs or whatever, I'm not a gun person, I think the outcome would be a little bit different.
And tonight, Hannah Giddings speaks to CBS News. She's the girlfriend of Anthony Huber, who was shot and killed while trying to stop the gunman Tuesday night.
Who knows what could have happened if he hadn't done that? And it's just not fair that he had to die like that.
Kyle Rittenhouse is expected to have an extradition hearing in Illinois on Friday. Meanwhile, here in Kenosha, you can hear a peaceful rally going on behind me right now. But the 3 nights of unrest here left many small businesses damaged or completely destroyed. The mayor told me today that he's turning to state and federal officials to help get some of those small business owners some financial relief. Elaine?
Mola Lenghi, thank you. As many people around the U.S. protest against the police shooting of 29-year-old Jacob Blake in Kenosha, Wisconsin, it has yet again sparked outrage among athletes from the sports world. It all started Wednesday after the Milwaukee Bucks players decided to boycott Game 5 of their first-round series against the Orlando Magic. For now, the NBA players say they would return to the court, but the details remain unclear. James Brown has the details.
The uncertainty of whether the season would resume was in doubt after reports the Los Angeles Lakers and the LA Clippers wanted to cancel the season.
The Milwaukee Bucks did not come out for warm-ups.
The Milwaukee Bucks' refusal to take the court Wednesday resulted in all 3 playoff games being postponed as they demanded justice for Jacob Blake.
Despite the overwhelming plea for change, there has been no action. So our focus today cannot be on basketball.
It was soon an avalanche of reactions. Players in the WNBA, Major League Soccer, and Major League Baseball postponed their games in solidarity. Mets slugger Dominic Smith spoke through tears about the burden of being black in America.
People still don't care. And for this to continuously happen, I mean, it just shows just the hate in people's heart.
The players have gone as far as they can go.
Sports writer William Roden says the protests are powerful, but won't bring about change on their own.
Power rests with the men and the women who run these pro leagues, who own these teams. They're going to have to speak to the legislatures, to the politicians in their respective cities, if we're going to actually begin to have reform.
A group of Republicans and independents have been offering an alternative to this week's Republican National Convention. Organizers describe the convention on founding principles as based on fundamental American ideas that have been abandoned by President Trump's Republican Party. It's featured a number of high-profile conservative speakers, all of whom have openly stated they will not be supporting Donald Trump in November. For more on this, I want to bring in Mindy Finn. She's the executive director of Stand Up Republic, the nonprofit organization responsible for organizing the Convention on Founding Principles. Mindy, thank you very much for being with us.
Absolutely.
So what are some of those founding principles on which this event is based?
Yeah, I mean, those fundamental principles are that we are all, men and women in the U.S., created equal. We're all entitled to the same rights. The rule of law should be equally applied, that we're a nation based on self-determination, and the right to vote is fundamental. We need to protect that right. You know, it goes on and talks about principles like, you know, a free market system and environmental stewardship. You know, these are principles that they're not just party principles, they're really American principles. And then there are slight distinctions that kind of have long defined the Republican Party, and in the Trump era have really been abandoned.
Do you think this era signals an end of the traditional GOP as we know it?
You know, I think it will be very difficult for the GOP to go back to what it was. I think the ship has sailed in some ways. The Republican Party today is the Trump party, and for whoever who comes after Donald Trump, they've already adopted kind of his demagogic ways. You know, they already know that there's a Republican base who's been willing to compromise truth and compromise the rule of law, compromise, you know, the institutions, core institutions of our democracy, compromise major issues like the national debt that Republicans used to say that they cared about. Under Donald Trump, the deficit has risen more than it has under any president. And so I think it will be really difficult for the party to come back. You know, our message with this convention isn't even so much, though, about going back. I mean, yes, there is some nostalgia for people like John McCain and George H.W. Bush, who were these heroes within the Republican Party. But it's really about kind of going back to the basics of our founding principles and recognizing that we're still on a quest to reach that more perfect union, that the nation is changing. And our founders were wise, but they weren't perfect. And we're seeing this with a lot of the racial unrest today. I mean, that is shining a spotlight on the fact that we have not always had equality in our country, and we have work to do before we truly reach a point where there's racial equity, and we've addressed inequality across many other lines as well.
Switching gears for a moment, you were the running mate for independent presidential candidate Evan McMullin in 2016. McMullin is also a co-organizer of the convention that you're having. What are your thoughts on Democratic vice presidential nominee Kamala Harris?
Look, I think it is far past time to have a woman, you know, president, certainly a woman vice president. It's amazing that as a free and wealthy nation and civilized nation in this world, that we are so far behind in terms of the number of women who have served in leadership. And that is starting to change. And Kamala Harris being picked, you know, not only as a woman, but a woman of color, is, you know, I think just really remarkable. And no matter, you know, putting politics aside, I think that's a moment to be celebrated. I also say that, look, Donald Trump, one of the reasons that Americans embraced him is that they believed that he was a strong leader, that he represented law and order, that he was kind of about winning. And Kamala Harris, you know, obviously she's the vice presidential candidate. Joe Biden can go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump. But given that he said he would probably only serve one term, his VP pick is that much more important. And what you see in Kamala Harris is somebody who, as she says, can prosecute the case against the president. And so far, she's showing a lot of strength in her ability to do that.
Well, Thursday night is the final night for both conventions. The speakers at the Convention on Founding Principles have included former officials from the George W. Bush and Trump administrations, along with well-known Republican commentators. Who's speaking tonight, and what will be on their agendas?
Yeah, so we have speakers tonight like Michael Steele and Tara Setmeyer, who have been tremendously powerful voices in the party. Tara Setmeyer, a commentator, a communicator, an advisor. Michael Steele, a former lieutenant governor and party chairman, really stood out as a black man who has held those roles. I will be speaking former Governor Mark Sanford, and I think that's really, makes a point because he was a former governor, he was a former congressman, and he's one of these congressmen who lost his primary partially because he's someone who stuck to the principle of caring about things like fiscal responsibility. And for the fact that he wasn't necessarily anti-Trump, but he was seen as not sufficiently loyal to the man. And so somebody who had been a Republican governor and a Republican congressman to be kicked out of the party really exemplifies what has happened in the Trump era, which is that you're either for Trump or you're not, you don't belong. And so for the people who speak tonight, we tell them at our convention, you do belong. Our convention actually welcomes everybody. It is geared towards these former Republicans and disaffected Republicans and independents, but it welcomes Democrats as well, because the point that we're making is that the problems in our country are too great. And if we're going to solve modern kind of big societal challenges as we move forward, racial unrest, climate change, healthcare, economic inequality, we're going to need to do it from a place where we're all Americans. We're all kind of operating off of the same core principles, and we get back to, instead of this fear-based politics and this division, we get back to a place of unity and healthy political and policy debate.
Mindy Finn with Stand Up Republic. Mindy, thanks very much for sharing your perspective with us.
Happy to be here.
The Food and Drug Administration has authorized a rapid COVID-19 test. It's being hailed as a game changer since results come back within minutes. And as Manuel Bojorquez explains, this all comes as the CDC faces harsh criticism for its new coronavirus testing guidelines.
The FDA gave Abbott's $5 antigen test emergency approval, and results in 15 minutes could help screen who can board a plane or enter a classroom. But antigen tests are generally less sensitive than lab tests, and that can increase the risk of a false negative. The development comes amid sharp criticism of new CDC guidelines, which no longer recommend testing some who have been exposed to the virus but have no symptoms.
Why limit who should be tested?
It makes no sense whatsoever.
Dr. Allison Galvani, a Yale scientist, questions why the White House Coronavirus Task Force would push the change through. Leading health organizations are also critical, including the American Medical Association, which called it a recipe for community spread. Today, CDC Director Dr. Robert Redfield tried to clarify, saying testing those individuals may be considered.
Strong enough, in your opinion?
No, absolutely not. The pre-symptomatic phase is actually when they are most infectious. It seems inevitable that this policy guidance will exacerbate transmission and will lead to many, many unnecessary deaths.
Already, the governors of 5 states say they will not abide by it. Manuel Bojorquez, CBS News, Miami.
Coming up after a quick break, Russia says it's ready to help Belarus end anti-government protests if needed. Why President Lukashenko requested backup from Putin. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Oh! And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The final night of the Republican convention will feature a powerful plea for criminal justice reform from someone who knows the system from the inside. 65-year-old Alice Marie Johnson spent more than 20 years in prison. She was serving a life sentence for a first-time nonviolent drug and money laundering conviction. 2 years ago, President Trump granted her clemency after Kim Kardashian West brought attention to her case. Vladimir Duthiers spoke to Johnson about her long journey.
What do you want people to know about your story, how far you've come?
I want them to know that I am an ordinary woman who has been put in an extraordinary situation. I'm a blessed woman who spent almost 22 years incarcerated with people who I came to love, who I promised I would never stop fighting for.
Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness that can exist in criminal sentencing.
You feel that President Trump saved your life.
Yes, he had the ability to save my life from life in prison, yes. He is the one who released me from that terrible sentence to rejoin my family.
I'm free to hug my family. Yes. I'm free to live life. I'm free to start over.
You talked about the family that you have and that you left behind in prison.
We developed bonds that were just as close, really, as blood bonds. These are the women who I cried with. We laughed together. We celebrated. We comforted each other. We dreamed about being at home together. My story is the story of thousands of others who were caught up in a system and sentenced way too harshly.
You think that both sides, both Republicans and Democrats, should find a common ground in bringing criminal justice reform to this country?
As I say, it is not a partisan issue. This is something that should grieve everyone. No party can do this by themselves. They will have to find common ground. And that common ground is the people who they represent.
And what does that mean to people who are hopeful, who see your story and are inspired by it?
I done let that concrete and steel and razor wire become what I was going to see as my future, a life forever. So even in the darkest times, as long as you have hope and you can still dream, there is nothing that can hold you back.
Reports of domestic abuse have risen around the world since the pandemic began. Now in the UK, hundreds of people have protested in London over the upcoming eviction of a domestic violence charity for Black women by the local government. Haley Ott has the details.
It's been called a shadow pandemic, the increase in domestic violence cases around the world during COVID-19. But at the very moment that victims in London need help, one of the only organizations serving Black women, Sister Space, is facing eviction. The local government is trying to move them so it can rent their current office out for profit, prompting hundreds to come out to protest.
The new space, organizers say, is not fit for purpose, it's unsafe, and it's a storefront, so abusers could walk right up to the front window and look in.
Let me get to the Sister Space.
Ngozi Fulani is founder of Sister Space.
This is in the middle of COVID, and we are at high risk. If you shut us down, you shut down an entire village. We have to say no.
What was initially a peaceful protest escalated after police tried to make an arrest, clashing with the crowd. And support for Sister Space turned into calls for justice.
With the death of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement coming to the forefront, that is inspiration for us. That's given us the strength to tell Hackney Council, get your knee off of our neck.
At the very time that reports of domestic abuse are going up, prosecutions are going down. And that means, evicted or not, Sister Space still has work to do. Haley Ott, CBS News, London.
Belarus continues to be rocked by anti-government protests weeks after a disputed election extended the term of President Alexander Lukashenko. Now there's concern as the country's embattled leader looks to Russia for help. CBS News foreign correspondent Chris Livesay reports.
Well, I'm talking to you from a park far away from riot police because riot police, they've been violent with protesters and with journalists, and just last night they increased that aggression. They encircled a group of protesters in the central square, and then they trapped a group of them inside of the church before making dozens of arrests. And then today, we heard from Vladimir Putin for the very first time, the president of Russia, weighing in on the chaos here in Belarus. And he told us that the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, asked him to prepare a group of reserves, so security forces who could come here in case the situation got even more out of control. And this is raising alarm bells for people who remember what happened in nearby Ukraine and nearby Georgia in recent years when Russia occupied portions of those territories after political upheavals there. And it also recalls something that Vladimir Putin is famous for saying, which is that the greatest political catastrophe of the 20th century was the collapse of the Soviet Union. And to the minds of many, it stands to reason that Vladimir Putin would try and rebuild the Soviet Union in the 21st century. And this latest example, these protests, the upheaval, the violence, might be an opportunity for him to move in to Belarus. Chris Livesay, CBS News, Minsk, Belarus.
Governments around the world are trying to figure out how to safely return kids to the classroom. But for some countries, new outbreaks of COVID-19 are causing officials to rethink their own guidelines. Riley Carlson reports from London.
It's not hard to find people in France wearing face masks. They're in shops, museums, and soon, schools. All adults and children over the age of 11 will have to wear them when classes resume September 1st. But the push to open schools comes as France reports more than 5,000 new cases of COVID-19 in 24 hours, the biggest daily spike since its lockdown lifted in May. The government is trying to balance getting kids back to school while avoiding a second closure. In the UK, the rules are still being ironed out. After saying there is no need for masks, the Prime Minister now says they may be useful in busy spots like hallways in cities having COVID-19 outbreaks.
If you're in a hotspot area where there is a higher risk of transmission, then face coverings in those types of areas outside the classroom.
And most schools in Seoul, which have been open since June, closed back down this week. They're now switching to online classes. Officials say it's a precaution to try to get a handle on a surge in cases in the city. Riley Carlson, CBS News, London.
The man convicted of killing dozens of worshippers at 2 mosques in New Zealand will spend the rest of his life behind bars. Brenton Tarrant pleaded guilty to murder and manslaughter charges in March, a year after the deadly attacks. Juliet Speedy is in Christchurch with the story.
Sentence of life without parole making history. March 15th, forever etched in the memory of all New Zealanders. The day of this country's worst criminal act. The Prime Minister's first reaction, relief.
This has been a crime in New Zealand that has never, the likes of which has never occurred before. And now we've seen a sentence the likes of which we've never seen before as well. But yes, it gave me relief to know that that person will never see the light of day.
Also, a big day for New Zealand Police, who've spent thousands of hours investigating the crime and supporting the community.
This has been incredibly taxing for everybody involved. Our officers, particularly on the investigation, have lived and breathed this event over the last nearly 18 months.
But it's always the Muslim community, top of mind.
Nothing will take the pain away. But I hope you felt the arms of New Zealand around you through this whole process. And I hope you continue to feel that through all the days that follow.
We're very satisfied with the outcome. But our focus today is on the victims and the courage that they showed in this situation.
Tonight, there are still questions. Locking Tarrant up for the rest of his life will cost New Zealand millions of dollars. Now some victims and Winston Peters are calling for him to be deported back to his native Australia.
It's a question of the costs to this country for the rest of his life, and frankly, they will be astronomical, and I believe that we should arrange for him to be permanently imprisoned in Australia, from whence he came.
The Prime Minister isn't discounting it, but says it's no easy task.
The one thing I should say, though, is that there isn't currently a legal basis for it. So it would be a very complex undertaking.
Just change the law and arrange with Australia to do it.
New Zealand is now a safer country than it was before the terrorist massacre, which led to New Zealand banning semi-automatic military-style weapons. Police tonight admitting regret.
You can't help but have anything but regret that this situation was able to occur. The circumstances of that will be fully traversed in the Royal Commission's report, and it won't be appropriate for me to comment until we see what they find.
Brenton Tarrant will live out his days in a prison cell near Auckland. The Prime Minister says then the job is for corrections.
The other job that we have is making sure that he has no notoriety, that he has no platform, and that we have no cause to think about him, to see him or to hear from him again.
Closing the chapter for good on this country's darkest day.
We are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN. CBS News, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative,
Da-da-da-da.
and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The coronavirus pandemic has halted a lot of plans. One couple saw it as an opportunity to give back and was able to make their special day even more special. Jamie Yukas has the story.
When Melanie and Tyler Tepena's wedding reception was canceled because of coronavirus, it didn't stop them from spreading the love.
I just looked at Tyler, I was like, let's donate the food.
After a scaled-down backyard ceremony with a canine best man, the bride and groom, still clad in tux and gown, headed to a Cleveland area shelter.
We wanted this to be like they were going to a wedding. So they really felt like they were at a special event that day.
Their wedding night dinner wasn't glamorous.
Most of the kids just wanted like big bowls of mac and cheese.
It was delicious. It was all delicious.
But the donation was enough to feed their special guests for another 5 days.
Did you learn a lesson in this?
That even in hard times, you can give back.
Do you guys think you'll redo and have like a big wedding?
I honestly love the way everything unfolded.
And there's a little boy with cupcake all over his face. And that picture made it all worth it.
How's that for something blue? Jamie Yukas, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Here's a look at some of the stories we'll be covering in the next hour. Hurricane Laura weakens to a tropical storm after slamming into the Gulf Coast, but the danger is far from over. We'll speak with the mayor of Shreveport, Louisiana. Plus, as protests continue in Kenosha, Wisconsin, over the police shooting of a black man, we're learning more details about the officer involved. We'll have the latest. And it's the final night of the Republican National Convention. President Trump will headline the program as he makes his pitch to the American people to be reelected for 4 more years in the White House. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
I've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
Nobody knows the system better than me. Which is why I alone can fix it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for being with us. I alone can fix it. That was the message from President Trump at the Republican National Convention 4 years ago. Tonight, he hopes to make a very similar appeal to Americans as he makes his case for re-election. The president will address the nation in about 2 hours from the White House South Lawn. An audience of about 1,000 is expected to attend in person. Other speakers will include Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Housing and Urban Development Secretary Ben Carson, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton, Rudy Giuliani, and the president's daughter Ivanka Trump. The president is expected to deliver a message focusing on law and order, something Vice President Mike Pence emphasized in his own nomination speech last night.
The hard truth is, you won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. And under President Trump, we will always stand with those who stand on the thin blue line, and we're not going to defund the police, not now, not ever.
Let's bring in Major Garrett and Weijia Jiang. Major is our CBS News chief Washington correspondent, and Weijia is a CBS News White House correspondent. Hello and welcome to you both. Weijia, we can hear the music behind you. You are there at the White House, just a short distance from where the president will speak later tonight. What do we know about the president's remarks, Weijia?
Elaine, we know he's expected to speak for about 1 hour, and if Major can also hear the music, he can tell you as well that this is a song from the president's campaign rally list. And I think it's important to mention the crowd behind me because there are about 1,000 people or more expected to pack onto the South Lawn here. It already feels like a rally with many people decked out in traditional gear and holding up signs for President as he makes the case that he is, as you mentioned, the law and order candidate. But we do expect him to talk about the news of the day as well. He will address Hurricane Laura and how it ravaged the Gulf Coast. He will address, to some extent, although we don't know how much, the shooting in Kenosha, along with other highlights of what he believes are his greatest accomplishments of the past 4 years. But beyond that, he will try to draw a really sharp contrast between him and his challenger, Joe Biden. And we've already caught glimpses of this. He is making the case that Biden would lead to a dark and a lawless country, while he is the only candidate who can provide a bright, prosperous, and orderly one. And so the president, as we know, even though we have things that we expect him to talk about, often goes off script, so we don't really know what he will say until he says it. And certainly for this crowd, he could be energized and go off the cuff, because this is the biggest crowd that he will address in months, and we know that he does love the energy of a lot of people around. So there is an excitement in the air as he makes a case for another term. Elaine?
All right. Well, Major, in addition to this law and order message, another message we got from the convention from speakers is that there is another more empathetic side to the president, a side that the public doesn't necessarily get to see. Here's Vice President Mike Pence making that case last night.
Over the past 4 years, I've had the privilege to work closely with our president. I've seen him when the cameras are off. Americans see President Trump in lots of different ways. But there's no doubt how President Trump sees America. He sees America for what it is. A nation that has done more good in this world than any other. A nation that deserves far more gratitude than grievance. And if you want a president who falls silent when our heritage is demeaned or insulted, he's not your man.
Major, I know that playlist, as we just said, is very familiar to you, having covered the 2016
Indeed.
Campaign. How does what we heard there from the vice president actually compare to the 2016 campaign? Do you see the president himself embracing that this year in 2020?
Look, the president is not going to tell the country, I'm a softie. He just doesn't do that. He'll let other people say that. And when I was covering the 2016 campaign, Trump supporters told me that they felt that about him anyway, without anyone actually making a big representation about the softer side of Donald Trump. So for Trump supporters, that's already baked into the cake. What the president is going to do tonight, and it's only coincidental that we're hearing this particular operatic aria while we're on right now, but it is symbolically close to what Donald Trump is tonight and for the remainder of this campaign. He is the tenor that everyone listens to and can't take their eyes off, the central character of this campaign. For Democrats, they believe, yes, much of the country is exhausted, or at least a higher percentage of it is now than they were in 2016, when the idea of a Trump presidency was a notion, possibly a novelty. Now it's a reality. Many Democrats believe that the ever-present presence of Donald Trump, which is what he's been all this week and will be again tonight, is not the advantage that Donald Trump thinks it is. The Trump campaign believes quite the opposite. And the president is acting as the executive producer, as he has been of this entire convention, accordingly, making him the central focus of this final night and using all of the trappings of the White House to do so. It's worth pointing out that the trappings of the White House are a fallback position for this president, because if he had had his way, he would be delivering this acceptance speech before a full convention audience, either in Charlotte, North Carolina, the original site, or Jacksonville, Florida, the alternate site, once pursued when it was impossible because of the pandemic to go to Charlotte. Well, then it turned out to be impossible to go to Jacksonville. Those two realities have placed the president at the White House. The White House and the campaign would like America to sort of forget that. But the president is there because he has to be, because he can't be where he wants to be. Why? Because the pandemic raged across the country this summer, which is part and parcel, either an indictment or certainly a reflection of his leadership on this underlying question, which will be a part of the campaign throughout, from now until the final ballot is counted.
Well, Weijia, going back to this notion of the law and order message, why does the president believe that a law and order type campaign is one that will be effective at this moment?
Well, because the president and the campaign know exactly who their audience is for this message, particularly swing voters in swing states who they are trying to court because they haven't made up their mind yet. And so what the president continues to say about law and order cannot be divorced from what else he has said, which is that Joe Biden and the Democrats are out to destroy the suburbs. The president has made a plea, to quote the suburban housewife, warning that if he does not win again in November, that life as they know it will essentially be gone with regard to their property, with regard to the safety of their family. Basically, everything that they have come to know and build in their lives is at stake, according to the president and the campaign. So certainly they are going all in on this message, and we know that because of things that they have already said. We know that because the president, as we've talked about already, has warned that if the Democrats win, what we are seeing play out in the streets will only continue and worsen. And of course, the Democrats point out that this is actually happening under Donald Trump's watch. And his close allies and the president himself quickly refute that and say that's only because they're trying to help. They're trying to send in federal assistance, but these Democratic leaders of these Democratic cities are not having it. And so, they will continue to say that will happen again and again if Joe Biden wins and he doesn't. So it's important to always know who they are trying to reach. And in this case, it is those voters who, are undecided.
It's really important context, Weijia. Well, Major, another notable speaker tonight is probably the second most powerful man in the Republican Party, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who's also facing re-election this November. Do you expect him to make the case for conservative values or for President Trump himself?
More the former than the latter. I think he will talk, because he has done this throughout his reign as Majority Leader, talk about the agenda, talk about the accomplishments, and asked at times to respond or defend this president, Mitch McConnell often takes a pass or provides only minimal defense of the president. He routinely says, I don't read his tweets, I don't care what they say, I'm not here to respond to the president, I'm here to handle the agenda. And he will talk about the agenda on his watch, because that which has passed because he's put it on the floor. That which has not passed is because he has buried it. Mitch McConnell has that authority and uses it relentlessly to advance the Republican agenda under President Trump, and to bury and to render legislatively meaningless tens of dozens of bills that have come over from the House of Representatives. So Mitch McConnell will talk about that, and he will particularly emphasize an issue near and dear to his heart. 2 Supreme Court nominees nominated and confirmed, and more than 200 nominees and confirmations to lower positions on the federal court. That's a big deal for Mitch McConnell. He will talk about it. Let me add one thought about what Weijia just said, because it's really, really important. Not only are those the voters that the Trump campaign is trying to find, but there is something about the fusion of this question of law and order that they see and that they are betting will work to their net advantage. I'm not predicting that it will. I'm just saying they're betting that it will. And the fusion is this. It's not just violence in the streets, which is, as we all know, part of this summer of discontent, but by far a very small part of this summer of discontent when compared to the large and peaceful protests that have happened nationwide. But the fusion is, even when the protests are peaceful, they are talking about something that is dangerous. They are talking about undoing policing as we know it. They are talking about a recalibration of the American justice system. They are talking about a redistribution of wealth. They are talking possibly about socialism. So even when it's peaceful, this is a danger. This is a threat. And so it becomes not just about what is or isn't happening on the streets of our country that appears to be unruly. It's about an entire message that Republicans and the Trump campaign want people to hear in exactly the way they describe it. And the Democrats and the ticket led by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have begun to respond to that, begun to recharacterize this framing by the Trump campaign, and that's going to be one of the key battles about the framing, the interpretation, and the reaction to this debate in the country.
No, that observation is just so completely astute, because it is this linking, as you say, of ideas with the actual demonstrations and the reality of what's happening on the street. Major, conspicuously absent from this Republican convention are major party figures. You will not be seeing George W. Bush. You will not be seeing Mitt Romney, Dick Cheney, Paul Ryan. What does that suggest, Major, about the Republican Party now and the presidency?
Well, it's fascinating. This week, when Republicans have reached for platitudes or historical figures in the party, they have reached for Abraham Lincoln, glancingly for Dwight David Eisenhower and Ronald Reagan. And all the people you just mentioned, George W. Bush, Mitt Romney, Paul Ryan, fit within the matrix of that historic Republican Party. Joined the Republican Party because of those people and because of their leadership and because of their core approach to institutions and values. Yes, they were partisans, and yes, they were aggressive against Democrats, but they were consistent with that line of republicanism. Well, President Trump and his supporters really, in the main, say, no, this party is now about him. It's about Donald Trump, and it's about those who support Donald Trump. That's what makes them good Republicans. And if you don't support Donald Trump, by that very declaration, you are a bad Republican. You are out of the party. You are no longer welcome. So George W. Bush isn't welcome. Mitt Romney's not welcome. Anyone from the McCain campaign, not welcome if you don't support wholeheartedly everything that Donald Trump says or does. So it is a deep personalization of a party that is going on here, typified by this hour-long speech tonight in the White House and everything that has flowed through this campaign, which has slightly been about an agenda, but mostly about the character, the persona that is Donald Trump. And it is an approach to the party and an approach to the institution of the presidency that those people named this week, Abraham Lincoln, Dwight David Eisenhower, and Ronald Reagan, never intentionally brought to their definition as a president or their definition as a Republican.
All right, Major Garrett, Weijia Jiang, always so great to have both of you. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thanks, Elaine.
Coming up after the break, how the coronavirus is re-energizing online conspiracy groups like QAnon. Our Dan Patterson spoke with the founder of 8chan about how the platform is seeing fringe theories take off during the pandemic. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
President Trump is expected to address the coronavirus pandemic in his acceptance speech tonight, touting his management of the crisis. It's one that has been marked by mixed messaging. The president has repeatedly said the virus will go away, despite an increasing number of cases. He also shunned masks, only to start wearing them in public last month. Just today, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention created its own confusion after clarifying revised testing guidelines. More than 180,000 people in the U.S. have died from the virus. The United States ranks fourth globally in the highest number of deaths per 100,000 people. That's according to Johns Hopkins University. The pandemic has also created confusion online, and a baseless conspiracy theory has played a role in that. QAnon originally gained traction on the website 8chan. The site's creator expressed concerns about QAnon at the start of the pandemic in an interview with our Dan Patterson.
So now that this big natural disaster is happening, it's really kind of energizing them and motivating. Because in the months prior to the coronavirus crisis, things were not going well for the Q community. And really, they had everything riding on Donald Trump being reelected.
CNET senior producer Dan Patterson joins me now. He's been reporting on QAnon for us all week and its intersection with politics. Hi there, Dan. So tell us more about the man we just heard from, Fred Brennan. How is he connected to QAnon, and what's his biggest concern?
Fred Brennan is the founder of the website 8chan. QAnon originated on a very similar site called 4chan. Now, these probably sound like obscure internet forums, and that's because they are. Much like we have kind of funny internet speak on mainstream sites like Twitter and Facebook, there is a language of 8chan and 4chan that is unique to these sites because all users on those sites are inherently anonymous. There is no login, there is no password, but there is something called a trip code. This trip code can be used to identify you. So I can enter in a series of digits, and this digits, if I enter it in every time, will say, okay, the same person is posting the same messages. This is how the Q in QAnon began. Q came from an alleged Department of Energy person who had access to nuclear code. So you combine those two words and you have this meme, this human meme that started on 8chan and 4chan. Now, again, these sound like kind of obscure internet forums, but what has happened over the last 18 to 24 months is that the group has really metastasized, and it has gone from being underground, and you heard Fred describe there, to pretty mainstream. It has jumped across the social web from 4chan and into Facebook, Twitter, Discord, and other platforms. In fact, Facebook recently cut down on 790 different groups of QAnon users. Twitter did something very recently. So to answer your question there, Elaine, Fred has a number of fears and concerns when it comes to QAnon, but I think maybe one of his biggest is that this group is A, potentially very violent, and B, that they amplify disinformation related to a number of political conspiracies, but also coronavirus conspiracies, and that this amplification of disinformation and misinformation could potentially have cost lives. And as we see this group continue to grow, there's really no way to stop an idea, and so there's really no end in sight for conspiracy groups like this.
Well, in that interview, Brennan also spoke about the misinformation and disinformation QAnon is spreading online. What is the difference between those two terms, and why does that matter?
So it matters because misinformation is like a rumor. It's something that maybe I misheard about the weather tomorrow, or I'm passing along gossip about somebody. Disinformation is an organized and coordinated campaign. So I also spoke with a gentleman by the name of Chris Boozy, who runs a website called Bot Sentinel. Now, Bot Sentinel tracks the data around Twitter accounts and inauthentic Twitter accounts. Now, Chris contends, as well as a number of others, that a large swath of QAnon followers are not just humans. Many are, but a number of them, according to Chris, are not. and that these are what we call bots and sock puppets. Now, bots are automated pieces of software that run on social media and other sites and kind of follow a pre-rehearsed script. A sock puppet is a account that you or I may make, but is not our name. We use it for the purposes of maybe trolling or other poor behavior. Chris contends, and I spoke with another person at a very large internet firm earlier today, that Russia's GRU and IRA is involved with bots and sock puppets amplifying QAnon, and particularly QAnon disinformation regarding the election, mail-in voting, and the coronavirus.
All right, Dan Patterson for us. Dan, thank you very much.
Great to see you.
Coming up after the break, we are just moments away from the fourth and final night of the Republican National Convention. President Trump is set to accept renomination. We'll break down what to expect from his speech tonight. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret. Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative,
Da-da-da-da.
and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
The final night of the Republican National Convention will kick off in just minutes. The main event is President Trump's acceptance speech. He will speak from the South Lawn of the White House after he's introduced by his daughter, Ivanka Trump. Other speakers include Housing and Urban Development Secretary Ben Carson, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, and former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani. For more on what we can expect tonight, let's bring in CBSN political reporter Caitlin Huey-Burns and CBS News campaign reporter Nicole Skanga. Welcome to you both. Caitlin, what do we expect President Trump to address in his speech?
Well, we do expect him to address the two big news of the day items coming today, of course, the Hurricane Laura that has barreled towards the Gulf Coast, and also the shooting in Wisconsin, the police shooting of a black man in Wisconsin. But expect him not to focus on racial injustice and the protests that we've seen as a result of that, but more focused on this law and order message. We're expecting him to voice support for law enforcement and focus the news of the day on that message. We're also expecting him to draw serious contrasts with his rival, Joe Biden. We're expecting him to call him or refer to him, characterize him as a Trojan horse of sorts. Biden was among the more moderate members of the Democrats running for president in 2016 in the primary, but Republicans have been trying to paint Democrats with this broad brush of socialism. So you'll expect to hear more of that tonight from the president. And you'll also likely hear a focus on the economy. We heard this from Mike Pence last night when he gave his speech saying that the economy should be the thing that people are voting for. Who do they think is best equipped to handle the economy? And a little context for that is that a majority of Republicans think that this downturn that we're in on the economy is just temporary. And a majority of Republicans also think that they're better off financially now than they were 4 years ago. So that's kind of the backdrop to a lot of the messages we'll see tonight.
So, Nicole, if those are the broad outlines, more specifically, how will President Trump further define his plan for America's future tonight amid things like the rising racial tensions and the public health crisis?
Well, according to a senior campaign official, Elaine, the president will go in granular detail tonight about his policies, something we've truly yet to hear from any of our convention speakers so far. Now, he will make mention to, as Caitlin pointed out, some of the rioting and the demonstrations, some of the outrage we've seen in the wake of the Wisconsin police shooting of Jacob Blake. But in the context of Kenosha, Portland, Minneapolis, and Seattle, he's going to talk about how he's pro-law enforcement. Moving forward in terms of confronting the coronavirus pandemic, we do anticipate the president to both tout his administration's response and also announce the purchase of 100 million rapid coronavirus tests. This is part of a $750 million agreement with Abbott Laboratories, He'll mention that in tonight's speech. He'll also note, as Caitlin pointed out, how the economy is coming back. But as reporters, one of the things we do when we listen to the convention is we fact check. So we'll be listening to hear some of the numbers that the president cites during his remarks today. Just yesterday, Lara Trump pointed out that 4.3 million more women have jobs now that President Trump is president. Well, that was true back in January of this year. But since the coronavirus pandemic has hit, there's a net loss of women in the workplace by 3 million. So we'll also be fact checking some of the president's policy proposals as the night continues.
Well, Nicole, President Trump's first campaign stop post-convention will be New Hampshire tomorrow. What do we expect from his rally there, and how has the coronavirus outbreak restructured how his team is approaching these types of events?
Well, this is a redemption tour for the president, who previously canceled, or rather postponed, his July 11th rally in Portsmouth. We do expect that it's going to be outside at an airport hangar in Londonderry. This is also the first Trump campaign event where specifically in the invitations, masks are required. That's in accordance with the state of New Hampshire Emergency Order 63. Now, CBS News Battleground Tracker shows that New Hampshire is a lean Democrat state. But if the president is able to make an economic argument, he could curry favor with, a state that had formerly less than 3% unemployment before the coronavirus pandemic hit. He's also got a few things in his favor. Back in 2016, he did lose the Granite State, but only by 2,700 votes. Governor Sununu, who is a Republican governor in the state of New Hampshire, is very popular right now. He has one of the most highest approval ratings among the country's Republican governors. So according to some Trump campaign senior officials, they're hoping perhaps to ride some of those coattails. So we'll be listening for that economic message, Elaine, and really seeing how this campaign shifts gears if it gets that post-convention bump that they're hoping for.
All right, we'll be watching. Caitlin Huey-Burns, Nicole Skanga, thank you both very much. Let's listen into the Republican National Committee's mostly virtual convention.
Someone once said that America is great because it is good, and that if America ceases to be good, it will no longer be great. It is the goodness in Americans that informs the greatness of America. The freedom to do what is right and good for yourself, your family. To reap the blessings of hard work, to accomplish dreams, to live securely, to help others. Not by force of government, but by goodness of heart, where rights are not granted by government or claimed by identities, but are unalienable as members of the human race. Today, America's greatness is challenged by those with extreme notions. Defunding law enforcement as lawlessness abounds. Hateful rhetoric, telling you what to wear and when you can work, limiting free speech and freedom of worship. Old ideas of socialism repackaged in redefined words. Let us restore the values that made America great.
We will make America strong again.
Return to the higher standard.
We will make
land of freedom of speech, of worship.
We will make America safe again.
A land of security and prosperity.
And we will make America great again.
A land of greatness.
From Washington, D.C., welcome to the 2020 Republican National Convention. Tonight, celebrating America as the land of greatness.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, which art in heaven, we thank you for the great bounty you have bestowed on this nation and the many blessings we have received these past 4 years. We are forever grateful. As we come tonight, our country is facing trouble. Tens of thousands are in the path of a deadly storm. The pandemic has gripped millions of hearts with fear. We're divided. We have witnessed injustice. Anger and despair have flowed into the streets. We need your help. We need to hear your voice at this crucial hour. We ask that you would unite our hearts to be one nation under God, for you are our only hope. We declare today our total dependence upon you and our need of repentance as a people. I thank you tonight for our President, Donald J. Trump. We pray that you would give him wisdom from on high, clarity of vision, and strength as he leads this nation forward. Bless him. We pray for our First Lady, Melania, their son, Barron, and all of the family. Protect them and keep them strong and safe. We thank you for Vice President Mike Pence, for his steady hand and clear voice. We pray for Second Lady Karen Pence and their family. Father, we know that you can make this nation great once again if we turn our eyes and our hearts to you and follow your word in obedience. May your will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. And we pray this in the mighty name of your Son, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As Americans, we carve our own destiny. As Americans, we look forward, not backward. Our ancestors braved the unknown. They built this nation, brick by brick. They lifted up millions from poverty, hunger, and disease. They vanquished fascism and communism. A great nation because of great people. And no one has done more to protect and advance it than President Trump. As Republicans, we are proud to stand with him and to work for you. Together, we built the greatest economy the world has ever seen, and we will do it again. We confronted China head-on, tore up bad trade deals and made better ones, supported our men and women in uniform, and took out the world's top terrorists, achieved energy independence, defended the sanctity of life, and restored law and order at the border. But as every American knows, we face an invisible enemy that we didn't ask for nor invite, but we will defeat it. We will defeat it because America is where innovation happens, and we are developing a vaccine in record time. We will defeat it because President Trump unleashed a Marshall Plan for Main Street and put hardworking taxpayers back on their feet. We will defeat it because tough times don't last. Tough Americans do. And that is what this election is all about. You, not us. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris think this election is about the government. They're wrong. It's about your family and your future. And to secure what really matters, we will call on the bedrock of what makes us the greatest country in the world, the American promise. A promise that everyone is equal under God, under the Constitution and under the law. A promise that government is accountable to we the people. A promise that if you work hard and play by the rules, your opportunities are endless. As Republicans, it's our mission to renew the American dream, restore our way of life, and rebuild the greatest economy in the world. The Socialist Democrats have a different agenda. They will dismantle our institutions, defund our police, and destroy our economy. So as you cast your vote this November, remember this. 4 years ago, President Trump promised to be your voice. He kept that promise, but there's still so much more to do. The choice before you could not be clearer. Forward in freedom or backward in socialism. Forward in prosperity or backward in poverty. Forward in personal liberty or backwards in more government control. I know which direction I'm headed. Join us, as the best is yet to come.
Hello, my name is Jerron Smith. 20 years ago, I moved to Washington, D.C. to attend Howard University. I was at a crossroads, just like America is today. I grew up on Strand Hill Road in Cleveland, a blue-collar street in a blue-collar city. When the media talks about forgotten places or working-class people who are overlooked and struggling hard, there's usually some stock photo of people who don't look like me. They never seem to show people like my mom, who worked 2 jobs as a gas station clerk, and a mom. She showed me how to persevere. They never seem to show people like my dad, who plowed snow in the winter and paved streets in the summer, who stood by me through thick and thin and taught me strong values every day. They never seem to show people like me. At first, I didn't live the values my parents taught me. I won a starting spot on the varsity football team, but I only had a 1.9 GPA. But then I broke my leg. It took a broken leg for me to really get moving in life. I prioritized schoolwork, went to Howard, and ended up working for the President of the United States. Growing up, I'd never really known a Republican. I believed all the stereotypes. It took a meeting Republicans who shared my values to show me I was wrong. Donald Trump knows that in the work of revitalizing communities, America's strength is America's people. And I can tell you, he really cares, and he takes action. Every issue important to Black communities has been a priority for him. Prison reform, rebuilding broken families, bringing jobs back to America. Jobs in Cleveland, jobs in Detroit, jobs in Milwaukee. President Trump knows that education is the great equalizer. That's why he secured record and permanent funding for historically Black colleges and universities, and is fighting hard for school choice. In the wake of the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and legend Taliaferro, a moment of national racial consciousness, I have seen his true conscience. I just wish everyone could see the deep empathy he shows to families whose loved ones were killed in senseless violence. President Trump has made it clear that if you want safe communities, you must have police departments with the highest standards. I'll never forget Strand Hill Road or the people of Cleveland. They're tough, smart, and tell it like it is. That's President Trump. For a New Yorker, he's got a lot of Cleveland heart. And I'm proud to say that he's my president. God bless America.
People assume that if I'm not a Democrat anymore, then I must be a Republican or I must be conservative. I still consider myself a liberal, but liberalism has changed, and I don't fit there anymore.
As a black kid growing up in Texas, you were taught that you had to support Democrats because Republicans were for white people, supporting the rich, and we definitely weren't rich.
Basically, our default setting is to be a Democrat.
I'm a Democrat. My parents are Democrats. I was a huge Obama supporter.
In the 2016 primary, I voted for Bernie Sanders.
I mean, I was a socialist.
And it wasn't until we got married and began expecting our own family that I began to kind of question whether or not the things that we were really promoting and supporting were in line with the way we were living. And that was when the shift kind of began for us.
I was renting a room in this woman's apartment. She had 3 or 4 kids from 3 or 4 different fathers. She was my age. Most of them were incarcerated. I asked her, "What do you do?" And she goes, "I'm in the system." It feels like Democrats sort of get people hooked on this drug of free money, where they basically say, if you want your fix, you have to keep voting for us.
And then this bold man comes down an escalator in New York City. I couldn't come out and say it right away, but deep down inside, I knew it was going to be the first Republican that I ever voted for.
His entire campaign, Worse for All Americans, that was a turning point for me.
One of the hardest things to do is to challenge your own beliefs. Going straight to the source is really how I was able to overcome some of those pitfalls. And so I want people to hear my story and know that you can actually go from being a Democratic socialist to a Trump supporter, but you have to look deeper.
I think there's a political realignment that's taking place. I've always been very anti-war, and now Trump is by a mile the anti-war candidate. I've always been very much for free speech. Trump is now by a mile the more pro-free speech candidate.
What's at stake in November is pretty much everywhere you look. You either see prosperity and liberty and things that you want to preserve, or if you're a Democrat, everywhere you look, you see something you want to tear down and remake in the image of some other country that's not as successful as we are.
I'm trying to conserve our values, our Constitution, our God-given rights, right to bear arms, freedom of speech, all the things that has always made this country great.
It took me a good long time to get here, but I hope that Trump wins and that we can continue with the progress that he's made and the policies that he's put into place. Let's get our economy back on track and let's be moving in the right direction.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Van Drew. I speak to you as a member of the Republican Party. But it always wasn't that way. How I became a Republican says a lot about today's Democratic Party. I'm from South Jersey, where we work hard, look after our neighbors, and care about our communities. Years ago, I was a local dentist and was asked by the Democrats to run for a town council seat. I had my doubts, and I explained that my views were middle of the road to conservative, but the local leaders said the Democratic Party was a big tent and that they accepted people like me. I was elected to council as a Democrat, but as I won seats for county office, state legislature, and then Congress, I noticed things were changing. The Democratic Party had become less accepting of American tradition, less believing in American exceptionalism, less supportive of traditional faith and family. This was not the party that I knew. In 2018, after being elected to Congress as a Democrat, I was already uncomfortable with a San Francisco liberal running the House, which is why my first vote in Congress was cast against Nancy Pelosi for Speaker. But imagine how I felt after seeing members of the squad quickly take control of the Democratic Party just weeks after being elected. The party had moved from liberal to radical. This new Democratic Party wasn't just for higher taxes. Now they were for open borders, against our police, and against our God-given rights. When the radical Democrats went after President Trump with impeachment, they made another mistake. Democratic leaders told me that I had to vote for impeachment or my life would be made difficult, and I wouldn't be allowed to run again. Listen, I'm from South Jersey, and you better come at me with more than just loud words and empty threats. I voted no on impeachment, and it was an easy call. Soon after, I met with President Trump, and he made me feel more comfortable and welcome in the Oval Office than Nancy Pelosi ever made me feel in her caucus. And a few days later, I officially changed parties, and I became a Republican. Let me tell you about Joe Biden. When the Democrats tried to order me around, I was ready, willing, and able to say, I've had enough with their radical socialist agenda. Do you really believe Joe Biden is ready, willing, and most of all, able to do the same? As Joe says, come on, man. Joe Biden is being told what to do by the radicals running my former party, the same radicals trying to install him as their puppet president. When I'm at my local diner, I tell people that America is the best nation in the world and that President Trump has helped make it that way. Republicans, independents, and even Democrats, they all know that in President Trump's America, we have a strong military, strong support for our police, strong support for our veterans, and strong support for our seniors. In President Trump's America, we have a strong supply chain, good schools, we're energy independent, and we protect our environment. There are a lot of Democrats who support our president and are disgusted for what their old party, what my old party, has become. Here's my advice. Be true to who you are now, not who the Democrats used to be. That's why I'm a proud Republican and why I will be voting for Donald Trump. Thank you. And may God bless you, God bless our president, and God bless the United States of America.
For me, the most important issue is jobs. We need to be able to pay our bills. I trust Donald Trump on jobs way more than I do Joe Biden. There's no doubt that Donald Trump has built the strongest economy we've ever seen, and I know that he will do it again. Joe Biden doesn't have the energy, and his ideas like raising taxes, it's going to hurt us. Electing Joe Biden as the president is a huge risk, and I don't want the future of my son in the hands of Joe Biden. I want my son to be able to go out and get a good education. I want the economy to be strong. I want the country that he lives in to be safe. And I want our borders to be secure. And I don't want that in Joe Biden's hands. Donald Trump has built the strongest economy we've ever seen. He has made our country safe. And as a mom, those are things that I'm very proud of. And those are things that are very important to me when I'm looking for a president. I'm sticking with Donald Trump.
My name is Stacia Brightman. I'm a single mother of 2 boys, and I work in Houston, Texas for S&B Engineers and Constructors as a warehouse receiving clerk. After serving my country in the Marine Corps, I worked various jobs, but I thought I needed a degree in order to have a career. I put myself into significant debt to earn my bachelor's degree in finance. Despite my degree and all of my efforts, at one point, my boys and I even found ourselves homeless. After being laid off yet again, I received an email from the Texas Workforce Commission about SMB's Women in Construction Earn While You Learn apprenticeship program. I thought I'd give it a try. I was a bit skeptical at first, but I said to myself, hey, if they're willing to take a chance on me, I should be willing to take a chance on myself. At the start of the program, I was making $16 an hour while I trained to become a pipe fitter helper. Looking back, it wasn't easy, but boy, was it worth it. I felt empowered that I was learning new skills and able to support my family again. I worked hard, got promoted, and even got a few raises. Later, I learned what President Donald Trump and Ivanka Trump were doing behind the scenes to make sure that people like me and you had a chance to rise up and succeed. President Trump started the National Council for the American Worker and the American Workforce Policy Advisory Board. Together with Ivanka, he wrote policies that made it easy for states and companies to give opportunities to hardworking Americans like me. The President and Ivanka also partnered with the Ad Council to launch FindSomethingNew.org, helping to connect workers and workers with training and apprenticeship programs where they live. If you find yourself in a situation like mine, where you feel you have nowhere to turn, nothing to really fall back on, and you feel like no one believes in you, go online to FindSomethingNew.org and see that President Trump believes in you. And more importantly, please believe in yourself. Keep trying, keep pushing. Times will get hard. Remember, just a few years ago, I was homeless. And you know what now? I'm set to close on a brand new home at the end of the month. So my message to you is keep pushing. You can do it. Find a training program like the one I participated in. And like me, you'll have an opportunity to build a career in life that you're proud of. So with that being said, I'd like to talk to you about a different kind of training. This is the Trump campaign's National Week of Volunteer Training. If you're like me, you know how important it is to put Americans back to work. So get trained and get involved with the campaign. Go online to www.trumpvictory.com and sign up and keep the president fighting for you for another 4 years. Thank you and God bless.
My name is Dan Scavino. When I was 16 years old, I got a part-time job at a golf course just outside of New York City. One day, I was cleaning golf clubs when a man pulled into the parking lot. There wasn't a single person who didn't know who it was. Everyone's jaws were on the ground. It was Donald Trump. All I could think was, nobody will ever believe this at school tomorrow. I never would have imagined it at this moment, but I've now been at President Trump's side for almost 30 years. All these years later, there's a part of me that still feels a sense of wonder every day when I consider the journey we have taken together and taken with so many of you watching tonight. Because my personal story with Donald Trump, in so many ways, is yours too. He saw potential in me, a spark, the possibility that I could be more, do more, and achieve more than even I thought was possible. That's how he views this country, too. We have all just scratched the surface of what we can do together. If there's one thing I hope you will hear from me tonight, it is this. President Trump is a kind and decent man. I wish you could be at his side with me to see his endless kindness to everyone he meets. The media could be a fog machine, creating a partisan mist around everything that's hard to see through. But in 2016, you navigated through it all. You found your way through the swamp, and you arrived safely on the other side, with Donald J. Trump as your new president. There are some things that were true then, reasons why you choose him as your country's leader, that remain true today. You know, the president cannot be bought. The American people must know their president isn't building his life. He's building yours. He knows the president cannot be bullied. President Trump is the first leader who's been too strong, too tough, and too savvy to be crushed by the status quo establishment and the political media class. You know the president cannot be beaten. He's got a fighting spirit, like so many of you do. And winning for America is what he does. While they call it chaos, President Trump calls it change. Just think about what we achieved together with President Trump. The strongest economy in history, the lowest unemployment rate for almost all demographic groups, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, women, and so many more. He did that once, and he will do it again. You know it, and I know it. We all just need somebody to believe in our capacity to do great things. Donald Trump believed in me when I was a teenage golf caddy, and he was already one of the wealthiest, most famous people on the entire planet. He saw my potential, even when I couldn't. He sees greatness in our country too, and in each of you. He believes the world you dream about at night can be yours. He truly is a man of the people. Just think about what he has done with this convention. You've heard from real Americans with real stories. People who are just like us. People whose lives have been forever impacted by the president and his policies. You've heard from people like John Peterson, who has a factory in Ohio. Tanya Weinreich, who has a small business in Montana. Jason Joyce, a fisherman from Maine. And Chris Peterson, a dairy farmer from Wisconsin. You've seen a man who turned his life around get a second chance with a presidential pardon. You've seen brand new Americans become our fellow citizens in a ceremony at the White House. You felt the passion of pro-life and religious freedom advocates, and listened to the heartfelt words of a man whose family fled communism and oppression. Who needs a nonstop parade of politicians when you got an army of the people behind you? On November 3rd, vote for the man who believes in America and believes in you. Vote for my friend, your friend, our friend, Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and God bless the United States of America.
Good evening. It's an honor to come before you tonight from the Commonwealth of Kentucky. As the only leader in Washington not from either New York or California, I consider it my responsibility to look out for Middle America. This election is incredibly consequential for Middle America. President Trump knows he inherited the first generation of Americans who couldn't promise their children a better life than their own. He's made it his mission of this administration to change that. I know because I work beside him every day. Today's Democrat Party doesn't want to improve life for Middle America. They prefer that all of us in flyover country keep quiet and let them decide how we should live our lives. They want to tell you when you can go to work, when your kids can go to school. They want to tax your job out of existence and then send you a government check for unemployment. They want to tell you what kind of car you can drive, what sources of information are credible, and even how many hamburgers you can eat. They want to defund the police and take away your Second Amendment rights. They want free health care for illegal immigrants, yet they offer no protection at all for unborn Americans. They want to pack the Supreme Court with liberals intent on eroding our constitutional rights. And they want to codify all this by making the swamp itself, Washington, D.C., America's 51st state. With 2 more liberal senators, we cannot undo the damage they've done. Now you understand why Democrats spent an entire week telling us about who Joe Biden is, not what he intends to do. I'm immensely proud of the work the Republican Senate has done. We are the firewall against Nancy Pelosi's agenda. Like President Trump, we won't be bullied by a liberal media intent on destroying America's institutions. We will stand our post on behalf of the millions of Americans whose stories aren't told in today's newspapers, whose struggles are just as real. We'll continue to support American families as we defeat the coronavirus and return our economy to the envy of the world. The stakes have never been higher, which is why I'm asking you to support Republican Senate candidates across the country and re-elect my friend, President Donald Trump.
So all of these titans of American sport know that many of life's most valuable lessons are learned on the field of competition, and the ability to overcome adversity.
But I might have been given a bad grade, but I've got an awful lot to live for.
And your relentless will to win, win, win. These qualities embody the American spirit of pushing boundaries, defying limits.
It's a game cast in sports immortality.
And always striving for greatness. You stayed in the fight. You finished the fight. Often bumpy roads lead to beautiful places. This great building is celebrating great people. And your winners all.
Would you please rise for the playing of our national anthem?
It's our honor to be in the company of great, great champions.
Team USA will indeed take home the gold.
We have to get our sports back. We can't wait to see what's next. Never give up, never lose faith, never ever quit. Just keep forging ahead. Give everything you've got. Victory is always within reach.
Hey everyone, I am Dana White, the president of the UFC. Many of you know who I am, what I do, and that I am friends with the president. I spoke at this convention 4 years ago, and I'm back because I believe we need President Trump's leadership now more than ever. Before the pandemic, President Trump built the greatest economy in our nation's history and created opportunities for all Americans like no one before him. Financial markets hit all-time highs, unemployment was at an all-time low, and we weren't facing the lawless destruction that now is occurring in a few of our great cities. It blows my mind how quickly some of the leadership in this country has forgotten the critical role first responders play in our society. Police departments and other law enforcement, even some fire departments, have faced opposition from many in this country. But they are always the people who are asked to step up when things are at their worst and put themselves at risk. That has certainly been the case during this ongoing pandemic. Come on, America, defunding these vital positions is not the answer. The first responders have always taken care of us, and now, more than ever, we need to take care of them. Now, let's talk about COVID, and let's be very honest about it. No one person and no one place could have anticipated the challenges that COVID would bring. But President Trump has faced all these obstacles head on. He immediately put protective measures in place, and he reached out to the best and the brightest leading American businesses across all industries to discuss what he and his administration could do to get the economy back up and running safely. Let me give you more detail. In early April, President Trump organized a task force of business leaders across the country, and I was fortunate enough to serve on that task force. Firsthand, I had the opportunity to witness how hardworking and determined President Trump was to solve unprecedented problems our country was facing. I personally observed his ability to listen and understand the issues impacting Americans of all backgrounds. It was clear his highest priority was always the health and safety of everyone in our country. Not just Republicans, not just supporters, but every single American. President Trump recognized that one of the small ways to instill a sense of normalcy in people's lives was to bring back entertainment options. The president went above and beyond to help all sports leagues involved figure out a way to overcome the challenges of staging live professional sporting events in the middle of a pandemic. And you know what? We did it. The UFC was the first to do it, and we are continuing to do it. Now, other sports have joined us, and some of the lessons learned are being used to help reopen other types of businesses and schools. Make no mistake about it, we still have a long way to go, and that is why we need a leader with President Trump's unique attributes at this critical time. I have said it before, and I will say it again. He is one of the most loyal human beings I have ever met. The man has unstoppable energy. No one, and I mean no one, is going to outwork this guy. But most importantly, he truly loves and believes in our country. He believes in the people of this country. America is a place everyone wants a solid job. They want to take care of their family. They want to support the community, assist the less fortunate, and enjoy the freedom this country has provided to all of us. While we have certainly experienced a ton of negativity in 2020, President Trump's mindset is to work tirelessly to find solutions to problems and help restore America. He did it once, and I'm telling you right now, he will do it again. And remember, President Trump may be the only president in modern times who has actually done everything he said he would do during his campaign. There's this quote that I love from Ronald Reagan, where he said, "There isn't any problem we can't solve if government will give us the facts, tell us what needs to be done, then get out of the way and let us have at it." And what that means to me is, as Americans, we work hard to overcome adversity, and we face the tough times head on, irrespective of your gender, race, religion, or sexual orientation. What unites us as a nation is freedom, equality, and opportunity. That's what it means to be an American. Ladies and gentlemen, let's re-elect President Trump. Let's figure out what the problems are and continue to find solutions to those problems. Then let's get to work. I'd like to close with this. While it's critically important to re-elect President Trump, this pandemic has also taught us to be very, very careful who you select as your next governor, senator, congressperson, and mayor. It is so important to vote. And don't think that your vote doesn't matter, because to be honest with you, it has never mattered more than it does right now. Thank you, and have a great evening, America.
Buenas tardes, konbanwa, magandang gabi po, aloha, and good evening. I'm Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes. I'm a proud American and proud descendant of warrior ancestors, women and men alike, from my Hawaiian, Filipino, Japanese, and Spanish heritage. My father demonstrated his warrior spirit over 50 years ago, fighting a dictator in his homeland, the Philippines. Barely escaping with his life, he started anew in America. He arrived with nothing but faith, determination, and a willingness to work hard. He lived the American dream, building businesses, a family, and seeing me become Utah's first minority statewide elected official. Today, I channel my warrior roots by battling human trafficking. I've been able to lead some of the largest trafficking prosecutions in America and traveled to foreign countries, working with law enforcement and NGOs to dismantle trafficking networks and rescue people from the most brutal conditions imaginable. Young girls and women sold into sex slavery, young boys and men forced into labor servitude, illegal adoptions, organ harvesting, human life utterly debased. President Donald Trump is a fierce warrior against human trafficking. How do I know? Early in 2017, I had occasion to visit with him about our rescues. He asked insightful questions, expressed deep concern for victims. Overwhelmed with compassion, he promised to attack this evil. President Trump summoned Ivanka and leaders from his cabinet, directing resources and hundreds of millions of dollars for raising awareness, liberating victims, prosecuting predators, and empowering survivors. Together, they've done more to combat human trafficking than any administration in modern history. Now that's a promise kept. President Trump's taken similar aggressive action to break the chains of drug addiction and improve mental and behavioral health. He declared the opioid epidemic a national public health emergency and made available billions of dollars to confront this threat. He also signed a bill creating a phone number like 911, but for mental health. When activated, 988 will be a lifeline for those struggling with thoughts of suicide, depression, addiction, self-harm, or even hurting others. It will save countless American lives. A few months ago, my father, my warrior hero, lost his fight with cancer. When he passed, he had by his bedside his scriptures, family photos, and a pen President Trump gave me to give him. Dad loved that pen. It represented freedom to him, the freedom that only exists when someone is willing to fight for it. To my father, President Trump is that ultimate warrior fighting for our freedom. If you listen to Democrats, the media, and liberal elite, they will tell you that America's light doesn't shine as brightly around the world as it once did. That is simply not true. The same light that brought my father to America inspires the desperate and downtrodden equally today. Believe me, I interact with some of the most marginalized victims on earth, and they love America. They love President Trump because he's fighting for their freedom and America's freedom. Thank you, President Trump. God bless you, and God bless America, this land of greatness.
My name is Debbie Flood, and I own a small foundry and machine shop in Wisconsin that manufactures cast bronze architectural hardware. My father, who was a World War II veteran, started the business with some used equipment and the American dream. Today, we are one of the only U.S. companies left who make our products from start to finish under one roof. We really make things, and we love it. When we lost nearly 50% of our business to China in the mid-2000s, we wondered how a small company like ours could continue to compete. At that time, Joe Biden was a senator. He voted to normalize trade with China and helped pave the way for them to join the WTO, even though they were hurting American companies like ours. But we're tenacious and we're creative. We took a risk and purchased a 3D printer. 3D printing technology allows us to do things that China can't. Now we can take a customer's idea from sketch to sample to production in just a few weeks. This opened up new opportunities for us. Later, we fought our way through the Great Recession. Then Donald Trump was elected, and we breathed a sigh of relief. He actually fought for American workers and American craftsmen. He actually cared about bringing back those three beautiful words, made in America. We no longer had to succeed despite government. Now the government was on our side. We enjoyed a thriving economy stimulated by President Trump's pro-business and pro-worker policies. Thanks to the Trump tax cuts, I've been able to raise my employees' wages, so they got a pay raise and a tax cut. Even in the face of the pandemic, the president doubled down on his support for business. Thanks to President Trump, our business was approved for the Paycheck Protection Program. That allowed us to keep our people working at a time when the future was very uncertain. Our president understands that the best solutions unleash the innovation of American entrepreneurs and the creativity of American workers. Joe Biden doesn't really know anything about business or creating jobs. He spent 47 years in government, and it's doubtful that he'll finally figure it out in year 48. He's pledged to raise our taxes and bring back excessive regulation. I own a business whose mission it is to solve problems. Anything can be solved with a little creativity. It takes courage, commitment, and ideas. And those are all things that come naturally to President Trump. And that's why he has my support.
My name is Judy Smith.
My name is Manuel Martinez.
My name is Claudia Perez.
I live in New York City Public Housing.
I'm the resident council president for South Jamaica Houses.
I am resident council president of Washington Houses, which is in Spanish Harlem.
My name is Carmen Quinones, and I'm the president of Douglas Houses, 3,500 strong residents here, and I am a lifelong Democrat. I would really hate to get started on this mayor.
Bill de Blasio and the way he has dealt with public housing residents is disgraceful.
This mayor has made our lives here, and I think every housing development, very uncomfortable.
Under the Trump administration, New York City Housing Authority has received an influx of cash that it has not seen since 1997.
I'm grateful for the spotlight that President Trump is putting on New York City public housing. I think it's wrong that the Democrats put illegal immigrants before Black Americans. How is it that we have people waiting on the waiting list for New York City public housing for 10 years or more, but yet we have illegal immigrants living here? Something is wrong with that picture.
Since HUD came in with Lynn Patton as the regional director for HUD, it helped us identify some long systemic problems that we are now putting on the table and having discussions on.
President Trump's administration have opened their ear and have listened. There's been improvement in public housing. We're very appreciative of this administration that has come and finally shined a light on what's going on and bringing real solutions to a real problem.
Hello, my name is Ann Dorn. I'd like to introduce you to my husband, David, father of 5, brother of 12, grandfather of 10, friend to thousands. He was the most kind, dedicated, loving life partner I could have hoped for. He had a big smile and a heart to match. He was blessed with the gift of gab, and that gift enabled him to touch souls and inspire people, especially young people. Oh, how kids loved him, and they really loved him back. Dave was all about service. He served 38 years in the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department and 6 years as chief of police as the Moline Acres Police Department. After 44 years, he retired from law enforcement, but he never retired from helping a friend in need. Since he befriended every person he met, he was a very busy man. One example of that was his friendship with a young man named Lee. David met him when Lee was just a kid, after members of his family were attacked and murdered. Dave took a special interest in the boy. They bonded, and their friendship grew and remained strong throughout the years. Lee eventually opened a pawn shop. He trusted Dave implicitly and asked Dave to help with security. David readily agreed. Whenever the shop's alarm would go off, the alarm company called Dave. He would investigate. If he got a call after I went to bed, he would wake me up and tell me he was going to Lee's, just to make sure everything was all right. Most of the time, they were false alarms, triggered by a storm or animals. But I never rested easily until I heard Dave's key turn in the door, knowing he was home safe. The alarm that went off the morning of June 2nd was for real. It was a violent night in St. Louis. 4 officers were shot. Others were hit with rocks and fireworks. At least 5 businesses were damaged, looted, or set on fire. As the Officer Wellness Coordinator and CIT Coordinator with the police department, I was keenly aware of their writing and spent the evening getting ready to mobilize support for officers who were impacted. After I'd gone to bed, David received a call from Lee's Alarm Company. The front door of the pawn shop had been breached. This time he didn't wake me up to tell me. He probably knew I would have tried to stop him or insist on going with him. As I slept, looters were ransacking the shop. They shot and killed David in cold blood, and then live streamed his execution and his last moments on earth. David's grandson was watching the video on Facebook in real time, not realizing he was watching his own grandfather dying on the sidewalk. I learned of all this around 4 a.m. when our doorbell rang. The chief of police was standing outside. I wondered why Dave had not answered the door. It wasn't uncommon for him to be up watching TV at this time. I called out to him several times. There was no reply. He just wasn't there. I let in the chief, and fighting back tears, he uttered the words every officer's spouse dreads. I relive that horror in my mind every single day. My hope is that having you relive it with me now will help shake this country from this nightmare we are witnessing in our cities and bring about positive, peaceful change. How do we get to this point where so many young people are callous and indifferent towards human life? This isn't a video game where you can commit mayhem and then just hit reset and bring all the characters back to life. David is never coming back to me. He was murdered by people who didn't know and just didn't care. He would have done anything to help them. Violence and destruction are not legitimate forms of protest. They do not safeguard Black lives. They only destroy them. President Trump understands this, has offered federal help to restore order in our communities. In a time when police departments are short on resources and manpower, we need that help. We should accept that help. We must heal before we can effect change, but we cannot heal amid devastation and chaos. President Trump knows we need more Davids in our communities, not fewer. We need to come together in peace and remember that every life is precious.
Good evening. I'm Ben Carson, a retired neurosurgeon and a public servant. Before I begin, I'd like to say that our hearts go out to the Blake family and the other families who've been impacted by the tragic events in Kenosha. As Jacob's mother has urged the country, let's use our hearts, our love, and our intelligence to work together to show the rest of the world how humans are supposed to treat each other. America is great when we behave greatly. In order to succeed in change, we must first come together in love of our fellow citizens. History reminds us that necessary change comes through hope and love, not senseless and destructive violence. Abraham Lincoln once said to an America divided that, quote, "Your purpose then, plainly stated, is that you will destroy the government unless you be allowed to construe and enforce the Constitution as you please on all points in dispute between you and us. You will rule or ruin in all events," unquote. These words of warning are relevant today. We have a choice. Do we want big government that controls our lives from cradle to grave? Or do we believe in the power and wisdom of the people and their ability to self-govern with help from a limited federal government. Our president, Donald J. Trump, believes in the people. He is one of us. He makes promises and he keeps them. He is transparent, and we certainly know what he's thinking. He does not submit to political correctness or to its enforcers, the media. He is real. Right now, we need real. We need courage. We can't cower in the corner and hope that no one calls us a name, believing that will keep us safe. That is not courage, and that will not lead us to a good and just place. We must remember all those who sacrificed everything in order to give us freedom, and we must be willing to do the same for those who come after us. President Trump does not dabble in identity politics. He wants everyone to succeed and believes in the adage, a rising tide lifts all boats. Many on the other side love to incite division by claiming that President Trump is a racist. They could not be more wrong. Years ago, Jesse Jackson gave Donald Trump an award for the economic opportunities he created for black people. In Palm Beach, Florida, Donald Trump led the crusade to allow blacks and Jews into private clubs and resorts. One of the first things he did as president was bring the Office of Historically Black Colleges and Universities into the White House so that it could get proper attention and financial support. Before the pandemic, African American unemployment was at an all-time low. President Trump accomplished prison reform. He created incentives to encourage investors to become involved with economically deprived areas of America. He strongly supports school choice, fully recognizing that no matter what circumstances a person is born into, they can achieve success with a good education. It was true for me. When my mother forced me to read books about doctors, entrepreneurs, inventors, and scientists, I began to recognize that the person who has the most to do with what happens to you in life is you. My mother always told me, Ben, you can do anything, but I will never allow you to become a victim. It was then that I stopped listening to the people who were trying to convince me that I was a victim and that others were responsible for my victimhood. What is racist is the fact that African Americans have the highest abortion rate. President Trump is the most pro-life president in the country's history. He will continue to fight for those who cannot yet speak. The vision of a shining city up on a hill came from Jesus' Sermon on the Mount. America is that shiny city. We are the beacon of hope for the world. At this moment in time, President Donald Trump is the man with the courage, the vision, and the ability to keep it shining brightly.
I'm Pat Lynch, president of the Police Benevolent Association, speaking to you on behalf of 50,000 active and retired New York City police officers. We are the proud men and women who wear a shield on our chest and put ourselves in harm's way to protect our city. We are proud to endorse our president, Donald J. Trump, for re-election because the stakes have never been higher. Like cops across the country, we are staring down the barrel of a public safety disaster. More than 1,000 people have been shot in New York City so far this year. Almost 300 have been killed. These are not just numbers. These are real people. A father gunned down while holding his 7-year-old daughter's hand. A beloved neighborhood peacemaker killed by a stray bullet. A 17-year-old who made all the right choices, who worked hard to go to college and earned a sports scholarship, murdered before he can tell his mother the news. A 1-year-old child shot dead in his stroller. Innocent people, innocent lives lost. One tragedy is too many, but every day the number keeps growing. And every day our communities are asking us, why is this happening? The answer is simple. The Democrats have walked away from us. They have walked away from police officers, and they've walked away from the innocent people we protect. Democratic politicians have surrendered our streets and our institutions. The loudest voices have taken control, and our so-called leaders are scrambling to catch up with them. In city after city, they've slashed police budgets. They have hijacked and dismantled the criminal justice system. They've passed laws that made it impossible for police officers to do our job effectively. Here's the sad truth that every cop in this country knows. The violence and chaos we're seeing now isn't a side effect. It isn't an unintended consequence. It's actually the goal. The radical left doesn't really want better policing. They don't really care about making the justice system fairer. What they want is no policing. What they want is a justice system that just stops working altogether. In places where Democrats are in power, the radical left is getting exactly what they want, and our country is suffering for it. I've been a New York City police officer for 36 years. I've spent 21 of those years protecting the cops who protect New Yorkers. I've never seen our streets go this bad so quickly. I've never heard from so many cops from every corner of the country who are saying the same thing. Our hands are tied. If we're going to turn the tide and restore law and order, we cannot fall into the left's trap. There is nobody who hates bad cops more than good cops. But that doesn't matter to the radical left. To them, we're all just bad because we're all just blue. Their anti-law enforcement campaign isn't about a single incident. It isn't the result of one bad law or one bad policy. It's about a message. The message is police officers are the enemy. The message is criminals have the right to resist arrest. The message is if you commit a crime, if you victimize the most vulnerable of people, the justice system will not hold you accountable. That's the message echoing through city halls and state houses across our country. It's playing on a loop in the media. The criminals have heard that message, and they're taking full advantage. We must stop that message. We must expose the left's lies about police officers and the job that we do. And we will do that because we have something that they don't. We have a real leader. We have a powerful voice in the most powerful office in our country. We have President Donald J. Trump. Unlike the Democrats who are running in fear of the mob in the street, President Trump has never apologized for supporting police officers and standing up for law and order. Unlike the Democrats who froze in the face of rioting and looting, President Trump matches his words with his actions. He gives law enforcement the support and the tools we need to go out there and put a stop to it, period. End of story. It has never been harder to be a police officer in this country, but there are two things that keep us going. We look at the victims, the vulnerable, the regular working people who count on us. We keep strapping on our duty belts and bullet-resistant vests because we know we can't let them down. And while we do that, we hear the words of our president, who says to police officers everywhere, I will never let you down. We know that he hasn't, and we know that he won't. We've been fortunate to have him in office these past 4 years, and we know that we cannot afford to lose him. When it comes to your safety, your family's safety, and the safety of all Americans, there's no other choice. You won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. We can have 4 more years of President Trump, or you can have no safety, no justice, and no peace.
Good evening. My name is Rudy Giuliani, and I'm the former mayor of New York City. In 2013, my city elected a self-described progressive Democrat as mayor. New York City, once described as America's crime capital, had become, by the mid-1990s, America's safest large city. Now today, my city is in shock. Murders, shootings, and violent crime are increasing at percentages unheard of in the past. We're seeing the return of rioting and looting. During riots, this Democrat mayor, like others, has often prevented the police from making arrests. And even when arrests are made, liberal, progressive DAs release the rioters so as not to disrupt the rioting. New Yorkers wonder, how did we get overwhelmed by crime so quickly and decline so fast? Don't let Democrats do to America what they have done to New York. Again, the Democrats are urging you to vote for an obviously defective candidate. Biden has changed his principles so often, he no longer has any principles. He's a Trojan horse with Bernie, AOC, Pelosi, Black Lives Matter, and his party's entire left wing, just waiting to execute their pro-criminal, anti-police socialist policies. The whole unprecedented wave of lawlessness began with a truly just cause: the unforgivable police killing of George Floyd in Minneapolis. Peaceful protests began all over the land. The condemnation of the killing was universal, from President Trump to Democrat leaders. It seemed, for a few brief shining moments, Democrat and Republican leaders would come together with a unified proposal to reduce police misconduct. This possibility was very dangerous to the left. They had a president to beat and a country to destroy. And although an agreement on action against police brutality would be very valuable for the country, it would also make President Trump appear to be an effective leader. They could have none of that. So Black Lives Matter and Antifa sprang into action, and in a flash, they hijacked the peaceful protests into vicious, brutal riots. Soon, protests turned into riots in many other American cities, almost all Democrat. Businesses were burned and crushed, people beaten, shot and killed, police officers routinely assaulted, badly beaten, and occasionally murdered, and the police handcuffed by progressive Democrat mayors from doing anything but observe the crimes and absorb the blows. But the worst of it was the slaughter of innocent young people with their whole lives ahead of them. The murder of 4-year-old LeGrand Taliaferro in Kansas City shocked the nation, but not Black Lives Matter or their many Democrat supporters. 17-year-old basketball star Brandon Hendricks was killed in the Bronx just days after graduating high school and on his way to St. John's to play basketball. He passed with only a brief mention. 1-year-old Davil Gardner Jr. was shot and killed in a stroller at a cookout in Brooklyn, and it caused no outrage. For President Trump and for us Republicans, all Black lives matter, and the lives of LeGrand and Brandon and Davil matter to us. All lives matter to us. These continuous riots in Democratic cities gives you a good view of the future under Biden. All 5 of the top cities for homicides, like the top cities for rioting and looting, are governed by progressive Democrats, using the progressive Democrat approach to crime, which is to do nothing substantive to reduce it, to release prisoners, as many and as soon as possible, and to go to war with the police, the only group with the capability to protect your citizens. It is clear that a vote for Biden and the Democrats creates the risk that you will bring this lawlessness to your city, to your town, to your suburb. There is no question that this awesome job of restoring safety for our people cannot be done from your basement, Joe. There's also no question that President Trump will fight with all his strength to preserve the American system of government and our way of life. In critical times in our history, America has always been blessed with the right person to handle the crisis. Washington, Lincoln, Roosevelt, Reagan were perfect for the challenges they faced and brought our nation through gloriously. President Trump, with his boundless love of our country and all our people, his disciplined work ethic, his exceptional ability to inspire, and his deep understanding of our system of government and the strength of American values is the man we can trust to preserve and even improve our way of life. Mr. President, make our nation safe again.
The U.S. attorney announced charges against Dr. Charles Lieber and 2 Chinese nationals today.
A systematic decision by many of our country's most powerful leaders to sell out America to China.
China is going to eat our lunch? Come on, man.
A 2013 trip to China getting new attention this morning, not for what Joe Biden did, but for who he brought with him.
As the threat from China grew larger and more threatening, Biden seemed to grow more accommodating to the Chinese government.
Questions about money he made from foreign business dealings while his father was vice president.
And they knew they can get to Joe Biden's heart through his son, Hunter Biden.
They hoped to raise $1.5 billion. One person who did not want to talk about it, Joe Biden.
When it was already clear China had lied to the world in ways that hurt the world about a deadly outbreak of the Wuhan coronavirus, Biden was still flacking for the Chinese government.
They're not bad folks. But guess what? They're not competition for us.
China would prefer Joe Biden.
Good evening. I'm Senator Tom Cotton. A lot's changed in 4 years. Back then, we gathered in a rowdy arena. Tonight, you're probably at home, while I stand alone. Stands alone. That was the motto of my old Army unit, the 506th Infantry, the original band of brothers. From the Normandy beaches to the Iraqi desert, we fought alongside each other, but we were always prepared to stand alone. And so it is with our nation. We lead the free world, but we'll stand alone if we must to defend America. Donald Trump understands this. He puts America first. That's why America is safer now than 4 years ago. But Joe Biden would return us to a weak and dangerous past. Barack Obama's own Secretary of Defense said Joe Biden has been wrong on nearly every major national security decision over the past 4 decades. So let's compare the records of Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Joe Biden slashed defense spending again and again. President Trump rebuilt our military and added the Space Force. Joe Biden let ISIS terrorists rampage across the Middle East. President Trump eliminated ISIS's leader and destroyed its caliphate. Joe Biden opposed the mission to kill Osama bin Laden. President Trump avenged the murder of hundreds of Americans by killing Iran's terrorist mastermind, Qasem Soleimani. Joe Biden sent pallets of cash to the Ayatollahs. President Trump ripped up the dangerous Iran nuclear deal. Joe Biden treated Israel like a nuisance. President Trump moved our embassy to Jerusalem and brokered peace deals in the Middle East. Joe Biden coddled socialist dictators in Cuba and Venezuela. President Trump fights against communism in America's backyard and around the world. And on the Communist Party of China, there is no comparison. Joe Biden aided and abetted China's rise for 50 years with terrible trade deals that closed our factories and laid off our workers. President Trump stands up to China's cheating and stealing and lying. Joe Biden allowed Chinese fentanyl to flood across our southern border. President Trump sanctioned Chinese drug dealers for poisoning our kids. Joe Biden said Chinese communists aren't even our competitor, aren't bad folks, just months before they unleashed this plague on the world. President Trump is clear-eyed about the Chinese threat, and he is making China pay. But China's not giving up. In fact, they're rooting for Joe Biden. America's other enemies won't give up either. But Joe Biden would be as wrong and weak over the next 4 years as he has been for the last 50. We need a president who stands up for America, not one who takes a knee. A strong and proud America is a safe America, safe from our enemies and safe from war. No one who's seen the face of war desires to see it again. Too many of our fellow Americans are already honored at the hallowed grounds of Arlington. But if we want peace, we must be strong. Weakness is provocative. President Trump's strength has kept us out of war. Joe Biden won't stand up for America. Donald Trump will. So this November, let's stand with the president and vote to keep America great.
My name is Marcia Mueller. This is my husband, Carl. Our daughter, Kayla, was taken as a hostage and murdered by ISIS. From a young age, Kayla was amazing. She taught herself languages, how to write music, how to play guitar. She worked with troubled youth, military veterans, and Native Americans. Everywhere Kayla went, people smiled. Kayla had a gift to be able to see the world through someone else's eyes. She became a humanitarian aid worker, and when she was helping children at an orphanage in India, Kayla wrote, "I find God in the suffering eyes reflected in mine. If this is how you are revealed to me, this is how I will forever seek you." She went to Turkey to help Syrian refugees in 2012. In August 2013, she was asked by another aid worker to cross the border into Syria to help at a hospital. On August 4th, 2013, ISIS terrorists stopped her vehicle and took her captive.
Kayla was mostly held in a 12-by-12 cell in solitary confinement. It was cold and dirty. ISIS terrorists shined bright lights in her face. They shaved her head. They beat her and tortured her. The leader of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, raped her repeatedly. For 18 months, she endured. And we endured an agonizing back and forth between us, the Obama administration, and ISIS. We put all our faith in the government, but the government let us down. President Obama refused to meet with us until ISIS had already beheaded other Americans. To this day, we've never heard from Joe Biden. Instead, the Obama administration had hid behind policy so much that we felt hopeless when they kept us from negotiating to save Kayla's life. The administration showed more concern for the terrorists in Guantanamo than the American hostages in Syria. The military prepared a rescue mission, but the White House delayed it. By the time it went forward, Kayla had been moved to another location. After 18 months of brutal torture, we learned from ISIS that Kayla had been killed. The Obama administration kept telling us they were doing everything they could, but their version of everything wasn't enough. What a difference a president makes. Under President Trump, U.S. Army Special Operators conducted a raid on al-Baghdadi's compound. After we learned that al-Baghdadi was killed, we learned something else. The operators named themselves Task Force 814 after August 14th, Kayla's birthday. And the mission was named Operation Kayla Mueller. To those soldiers, thank you. Kayla was looking down on you. The Trump team gave us empathy we never received from the Obama administration. The Obama administration said it was doing everything it could. The Trump administration is. Let me just say this. Kayla should be here. If Donald Trump had been president when Kayla was captured, she would be here today. When Kayla was a hostage, I'd go outside at night and look at the moon. I'd look at the moon, and I'd promise her I'd do everything I could to get her home. Now when I see the moon, I'm reminded of my promise to her I couldn't keep.
All Kayla wanted was to make it home. We are still working to find her, and God willing, we will bring her home. Kayla was born a miracle. We were told we would never have a second child, but God gave us Kayla, and she gave herself to the world. 8 months into Kayla's captivity, another hostage was able to smuggle out a letter Kayla had written. As we read it, we could see that God was holding her in his arms. In her words, she felt tenderly cradled in free fall. She also wrote, "I have been shown in darkness light and have learned that even in prison one can be free. I am grateful. I have had many hours to think how only in your absence have I finally, at 25 years old, come to realize your place in my life. None of us could have known it would be this long, but no, I am also fighting for my side in the ways I am able, and I have a lot of fight left inside of me. I am not breaking down, and I will not give in, no matter how long it takes." Kayla taught me so many things as her mom. She's still teaching us. Carl and I support Donald Trump because of his commitment to make and keep America great, not with the power of the government, but with the passion of people like Kayla, Americans who, even in the darkest days, always have more fight left inside of them. Americans who don't just talk, they act. That was our daughter. That's President Trump. As long as we stay strong like Kayla, as long as we refuse to break, we will be great. Thank you.
I'm free to hug my family. I'm free to start over. This is the greatest day of my life. My heart is just bursting with gratitude. I want to thank President Donald John Trump.
Almost all people said that criminal justice reform would never pass. But we came together as a group, we worked across party lines, and we got it done.
I'm an example of a woman who has been given a second chance in life. God bless you, and God bless America.
Good evening. I'm Alice Marie Johnson. I was once told that the only way I would ever be reunited with my family would be as a corpse. But by the grace of God and the compassion of President Donald John Trump, I stand before you tonight, and I assure you, I'm not a ghost. I am alive, I am well, and most importantly, I am free. In 1996, I began serving time in prison, life plus 25 years. I had never been in trouble. I was a first-time nonviolent offender. What I did was wrong. I made decisions that I regret. Some say, you do the crime, you do the time. However, that time should be fair and just. We've all made mistakes. None of us want to be defined forever based on our worst decision. While in prison, I became a playwright, a mentor, a certified hospice volunteer, an ordained minister, and received the Special Olympics Event Coordinator of the Year award for my work with disabled women. Because the only thing worse than unjustly imprisoning my body is trying to imprison my mind. My transformation was described as extraordinary. Truth is, there are thousands of people just like me who deserve the opportunity to come home. I never stopped fighting for my freedom. My Christian faith and the prayers of so many kept hope alive. When President Trump heard about me, about the injustice of my story, he saw me as a person. He had compassion, and he acted. Free in body thanks to President Trump, but free in mind thanks to the Almighty God. I couldn't believe it. I always remembered that God knew my name, even in my darkest hour, but I never thought a president would. When I was released on June 6, 2018, I ran across that road and hugged my grandchildren for the first time. I'll never forget that feeling. And then I remembered the promise I had made to the men and women I left behind, that I would never stop fighting for them, and I haven't. I'm using my voice to tell their stories, and I pray that my face reminds you of those forgotten faces. 6 months after President Trump granted me a second chance, he signed the First Step Act into law. It was real justice reform, and it brought joy, hope, and freedom to thousands of well-deserving people. I hollered, hallelujah! My faith in justice and mercy was rewarded. Imagine getting to hug your loved ones again, and to think this first step meant so much to so many. I can't wait because we're just getting started. The nearly 22 years I spent in prison were not wasted. God had a purpose and a plan for my life. I was not delayed or denied. I was destined for such a time as this. I pray that you will not just hear this message, but that you will be inspired by my story, and your compassion will lead you to take action for those who are forgotten. That's what our president, Donald Trump, did for me. And for that, I will be forever grateful. God bless you, God bless President Trump, and God bless America. Thank you.
It's one of the great American success stories. A builder who left his mark on skylines around the world. A businessman with an extraordinary ability to communicate directly with the American people. A leader who grew tired of politicians, leading our country down a road to ruin. He didn't do it for money or power or fame. He had all that. He did it because of his love for our great country.
And we will make America great again.
Donald J. Trump beat the odds, smashed the establishment, and won the presidency for the American people.
Donald Trump has defeated Hillary Clinton to become president-elect.
Hillary Clinton has called Donald Trump to concede the race.
It has been a stunning night. It has been a historic night.
Washington, D.C., the establishment is terrified, and they should be. They were all of them wrong, making this one of the greatest upsets in American political history.
Immediately upon taking office, President Trump changed things. But change threatened the establishment, and the establishment fought back. Democrat obstruction, phony investigations, the dishonest media, an incredible 92% of stories are negative. No president has seen anything like it. Despite everything they threw at him, President Trump delivered for the American people, and he delivered like never before. Building the strongest economy in American history, 7 million new jobs, the lowest ever unemployment for Black and Hispanic Americans, ending the Biden era of lopsided trade deals that sent our factories overseas, passing the historic USMCA, taking on China, winning the trade war, protecting and strengthening Medicare and Social Security, lowering the cost of insulin, delivering the first real drop in drug prices in 50 years, restoring our military, fixing the VA, bringing our troops home and taking the world's deadliest terrorists off the battlefield. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, ISIS, brought to justice. Moving America's embassy to Jerusalem, a new era of strength and solidarity with our ally Israel. Negotiating a historic peace deal between Israel and the United Arab Emirates. Securing our border. Miles of new border wall being built. Illegal immigration dropped to the lowest point in a decade. Tackling the coronavirus head-on. Banning travel from China. Mobilizing government, business, and the American people to manufacture masks, ventilators, and medical supplies. And launching Operation Warp Speed, an unprecedented effort to develop a vaccine to eradicate the coronavirus from the face of the earth in record time. President Trump has accomplished more for the American people in 4 years than any other president in history. And in his second term, he will lead America to even greater heights, draining the swamp, rebuilding the economy, bringing back millions of jobs, creating 10 million new jobs in 10 months, new opportunities for all Americans, not just those at the top, lowering drug costs, expanding access to high-quality health care for every American family, defending America's police, restoring law and order to our cities, stopping illegal immigration and protecting American families, and ending America's reliance on China once and for all, bringing back jobs and factories, making medicine and products in America again. President Trump will rebuild America's infrastructure, renew hope and our entrepreneurial spirit for a new generation, and restore the American dream. It won't be easy, never pretty. The swamp will continue to fight him every step of the way. But under President Trump, our families will thrive. Our incomes will rise. Our communities will be kept safe. Our factories will flourish. Our flag will fly high. Our country will soar. And we will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ivanka Trump.
Good evening. Before I begin, I want to send a special message to everyone who's been affected by Hurricane Laura. Our hearts are with you. The President will continue to support you every step of the way. And just like Americans always do, the nation will come together to help you rebuild your homes, businesses, and communities stronger and more resilient than ever before. Four years ago, I introduced to you a builder, an entrepreneur, an outsider, and the people's nominee for President of the United States. Tonight, I stand before you as the proud daughter of the people's president. He is our commander-in-chief, champion of the American worker, defender of common sense, and our voice for the forgotten men and women of this country. He is our president and my father, Donald J. Trump. This evening, I want to tell you about the leader I know and the moments I wish every American could see. I want to tell you the story of a president who is fighting for you from dawn to midnight, when the cameras have left, the microphones are off, and the decisions really count. When Jared and I moved with our 3 young children to Washington, we didn't exactly know what we were in for, but our kids loved it from the start. My son, Joseph, promptly built Grandpa a Lego replica of the White House. The president still displays it on the mantle in the Oval Office right over there, so that he can show world leaders, just so they know he has the greatest grandchildren on Earth. I agree. Over the last 4 years, we've learned a lot. I've seen in Washington it's easy for politicians to survive if they silence their convictions and skip the hard fights. I couldn't believe so many politicians actually prefer to complain about a problem rather than fix it. I was shocked to see people leave major challenges unsolved so they can blame the other side, campaign on the same issue in the next election. But Donald Trump did not come to Washington to win praise from the Beltway elites. Donald Trump came to Washington for one reason and one reason alone: to make America great again. My father has strong convictions. He knows what he believes, and he says what he thinks. Whether you agree with him or not, you always know where he stands. I recognize that my dad's communication style is not to everyone's taste, and I know that his tweets can feel a bit unfiltered. But the results speak for themselves. He is so unapologetic about his beliefs that he has caused me and countless Americans to take a hard look at our own convictions and ask ourselves, what do we stand for? What kind of America do we want to leave for our children? I am more certain than ever before we want a future where our kids can believe in American greatness. We want a society where every child can live in a safe community and go to a great school of their choice. We want a culture where differences of opinion and debate are encouraged, not canceled, where law enforcement is respected, where our country's rich diversity is celebrated, and where people of all backgrounds, races, genders, and creeds have the chance to achieve their God-given potential. This is the future my father is working to build each and every day. Building, after all, is what he's done his whole life. He has admired and befriended construction workers on countless job sites. But it has been a new and profound experience for him and for me to see these stoic machinists and steelworkers come to him with a tear in their eye and thank him for being the only person willing to go to the mat for them, for their jobs, for their families, and for their futures. To the hardworking men and women across America and here tonight, you are the reason my father fights with all of his heart and all of his might. You are the reason he ran for president in the first place, and you are the reason he is going to keep fighting for 4 more years. I remember one evening in early February of 2018, we were in the Oval Office with my father's top economic advisors, and the president was pushing to keep the promise he made to renegotiate the bad trade deals that had gutted millions of middle-class jobs. Most of his advisors argued that the economy was so strong following our historic tax and regulatory cuts that it didn't make sense to risk rocking the boat. After the meeting, as I walked with my father back towards the residence, he said, "You know, the reason this has never been done before is because our leaders haven't had the guts. When the economy is good, they settle for good, and when things are bad, they don't have the will or ability, so they kick the can until it's someone else's problem." He was right. If my father didn't take on these fights, no one would. In the months that followed, President Trump refused to settle for a good deal. He wanted a great deal, and ultimately, that is exactly what we got. I remember each time he was updated on the progress of the new trade deal with Mexico and Canada, he would say, "Don't let down those dairy farmers I met in Wisconsin. I don't want them to like this deal. I want them to love it." Today, in the midst of this unprecedented global pandemic, it's more clear than ever that our president was absolutely correct to take on trade when he did and bring our jobs, our factories, and our life-saving medicines back to the USA. As our nation endures this grave trial, I pray for the families who are mourning the loss of a loved one, for those who are battling COVID-19, and for the first responders and the healthcare heroes who remain on the front line of this fight. The grief, sorrow, and anxiety during this time is felt by all. I've been with my father, and I've seen the pain in his eyes when he receives updates on the lives that have been stolen by this plague. I have witnessed him make some of the most difficult decisions of his life. I sat with him in the Oval Office as he stopped travel to Europe. I watched him take the strongest, most inclusive economy in a lifetime, the lowest unemployment in a half century, and the highest wage increase for working families in decades, and close it down to save American lives. It is why our president rapidly mobilized the full force of government and the private sector to produce ventilators within weeks, to build the most robust testing system in the world, and to develop safe and effective treatments, and very, very soon a vaccine. My father isn't deterred by defeatist thinkers. The word impossible, well, it only motivates him. Donald Trump rejects the cynical notion that this country's greatest achievements are behind us. He believes that nothing is beyond our reach and that the best is yet to come. I have seen all of my life how my dad believes in the potential of each individual. Earlier this evening, we were all inspired by the incredible testimony of Alice Johnson, a great-grandmother who was sentenced to life in prison for a first-time nonviolent drug offense. I was with my father when he decided to commute Alice's life sentence. Together, we watched Alice leave prison after nearly 22 years. As she ran into the arms of her family and they celebrated a joyful reunion, my father got very quiet. I could see the emotion on his face. After a long silence, he looked at me and said, "Imagine how many people there are just like Alice." From that point on, he became a voice for those who had been unfairly silenced in our prison system. President Trump rectified the disparities of the 1994 Biden crime bill that disproportionately hurt African Americans. Against all odds, he brought together Republicans and Democrats and passed the most significant criminal justice reform of our generation, and we're just getting started. My father did not campaign on this issue. He tackled this injustice because he has a deep compassion for those who have been treated unfairly. More than rhetoric and political prose, the ability to build consensus and achieve bipartisan success will help heal our country's racial inequities and bring us forward together. President Trump is advancing the American values of work and family. 4 years ago in Cleveland, I said President Trump would deliver for working women. Last year, over 70% of all new jobs were secured by women. Four years ago, I told you my father would focus on making childcare affordable and accessible. In President Trump's first term, we secured the largest ever increase for childcare funding, giving more than 800,000 low-income families great childcare at a cost they can afford. As part of Republican tax cuts, in 2019 alone, our child tax credit put over $2,000 into the pockets of 40 million American families. Democrat politicians recently introduced a plan to increase the child tax credit, Yet when I was fighting less than 3 years ago at the president's direction to get Congress to double the child tax credit, not a single Democrat voted to pass the law. We got it done anyway. Four years ago, I promised that President Trump would support mothers in the workforce. In his first year in office, he signed into law the first ever national paid leave tax credit. Today, 8 million more Americans have access to this benefit. Four years ago, I said that Americans needed an economy that permits people to rise again. During President Trump's first 3 years in office, 72% of all new jobs went to Americans who had been outside of the workforce. 4 years ago, I told you I would fight alongside my father, and 4 years later, here I am. Many of the issues my father has championed are not historically Republican priorities. Yet where Washington chooses sides, our president chooses common sense. Where politicians choose party, our president chooses people. Since the day he took the oath of office, I've watched my father take on the failed policies of the past and do what no leader has done before. Recently, he took dramatic action to cut the cost of prescription drugs, despite fielding angry calls from the CEOs of nearly every major pharmaceutical company. Now, when we see attack ads paid for by Big Pharma, my dad smiles and says to me, "You know, we're doing something really right if they're hitting us so hard." This spring, our president saw that American crops were going to waste because food supply chains were disrupted by the virus. He directed Secretary Perdue and me to find a way to get this nutritious food, fresh fruit, vegetables, meat, and dairy, to families most in need. Within a matter of days, we launched the Farmers to Family Food Box program, which has now delivered over 100 million meals into the hands of American families. To protect the most vulnerable among us, I've worked alongside the president as he signed into law 9 pieces of legislation to combat the evil of human trafficking. I've stood by my father's side at Dover Air Force Base as he's received our fallen heroes, and each time it has steeled his resolve to finally stop the endless foreign wars. To change the paradigm in the Middle East, he took a fresh approach. I heard foreign leaders beg him not to move the American embassy to Jerusalem, yet he delivered on a promise also made and unfulfilled by past presidents because my father knew that it was the right thing to do. Defying all expectations, just weeks ago, he rewrote history again by making a peace agreement in the Middle East, the biggest breakthrough in a quarter century. For the first time in a long time, we have a president who has called out Washington's hypocrisy, and they hate him for it. Dad, people attack you for being unconventional, but I love you for being real, and I respect you for being effective. Our president refuses to surrender his beliefs to score point with the political elite. To my father, you are the elite. You are the only people he cares about scoring points with. If these problems were easy to solve, previous presidents would have done so. But you don't achieve different results by doing things the same way. Washington has not changed Donald Trump. Donald Trump has changed Washington. America doesn't need another empty vessel who will do whatever the media and the fringe of his party demands. Now more than ever, America needs 4 more years of a warrior in the White House. Tonight, I could not be more proud to introduce my father, a man I know was made for this moment in history. My fellow Americans, our First Lady, and the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time to stay and say.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends, delegates, and distinguished guests, please. I stand before you tonight, honored by your support, proud of the extraordinary progress we have made together over the last 4 incredible years, and brimming with confidence in the bright future we will build for America over the next 4 years. We begin this evening. Our thoughts are with the wonderful people who have just come through the wrath of Hurricane Laura. We are working closely with state and local officials in Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, sparing no effort to save lives. While the hurricane was fierce, one of the strongest to make landfall in 150 years, the casualties and damage were far less than thought possible only 24 hours ago. And this is due to the great work of FEMA, law enforcement, and the individual states. I will be going this weekend. And congratulations, thank you for that great job out there. We really appreciate it. We are one national family, and we will always protect, love, and care for each other. Here tonight are the people who have made my journey possible and filled my life with so much joy. For her incredible service to our nation and its children, I want to thank our magnificent First Lady. Thank you, sweetheart. I also want to thank my amazing daughter, Ivanka, for that introduction, and to all of my children. Ivanka, please stand up. Great job. And to all of my children and grandchildren, I love you more than words can express. I know my brother Robert is looking down on us right now from heaven. He was a great brother and was very proud of the job we are all doing. Thank you. We love you, Robert. Let us also take a moment to show our profound appreciation for a man who has always fought by our side and stood up for our values, a man of deep faith and steadfast conviction, our Vice President Mike Pence. And Mike is joined by his beloved wife, a teacher, and military mom, Karen Pence. Thank you, Karen. My fellow Americans, tonight, with a heart full of gratitude and boundless optimism, I profoundly accept this nomination for President of the United States. The Republican Party, the party of Abraham Lincoln, goes forward united, determined, and ready to welcome millions of Democrats, independents, and anyone who believes in the greatness of America and the righteous heart of the American people. In a new term as president, we will again build the greatest economy in history, quickly returning to full employment, soaring incomes, and record prosperity. We will defend America against all threats and protect America against all dangers. We will lead America into new frontiers of ambition and discovery, and we will reach for new heights of national achievement. We will rekindle new faith in our values, new pride in our history, and a new spirit of unity that can only be realized through love for our great country. Because we understand that America is not a land cloaked in darkness. America is the torch that enlightens the entire world. Gathered here at our beautiful and majestic White House known all over the world as the People's House, we cannot help but marvel at the miracle that is our great American story. This has been the home of larger-than-life figures like Teddy Roosevelt and Andrew Jackson, who rallied Americans to bold visions of a bigger and brighter future. Within these walls lived tenacious generals like President Grant and Eisenhower, who led our soldiers in the cause of freedom. From these grounds, Thomas Jefferson sent Lewis and Clark on a daring expedition to cross a wild and uncharted continent. In the depths of a bloody civil war, President Abraham Lincoln looked out these very windows upon a half-completed Washington Monument and asked God, in his providence, to save our nation. 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor, Franklin Delano Roosevelt welcomed Winston Churchill, and just inside, they set our people on a course to victory in the Second World War. In recent months, our nation and the entire planet has been struck by a new and powerful, invisible enemy. Like those brave Americans before us, we are meeting this challenge. We are delivering life-saving therapies and will produce a vaccine before the end of the year, or maybe even sooner. We will defeat the virus, end the pandemic, and emerge stronger than ever before. What united generations past was an unshakable confidence in America's destiny and an unbreakable faith in the American people. They knew that our country is blessed by God and has a special purpose in this world. It is that conviction that inspired the formation of our union, our westward expansion, the abolition of slavery, the passage of civil rights, the space program, and the overthrow of fascism, tyranny, and communism. This towering American spirit has prevailed over every challenge and lifted us to the summit of human endeavor. And yet, despite all of our greatness as a nation, everything we have achieved is now in danger. This is the most important election in the history of our country. Thank you. At no time before have voters faced a clearer choice between two parties, two visions, two philosophies, or two agendas. This election will decide whether we save the American dream or whether we allow a socialist agenda to demolish our cherished destiny. It will decide whether we rapidly create millions of high-paying jobs or whether we crush our industries and send millions of these jobs overseas, as has foolishly been done for many decades. Your vote will decide whether we protect law-abiding Americans or whether we give free rein to violent anarchists and agitators and criminals who threaten our citizens. And this election will decide whether we will defend the American way of life or whether we will allow a radical movement to completely dismantle and destroy it. That won't happen. At the Democrat National Convention, Joe Biden and his party repeatedly assailed America as a land of racial, economic, and social injustice. So tonight I ask you a simple question. How can the Democrat Party ask to lead our country when it spends so much time tearing down our country? In the left's backward view, they do not see America as the most free, just, and exceptional nation on earth. Instead, they see a wicked nation that must be punished for its sins. Our opponents say that redemption for you can only come from giving power to them. This is a tired anthem spoken by every repressive movement throughout history. But in this country, we don't look to career politicians for salvation. In America, we don't turn to government to restore our souls. We put our faith in Almighty God. Joe Biden is not a savior of America's soul. He is the destroyer of America's jobs, and if given the chance, he will be the destroyer of American greatness. For 47 years, Joe Biden took the donations of blue-collar workers, gave them hugs and even kisses, and told them he felt their pain. And then he flew back to Washington and voted to ship our jobs to China and many other distant lands. Joe Biden spent his entire career outsourcing their dreams and the dreams of American workers, offshoring their jobs, opening their borders, and sending their sons and daughters to fight in endless foreign wars, wars that never ended. 4 years ago, I ran for president because I could not watch this betrayal of our country any longer. I could not sit by as career politicians let other countries take advantage of us on trade, borders, foreign policy, and national defense. Our NATO partners, as an example, were very far behind in their defense payments. But at my strong urging, they agreed to pay $130 billion more a year, the first time in over 20 years that they upped their payments. And this $130 billion will ultimately go to $400 billion a year. And Secretary General Stoltenberg, who heads NATO, was amazed after watching for so many years and said that President Trump did what no one else was able to do. Thank you. From the moment I left my former life behind, and it was a good life, I have done nothing but fight for you. I did what our political establishment never expected and could never forgive, breaking the cardinal rule of Washington politics. I kept my promise. Together, we have ended the rule of the failed political class, and they are desperate to get their power back by any means necessary. You've seen that. They are angry at me because instead of putting them first, I very simply said, America first. Thank you. Days after taking office, we shocked the Washington establishment and withdrew from the last administration's job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership. I then immediately approved the Keystone XL and Dakota Access pipelines, ended the unfair and very costly Paris Climate Accord, and secured for the first time American energy independence. We passed record-setting tax and regulation cuts at a rate nobody had ever seen before. Within 3 short years, we built the strongest economy in the history of the world. Washington insiders asked me not to stand up to China. They pleaded with me to let China continue stealing our jobs, ripping us off, and robbing our country blind. But I kept my word to the American people. We took the toughest, boldest, strongest, and hardest-hitting action against China in American history by far. They said that it would be impossible to terminate and replace NAFTA. But again, they were wrong. Earlier this year, I ended the NAFTA nightmare and signed the brand new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement into law. And right now, auto companies and others are building their plants and factories in America, not firing their employees, and not deserting us for other countries. In perhaps no area did the Washington special interests try harder to stop us than on my policy of pro-American immigration. But I refuse to back down, and today America's borders are more secure than ever before. Thank you. We ended catch and release, stopped asylum fraud, took down human traffickers who prey on women and children, and we have deported 20,000 gang members and 500,000 criminal aliens. We have already built 300 miles of border wall, and we are adding 10 new miles every single week. The wall will soon be complete, and it is working beyond our wildest expectations. We are joined this evening by members of the Border Patrol Union, representing our country's courageous border agents. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Brave, brave people. You see, this country loves our law enforcement. They do. They do. They really do. Love and respect. When I learned that the Tennessee Valley Authority laid off hundreds of American workers and forced them to train their lower-paid foreign replacement, I promptly removed the chairman of the board. And now those talented American workers have been rehired and are back providing power to Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, North Carolina, and Virginia. They have their old jobs back, and some are here with us this evening. Please stand. You went through a lot. Please stand. Thank you. Thank you very much. You've been through a lot. Thank you very much. Last month, I took on Big Pharma. You think that's easy? It's not. And signed orders that will massively lower the cost of your prescription drugs and give critically ill patients access to life-saving cures. We passed the decades-long-awaited right to try. Right to try. We also passed VA accountability and VA choice. Our great veterans, we're taking care of our veterans. 91% approval rating this month, the VA, given by our veterans. First time anything like that's ever happened. By the end of my first term, we will have approved more than 300 federal judges, including 2 great new Supreme Court justices. And to bring prosperity to our forgotten inner cities, we worked hard to pass historic criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones, and long-term funding of historically black colleges and universities. And before the China virus came in, produced the best unemployment numbers for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans ever recorded. And I say very modestly that I have done more for the African-American community than any president since Abraham Lincoln, our first Republican president. And I have done more in 3 years for the black community than Joe Biden has done in 47 years. And when I'm reelected, the best is yet to come. Thank you very much. When I took office, the Middle East was in total chaos. ISIS was rampaging, Iran was on the rise, and the war in Afghanistan had no end in sight. I withdrew from the terrible one-sided Iran nuclear deal. Unlike many presidents before me, I kept my promise, recognized Israel's true capital, and moved our embassy to Jerusalem. But not only did we talk about it as a future site, we got it built. Rather than spending $1 billion on a new building as planned, we took an already owned existing building in a better location real estate deal, right? And opened it at a cost of less than $500,000. Many things like that government is doing right now. We also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. And this month we achieved the first Middle East peace deal in 25 years. Thank you to UAE. Thank you to Israel. In addition, we obliterated 100% of the ISIS caliphate and killed its founder and leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Then, in a separate operation, we eliminated the world's #1 terrorist by far, Qasem Soleimani. Unlike previous administrations, I have kept America out of new wars, and our troops are coming home. We have spent nearly $2.5 trillion on completely rebuilding our military, which was very badly depleted when I took office, as you know. This includes 3 separate pay raises for our great warriors. We also launched the Space Force, the first new branch of the United States military since the Air Force was created almost 75 years ago. We have spent the last 4 years reversing the damage Joe Biden inflicted over the last 47 years. Biden's record is a shameful roll call of the most catastrophic betrayals and blunders in our lifetime. He has spent his entire career on the wrong side of history. Biden voted for the NAFTA disaster, the single worst trade deal ever enacted. He supported China's entry into the World Trade Organization, one of the greatest economic disasters of all time. After those Biden calamities, the United States lost 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs. We laid off workers in Michigan, Ohio, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and many other states. They didn't want to hear Biden's hollow words of empathy. They wanted their jobs back. As vice president, he supported the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have been a death sentence for the U.S. auto industry. He backed the horrendous South Korea trade deal, which took many jobs from our country and which I've reversed and made a great deal for our country. He repeatedly supported mass amnesty for illegal immigrants. He voted for the Iraq War. He opposed the mission to take out Osama bin Laden. He opposed killing Soleimani. He oversaw the rise of ISIS and cheered the rise of China as a positive development for America and the world, some positive development. That's why China supports Joe Biden and desperately wants him to win. I can tell you that upon very good information. China would own our country if Joe Biden got elected. Unlike Biden, I will hold them fully accountable for the tragedy that they caused all over the world. In recent months, our nation and the world has been hit by the once-in-a-century pandemic that China allowed to spread around the globe. They could have stopped it, but they allowed it to come out. We are grateful to be joined tonight by several of our incredible nurses and first responders. Please stand and accept our profound thanks and gratitude. Many Americans, including me, have sadly lost friends and cherished loved ones to this horrible disease. As one nation, we mourn, we grieve, and we hold in our hearts forever the memories of all of those lives that have been so tragically taken, so unnecessary. In their honor, we will unite. In their memory, we will overcome. And when the China virus hit, we launched the largest national mobilization since World War II. Invoking the Defense Production Act, we produced the world's largest supply of ventilators. Not a single American who has needed a ventilator has been denied a ventilator, which is a miracle. Good job heading the task force by our great Vice President. Thank you very much, Mike. Please stand up. We shipped hundreds of millions of masks, gloves, and gowns to our frontline healthcare workers. To protect our nation's seniors, we rushed supplies, testing kits, and personal to nursing homes. We gave everything you can possibly give, and we're still giving it because we're taking care of our senior citizens. The Army Corps of Engineers built field hospitals, and the Navy deployed our great hospital ships. We developed from scratch the largest and most advanced testing system anywhere in the world. America has tested more than every country in Europe put together and more than every nation in the Western Hemisphere combined. Think of that. We have conducted 40 million more tests than the next closest nation, which is India. We developed a wide array of effective treatments, including a powerful antibody treatment known as convalescent plasma. You saw that on Sunday night when we announced it, that will save thousands and thousands of lives. Thanks to advances, we have pioneered the fatality rate, and you look at it and you look at the numbers, it has been reduced by 80% since April, 80%. The United States has among the lowest case fatality rates of any major country anywhere in the world. The European Union's case fatality rate is nearly 3 times higher than ours, but you don't hear that. They don't write about that. They don't want to write about that. They don't want you to know those things. Altogether, the nations of Europe have experienced a 30% greater increase in excess mortality than the United States. Think of that. We enacted the largest package of financial relief in American history. Thanks to our Paycheck Protection Program, we have saved or supported more than 50 million American jobs. That's one of the reasons that we're advancing so rapidly with our economy. Great job. As a result, we have seen the smallest economic contraction of any major Western nation, and we are recovering at a much faster rate than anybody. Over the past 3 months, we have gained over 9 million jobs, and that's a record in the history of our country. Unfortunately, from the beginning, our opponents have shown themselves capable of nothing but a partisan ability to criticize. When I took bold action to issue a travel ban on China, very early indeed, Joe Biden called it hysterical and xenophobic. And then I introduced a ban on Europe very early again. If we had listened to Joe, hundreds of thousands more Americans would have died. Instead of following the science, Joe Biden wants to inflict a painful shutdown on the entire country. His shutdown would inflict unthinkable and lasting harm on our nation's children, families, and citizens of all backgrounds. The cost of the Biden shutdown would be measured in increased drug overdoses, depression, alcohol addiction, suicides, heart attacks, economic devastation, job loss, and much more. Joe Biden's plan is not a solution to the virus, but rather it's a surrender to the virus. My administration has a very different approach. To save as many lives as possible, we are focusing on the science, the facts, and the data. We are aggressively sheltering those at highest risk, especially the elderly, while allowing lower-risk Americans to safely return to work and to school. And we want to see so many of those great states be opened by Democrats. We want them to be open. They have to be open. They have to get back to work. They have to get back to work, and they have to get back to school. Most importantly, we are marshaling America's scientific genius to produce a vaccine in record time. Under Operation Warp Speed, we have 3 different vaccines in the final stage of trials. Right now, years ahead of what has been achieved before. Nobody thought it could ever be done this fast. Normally, it would be years, and we did it in a matter of a few months. We're producing them in advance so that hundreds of millions of doses will be quickly available. We will have a safe and effective vaccine this year, and together we will crush the virus. At the Democrat convention, you barely heard a word about their agenda. But that's not because they don't have one. It's because their agenda is the most extreme set of proposals ever put forward by a major party nominee. Joe Biden may claim he is an ally of the light, but when it comes to his agenda, Biden wants to keep us completely in the dark. He doesn't have a clue. He has pledged a $4 trillion tax hike on almost all American families, which will totally collapse our rapidly improving economy, and once again, record stock markets that we have right now will also collapse. That means your 401ks, that means all of the stocks that you have. On the other hand, just as I did in my first term, I will cut taxes even further for hardworking moms and dads. I will not raise taxes. I will cut them, and very substantially. And we will also provide tax credits to bring jobs out of China back to America, and we will impose tariffs on any company that leaves America to produce jobs overseas. We will make sure our companies and jobs stay in our country, as I've already been doing for quite some time, if you've noticed. Joe Biden's agenda is made in China. My agenda is made in the USA. Biden has promised to abolish the production of American oil, coal, shale, and natural gas, laying waste to the economies of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Colorado, and New Mexico, destroying those states, absolutely destroying those states and others. Millions of jobs will be lost, and energy prices will soar. These same policies led to crippling power outages in California just last week. Everybody saw that. Tremendous power outage. Nobody's seen anything like it, but we saw that last week in California. How can Joe Biden claim to be an ally of the light when his own party can't even keep the lights on? Joe Biden's campaign has even published a 110-page policy platform. You can't get away from this. Co-authored with far-left Senator Crazy Bernie Sanders. The Biden-Bernie manifesto calls for suspending all removals of illegal aliens, implementing nationwide catch and release, and providing illegal aliens with free taxpayer-funded lawyers. Everybody gets a lawyer. Come on over to our country. Everybody has a lawyer. We have a lawyer for you. That's what we need is more lawyers. Joe Biden recently raised his hand on the debate stage and promised to your giveaway he was going to give it away, your health care dollars to illegal immigrants, which is going to bring massive number of immigrants into our country. Massive numbers will pour into our country in order to get all of the goodies that they want to give, education, health care, everything. He also supports deadly sanctuary cities that protect criminal aliens. He promised to end national security travel bans from jihadist nations, and he pledged to increase refugee admissions by 700%. This is in the manifesto. The Biden plan would eliminate America's borders in the middle of a global pandemic, and he's even talking about taking the wall down. How about that? Biden also vowed to oppose school choice and close all charter schools, ripping away the ladder of opportunity for Black and Hispanic children. In a second term, I will expand charter schools and provide school choice to every family in America. And we will always treat our teachers with the tremendous respect that they deserve. Great people. Great, great people. Joe Biden claims he has empathy for the vulnerable, yet the party he leads supports the extreme late-term abortion of defenseless babies right up until the moment of birth. Democrat leaders talk about moral decency, but they have no problem with stopping a baby's beating heart in the 9th month of pregnancy. Democrat politicians refuse to protect innocent life, and then they lecture us about morality and saving America's soul. Tonight, we proudly declare that all children, born and unborn, have a God-given right to life. During the Democrat convention, the words "under God" were removed from the Pledge of Allegiance. Not once, but twice. We will never do that. But the fact is, this is where they're coming from. Like it or not, this is where they're coming from. If the left gains power, they will demolish the suburbs, confiscate your guns, and appoint justices who will wipe away your Second Amendment and other constitutional freedoms. Biden is a Trojan horse for socialism. If Joe Biden doesn't have the strength to stand up to wild-eyed Marxists like Bernie Sanders and his fellow radicals, and there are many, we see them all the time, it's incredible actually, then how is he ever going to stand up for you? He's not. The most dangerous aspect of the Biden platform is the attack on public safety. The Biden-Bernie manifesto calls for abolishing cash bail, immediately releasing 400,000 criminals onto the streets and into your neighborhoods. When asked if he supports cutting police funding, Joe Biden replied, yes, absolutely. When Congresswoman Ilhan Omar called the Minneapolis Police Department a cancer that is rotten to the root, Biden wouldn't disavow her support and reject her endorsement. He proudly displayed it shortly later on his website. Displayed it in big letters. Make no mistake, if you give power to Joe Biden, the radical left will defund police departments all across America. They will pass federal legislation to reduce law enforcement nationwide. They will make every city look like Democrat-run Portland, Oregon. No one will be safe in Biden's America. My administration will always stand with the men and women of law enforcement. Every day, police officers risk their lives to keep us safe, and every year, many sacrifice their lives in the line of duty. One of these incredible Americans was Detective Miostas Familia. She was part of a team of American heroes called the NYPD, or New York's Finest, who I was very, very proud to get their endorsement just the other day. Great people, great, great people. They were allowed to do their job. You'd have no crime in New York. Rudy Giuliani knows that better than anybody. Thank you, Rudy. 3 years ago, on the 4th of July weekend, Detective Familia was on duty in her vehicle when she was ambushed just after midnight and murdered by a monster who hated her purely for wearing the badge. Detective Familia was a single mom. She recently asked for the night shift so she could spend more time with her kids. 2 years ago, I stood in front of the U.S. Capitol alongside those beautiful children and held their grandmother's hand as they mourned their terrible loss, and we honored Detective Familia's extraordinary life. It was extraordinary. Detective Familia's 3 children are with us this evening. Genesis, Peter, Delilah, we are so grateful to have you here tonight. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I promise you that we will treasure your mom in our memories forever. We must remember that the overwhelming majority of police officers in this country, and that's the overwhelming majority, are noble, courageous, and honorable. We have to give law enforcement, our police, back their power. They are afraid to act. They are afraid to lose their pension. They are afraid to lose their jobs. And by being afraid, they are not able to do the job that they so desperately want to do for you. And those who suffer most are the great people who they protect and who they want to protect at an even higher level. When there is police misconduct, the justice system must hold wrongdoers fully and completely accountable, and it will. But when we can never have a situation where things are going on as they are today, we must never allow mob rule. We can never allow mob rule. In the strongest possible terms, the Republican Party condemns the rioting, looting, arson, and violence we have seen in Democrat-run cities all, like Kenosha, Minneapolis, Portland, Chicago, and New York, and many others, Democrat-run. There is violence and danger in the streets of many Democrat-run cities throughout America. This problem could easily be fixed if they wanted to. Just call. We're ready to go in. We'll take care of your problem in a matter of hours. Just call. We have to wait for the call. It's too bad we have to, but we have to wait for the call. We must always have law and order. All federal crimes are being investigated, prosecuted, and punished to the fullest extent of the law. When the anarchists started ripping down our statues and monuments right outside, I signed an order immediately, 10 years in prison. And it was a miracle. It all stopped. No more statues. They said, that's just too long, as they looked at a statue. I think we'll rip it down. Then they said 10 years in prison. I think that's too long. Let's go home. During their convention, Joe Biden and his supporters remained completely silent about the rioters and criminals. spreading mayhem in Democrat-run cities. They never even mentioned it during their entire convention, never once mentioned. Now they're starting to mention it because their poll numbers are going down like a rock in water. It's too late, Joe. In the face of left-wing anarchy and mayhem in Minneapolis, Chicago, and other cities, Joe Biden's campaign did not condemn it. They donated to it. At least 13 members of Joe Biden's campaign staff donated to a fund to bail out vandals, arsonists, anarchists, looters, and rioters from jail. Here tonight is the grieving family of retired police captain David Dorn, a 38-year veteran of the St. Louis Police Department, a great man and a highly respected man by all. In June, Captain Dorn was shot and killed as he tried to protect a store from rioters and looters, or as the Democrats would call them, peaceful protesters. They call them peaceful protesters. We're honored to be joined tonight by his wonderful wife, Ann, and beloved family members, Brian and Kaylin. To each of you, we will never forget the heroic legacy of Captain David Dorn. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great man, great man. As long as I am president, we will defend the absolute right of every American citizen to live in security, dignity, and peace. If the Democrat Party wants to stand with anarchists, agitators, rioters, looters, and flag burners, that is up to them. But I, as your president, will not be a part of it. The Republican Party will remain the voice of the patriotic heroes who keep America safe and salute the American flag. Last year, over 1,000 African Americans were murdered as a result of violent crime in just 4 Democrat-run cities. The top 10 most dangerous cities in the country are run by Democrats and have been for many decades. Thousands more African Americans are victims of violent crime in these communities. Joe Biden and the left ignore these American victims. I never will. If the radical left takes power, they will apply their disastrous policies to every city, town, and suburb in America. Just imagine if the so-called peaceful demonstrators in the streets were in charge of every lever of power in the U.S. government. Just think of that. Liberal politicians claim to be concerned about the strength of American institutions. But who exactly is attacking them? Who is hiring the radical professors, judges, and prosecutors? Who is trying to abolish immigration enforcement and establish speech codes designed to muzzle dissent? In every case, the attacks on American institutions are being waged by radical left. Always remember, they are coming after me because I am fighting for you. That's what's happening. And it's been going on from before I even got elected. And remember this, they spied on my campaign and they got caught. Let's see now what happens. We must reclaim our independence from the left's repressive mandates. Americans are exhausted trying to keep up with the latest lists of approved words and phrases and the ever more restrictive political decrees. Many things have a different name now, and the rules are constantly changing. The goal of cancel culture is to make decent Americans live in fear of being fired, expelled, shamed, humiliated, and driven from society as we know it. The far left wants to coerce you into saying what you know to be false and scare you out of saying what you know to be true. Very sad. But on November 3rd, you can send them a very thundering message they will never forget. Thank you. Thank you very much. Joe Biden is weak. He takes his marching orders from liberal hypocrites who drive their cities into the ground while fleeing far from the scene of the wreckage. These same liberals want to eliminate school choice while they enroll their children in the finest private schools in the land. They want to open our borders while living in Waldorf compounds and communities in the best neighborhoods in the world. They want to defund the police while they have armed guards for themselves. This November, we must turn the page forever on this failed political class. The fact is, I'm here. What's the name of that building? But I'll say it differently. The fact is, we're here and they're not. To me, one of the most beautiful buildings anywhere in the world, and it's not a building, it's a home as far as I'm concerned. Not even a house, it's a home. It's a wonderful place with an incredible history. But it's all because of you. Together we will write the next chapter of the great American story. Over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world. We will expand opportunity zones. Thank you, Tim Scott. Bring home our medical supply chains, and we will end our resilience for bad things. We will go right after China. We will not rely on them one bit. We're taking our business out of China. We are bringing it home. We want our business to come home. We will continue to reduce taxes and regulations at levels not seen before. We will create 10 million jobs in the next 10 months, and it'll be higher than that. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and surge federal prosecutors into high-crime communities. We will ban deadly sanctuary cities and ensure that federal health care is protected for American citizens, not for illegal aliens. We will have strong borders, and I've said for years, without borders, we don't have a country. Don't have a country. Strike down terrorists who threaten our people, and keep America out of endless and costly foreign wars. We will appoint prosecutors, judges, justices who believe in enforcing the law, not enforcing their own political agenda, which is illegal. We will ensure equal justice for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. We will uphold your religious liberty and defend your Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. And if we don't win, your Second Amendment doesn't have a chance. I can tell you that. I have totally protected it. We will protect Medicare and Social Security. We will always and very strongly protect patients with pre-existing conditions. And that is a pledge from the entire Republican Party. Thank you, Kevin. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, and further reduce the cost of prescription drugs and health insurance premiums. They're coming way down. We will greatly expand energy development, continuing to remain the #1 in the world and keep America energy independent. And for those of you that still drive a car, look how low your gasoline bill is. You haven't seen that in a long time. We will win the race to 5G and build the world's best cyber and missile defense, already under construction. We will fully restore patriotic education to our schools and always protect. We will always, always protect free speech on college campuses. And we put a very big penalty in. They do anything having to do with your free speech, colleges have to pay a tremendous, tremendous financial penalty. And again, it's amazing how open they've been lately. We will launch a new age of American ambition in space. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to plant its beautiful flag on Mars. This is the unifying national agenda that will bring our country together. So tonight I say to all Americans, this is the most important election in the history of our country. There has never been such a difference between two parties or two individuals in ideology, philosophy, or vision than there is right now. Our opponents believe that America is a depraved nation. We want our sons and daughters to know the truth. America is the greatest and most exceptional nation in the history of the world. Our country wasn't built by cancel culture, speech codes, and soul-crushing conformity. We are not a nation of timid spirits. We are a nation of fierce, proud, and independent American patriots. We're a nation of pilgrims, pioneers, adventurers, explorers, and trailblazers who refuse to be tied down, held back, or in any way reined in. Americans have steel in their spines, grit in their souls, and fire in their hearts. There is no one like us on earth. I want every child in America to know that you are part of the most exciting and incredible adventure in human history. No matter where your family comes from, no matter your background in America, anyone can rise. With hard work, devotion, and drive, you can reach any goal and achieve every ambition. Our American ancestors sailed across the perilous ocean to build a new life on a new continent. They braved the freezing winters, crossed the raging rivers, scaled the rocky peaks, trekked the dangerous forests, and worked from dawn till dusk. These pioneers didn't have money, they didn't have fame, but they had each other. They loved their families, they loved their country, and they loved their God. When opportunity beckoned, they picked up their Bibles, packed up their belongings, climbed into their covered wagons and set out west for the next adventure. Ranchers and miners, cowboys and sheriffs, farmers and settlers, they pressed on past the Mississippi to stake a claim in the wild frontier. Legends were born: Wyatt Earp, Annie Oakley, Davy Crockett, and Buffalo Bill. Americans built their beautiful homesteads on the open range. Soon they had churches and communities, then towns, and with time, great centers of industry and commerce. That is who they were. Americans build their future. We don't tear down our past. We are the nation that won a revolution, toppled tyranny and fascism, and delivered millions into freedom. We laid down the railroads, built the great ships, raised up the skyscrapers, revolutionized industry, and sparked a new age of scientific discovery. We set the trends in art and music, radio and film, sport and literature, and we did it all with style and confidence and flair, because that is who we are. Whenever our way of life was threatened, our heroes answered the call. From Yorktown to Gettysburg, from Normandy to Iwo Jima, American patriots raced into cannon blasts, bullets, and bayonets to rescue American liberty. They had no fear, but America didn't stop there. We looked into the sky and kept pressing onward. We built a 6 million-pound rocket and launched it thousands of miles into space. We did it so that two brave patriots could stand tall and salute our wondrous American flag planted on the face of the moon. For America, nothing is impossible. Over the next 4 years, we will prove worthy of this magnificent legacy. We will reach stunning new heights, and we will show that the world, for America, there is a dream, and it is not beyond your reach. Together we are unstoppable. Together we are unbeatable, because together we are the proud citizens of the United States of America. And on November 3rd, we will make America safer. We will make America stronger. We will make America prouder. And we will make America greater than ever before. I am very, very proud to be the nominee of the Republican Party. I love you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
I'm Elaine Quijano. It's good to be with you. Thanks for joining us for our special coverage of the final day of the 2020 Republican National Convention. President Trump formally accepted the Republican Party's nomination on this fourth night of the RNC. It marked the first time in modern history a president has done so from the White House. His nomination came as the nation faces a triple threat of crises. Nearly 1 million people in Louisiana and Texas are still without power after Hurricane Laura barreled across the Gulf Coast early Thursday morning. The deadly storm left widespread destruction and severe flooding in some areas, and the danger is not over. Arkansas is under a state of emergency after being lashed by damaging winds and flooding. Tornado watches are also in place. Meanwhile, calls for social justice are growing louder, with ongoing demonstrations against police brutality taking place across the country. People have been protesting for several days in Kenosha, Wisconsin, in the wake of a police shooting of a black man on Sunday. All this as the coronavirus continues to claim more American lives each day. The U.S. has passed the grim milestone of 180,000 deaths. Some 5.8 million cases have been confirmed since the pandemic began, more than anywhere else in the world. Against that backdrop, the theme for the fourth and final night of the RNC was Land of Greatness. Speakers once again praised President Trump's leadership and touted his handling of the pandemic. They portrayed him as a law and order president and claimed the country would be a more dangerous place under Joe Biden. The president's eldest daughter, Ivanka, defended her father's record and his leadership style before introducing him to close out the convention. The pair delivered their speeches live from the south lawn of the White House to a crowd of nearly 2,000 people. Very few members of the audience wore masks, and there was no social distancing. President Trump listed many of the policy changes made during his first term and touched on plans for a potential second term. He presented himself as the law and order candidate while criticizing Joe Biden's record. Mr. Trump argued that his Democratic challenger would, quote, allow a radical movement to destroy America. Here's more of what you may have missed.
My fellow Americans, tonight, with a heart full of gratitude and boundless optimism, I profoundly accept this nomination for President of the United States. Despite all of our greatness as a nation, everything we have achieved is now in danger. This is the most important election in the history of our country, and this election will decide whether we will defend the American way of life or whether we will allow a radical movement to completely dismantle and destroy it. How can the Democrat Party ask to lead our country when it spends so much time tearing down our country? Joe Biden is not a savior of America's soul. He is the destroyer of America's jobs, and if given the chance, he will be the destroyer of American greatness.
Joe Biden is being told what to do by the radicals running my former party, the same radicals trying to install him as their puppet president.
They will dismantle our institutions, defund our police, and destroy our economy.
Democratic politicians have surrendered our streets and our institutions. When it comes to your safety, your family's safety, and the safety of all Americans, there's no other choice. You won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. We can have 4 more years of President Trump, or you can have no safety, no justice, and no peace.
It is clear that a vote for Biden and the Democrats creates the risk that you will bring this lawlessness to your city, to your town, to your suburb.
Let's bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns. Caitlin is our CBSN political reporter. Hi there, Caitlin. So typically we hear incumbent presidents in these moments take the opportunity to lay out their second-term agenda. What did we hear tonight? And specifically, did we hear plans regarding how the president would tackle the COVID pandemic in the second term?
Hi, Elaine. Well, we can safely say that both parties came to some kind of agreement. Donald Trump said today this is the most important election in the history of the country, and that there is a stark choice between the two candidates, to which the Biden campaign and Democrats have been saying that they very much agree with that. Tonight we heard two speeches in one. The first half of the speech was geared towards showing what the president believes to be his accomplishments and comparing them to things he talked about in 2016. The second part of the speech was very much an attack against Joe Biden, trying to show Biden as someone who has become what he called a Trojan horse, who is going to be a radical leftist, essentially, is the message that they were trying to send there. I think what was interesting about tonight is, and we've been talking about this all week, about how the pandemic is factoring into the speeches and the messaging tonight. Tonight, the president did address it, and he also addressed what he and the administration are doing. But it was a message kind of geared towards claiming victory already, essentially. You could also notice in the crowd that the crowd of over 1,000 people weren't wearing masks, they weren't socially distanced, so it kind of gave the aura of a kind of a pandemic that was over, a very celebratory notion at the end. So while he did mention it and did express condolences to families who have been suffering, the message here was very much kind of going beyond that. He also talked a lot about the economy and how the economy was before the pandemic hit, talking about those numbers. And we know that Republicans, looking at our polling, are largely supportive of that message. We heard Mike Pence last night say this election should be about who you think is best to handle the economy. And we see in our polling that a majority of Republicans feel like they are financially better off now than they were 4 years ago. And they believe that this downturn is just temporary. So that kind of gives the context for this speech that was very much geared towards touting what the president believes are his accomplishments, going after Joe Biden, and also speaking to a base of support that has been with him since the beginning.
You know, the president and other speakers, as we noted, repeatedly talked about the need for quote-unquote law and order. And at one point, there was a compelling segment from a woman named Ann Dorn. She's the widow of a retired St. Louis police captain by the name of David Dorn, who was killed after protests in St. Louis. I want to play a little bit of what she had to say.
How did we get to this point where so many young people are callous and indifferent towards human life? This isn't a video game where you can commit mayhem and then just hit reset and bring all the characters back to life. David is never coming back to me. He was murdered by people who didn't know and just didn't care. He would have done anything to help them. Violence and destruction are not legitimate forms of protest. They do not safeguard Black lives. They only destroy them. President Trump understands this, has offered federal help to restore order in our communities.
Caitlin, how does her story fit into the Republican narrative that the president is the candidate of law and order?
Right. We've been talking about how the president would address racial injustice that we've seen in the form and response to racial injustice that we've seen in protests around the country, the latest of which are happening in Wisconsin right now after a shooting of a Black man by police officers. This message, though, comes speaking to a very specific strategy by Trump and Republicans, which is not to focus on the protests, but to focus on the violence. And we've heard Democrats say that Joe Biden today and Kamala Harris today, that the protests should be applauded and the violence should be condemned. But Trump wants to lump them all together because he wants to portray a nation that is being, in these cities that are having lots of riots and violence, and kind of portraying a nation in chaos under Democratic leadership in these cities, he says. There is, of course, the question of, okay, well, Trump is the president now, so what is he doing about it? And he really didn't answer that. At the end of the speech, he said that on November 3rd, when I'm reelected, things will be safer, you will be safer. But 4 years ago, he promised to be the candidate of law and order and to restore law and order. He also said that I alone can fix it. So a lot of the things that he talked about in 2016, he's still talking about now, and not much, at least at that front, has changed. And there was an interesting split screen with protests going on outside of the White House and the celebratory nature that the president portrayed inside on White House grounds tonight.
Well, the president's speech was short on policy proposals for a potential second term. He did spend a lot of time going after Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. Do we know, Caitlin, does that help him with anyone outside of his base?
I think what Republicans have been trying to do all week is not only speak to the base of their party and get them excited for November, but also just try and reach those disaffected Republicans. Some of the Republicans who may have supported Trump in 2016 and have now since left or are thinking about leaving the party. We saw in 2018 that Republicans in the suburbs especially migrated away from the party and towards Democrats. And so a lot of the messaging that you heard this week, especially talking about federal judges and Supreme Court judges, talking about abortion, talking about so-called cancel culture, and a lot of these themes that the president was trying to push, and other messengers this week as well, I think were really aimed at trying to get those voters. And that's why we see him focusing so much on violence and this law and order campaign. Now we'll see if it works. In 2018, we saw a similar push, except it was focused on the border and caravans that he was claiming would be taking over. And voters didn't necessarily buy it. In fact, Democrats won the House. So we'll see how this plays this time around, but that is certainly the goal by Republicans this week, is to try to get those voters back.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here on Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
I've got an amazing story to share with you.
I understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
All right, apologies. I lost the connection there for a moment. I'm glad we have it back so I can thank you. Caitlin Huey Burns, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now I want to bring in Leslie Sanchez. Leslie is a CBS News political analyst. Hi there, Leslie. So throughout the convention, we heard people of color talk about why they believe President Trump has helped them. And it was interesting. We heard the HUD Secretary Ben Carson at one point speak, and he referenced what Caitlin brought up, the shooting in Kenosha, Wisconsin of Jacob Blake. And I want to play